Oh, hi. Kaveh lost his keys. Alright. It was only 2 minutes late. Oh well, that's fine. So, unit review streams. We have Kaveh here because of no particular reason. Definitely don't maybe have a Kaveh video coming out tomorrow. Anyways, so what I want to preface well, actually, okay, I should preface this. I'm gonna have to repeat this because people do be joining. Not every single person is here right now, but anyways, my unit review streams, as always, I turn off monetization, so there should be no ads, I believe. If there is ads, then it wasn't me that did that. I told YouTube to turn off the ads, okay? And we are going to use, so there's a pinned comment for my live chat peoples, because it's mostly meant to be like, I want people that are live to be able to, hopefully, they're not necessarily going to be here because they might have to leave or whatever, but they can submit to the forum. It all goes to this forum, and then I have a spreadsheet that goes in and makes it look all pretty and randomizes it, so you can see this one I tested to make sure it was functioning earlier, and Mualani and Gaming, and they just started in 4.7. Ah, that's interesting. Definitely important context for me to give, so thank you for giving me the context. We'll do this one, of course, because why not? Is this formatting right? Yes, it was. Okay, good. Just making sure like everything looked good. So, yeah, AR-56, Mualani Gaming, C1 Gaming. This seems like a pretty good Gaming. I think you're off to a pretty nice start for starting in version 4.7. Honestly, like, geez. They got Farina, they got Yelan, they got Shalonen, and they got Mualani. Like, honestly.
People aren't made to stay cooped up inside.
And Nahida? What the frick? Okay, I mean, look, like, either this person is really lucky being able to get this many 5 stars since version 5.7, or, you know, but yeah, also, yeah, having that many fast swords is pretty nice too. Let's be real. Yeah. Anyways, it's fairly fine to spend money. I'm just saying. I think they got pretty lucky. So your Mualani build is very good, I think. Widzith is certainly not the most insane weapon on her or anything. But you know, oh, actually, you do have Sacrificial Jade. Oh yeah. So Widzith is RNG, right? And like, Mualani already has her like optimization you have to do in how it can be awkward to hit enemies at the right times, right? Like the crocodile in the first Chamber of Abyss is currently a very good example, and that enemy is a circumstance of it's really awkward to hit it because it just moves a lot, and that makes Mualani hard to hit it. If you want to get her 3 Sharky bites per skill out, and that's going to be like a significant DPS difference overall. But Widzith offers more like front-loaded damage potential if you're willing to roll the RNG on it. So, like it's a weapon that can be a lot better for clear times functionally than Sacrificial Jade because of the fact that it might be the difference in allowing you to clear in like 1 rotation or 1.5 rotations by getting the right buff in the first part versus not 1 rotation, like versus 2 rotations, right? Even if the overall DPS might be more consistent on a Sacrificial Jade build, Sacrificial Jade is also more annoying to build her than Widzith, right? Because you need more specifically a lot of crit damage and HP substats, and crit rate becomes a dead stat. This artifact is absolutely cracked, by the way. This one's really good too, actually. Your timepiece is relatable. Your goblet is pretty dang good, honestly. You know what's like, I actually don't think, like, if you got a timepiece that had HP percent and then, you know, 20% crit damage, well, I don't know. The point is, I'm not saying switch to Sacrificial Jade. I'm just saying it's maybe worth watching for those artifacts if you're continuing to farm anyways, I suppose. I would say Mualani's skill is probably worth taking up to level 9 if you're playing her a lot. I wouldn't stress over it too much or anything, though. Overall, your builds seem pretty good. Farina 180 ER and Fav is generally speaking fine. I personally like more than that, but it's generally speaking fine because Fav helps a lot. So this is a pretty dang good Farina build. Nothing insane, obviously, but
It's good to get
for
out,
starting in
stretch your legs
4.7,
once in
all
a
these
while.
builds look like they're a
People aren't
very,
made to
very
stay
healthy
cooped up
start.
inside all the time.
That's what I'll say. It's a good example of how like it doesn't actually take you that long, I think, to get competent builds going on characters. None of these, I think, are, you know, top 1% characters, but they're probably all top 10% on like Akasha leaderboards. And yeah, like you're kind of good. So I don't know. I don't have much advice for you. I think you know what you're doing. I think you understand the game decently well, or at least you're following guides and not taking like and not doing the wrong things from the guides, like getting overly focused on certain things. Gaming, by the way, if you're like underwhelmed by him, he's gonna ultimately be reliant on the supports you have. Being that you have Farina Shalonen for him potentially, I think it's not that big of a problem.
Not again.
But anyways, Gaming is a much stronger character at C6 versus not C6 is all it really is. So, you know, having Serpent Spine for him is nice. You might want, if you're having any struggles with Gaming, you might want more ER on him. His ER situation is annoying. He's very much burst dependent for him feeling good. So, yeah, it can be mitigated slightly if you have like C6 Bennett Cloud Retainer, because then he can do plunges with C6 Bennett infusion without needing to have his burst up kind of thing. But I'm gonna guess you don't have C6 Bennett Cloud Retainer, considering you started many patches after Cloud Retainer was released. That would be a little bit surprising. So yeah. How many forms do you have already? That's a good question. Subtract like 3, and there's also potentially duplicates in here, but the system filters out duplicates, so like 50. Anyways, there you go. That's first review. I actually need to go move Kaveh. Actually, you know, no. I just remember what we'll do. We can switch to the Chasca team. Because I don't have a Chasca team configured. Let's just put her in here. By the way, like all my heroes wits are gone. I leveled up. I leveled 90 to Oberon because I liked him enough. I decided to do it in the Kaveh video, and I also leveled 90 Kaveh. So look at all my. I had 1,000 heroes wits 2 weeks ago. They're all gone, and I also have 3 million more now. Oh boy. Anyways, at least I haven't enough of the red books to level up at least one more character. But we're gonna go over here, and then we're just gonna have Chasca float on her gun. And I think she doesn't have any idle lines when she's on her gun. So it'll just be like the song in the background, which is nice. There we go. So she's just going to chill here. We'll get some nice whistling in the background. Perfect. Alright. It's okay, Kaveh is worth it. Oh, absolutely. No, I've already finished recording the Kaveh video. I can tell you the results were absolutely worth it. I have no regrets. 0 regrets about level 90 in Kaveh. Like, he's actually... Shatter Bloom Kaveh is now a thing I might go back to playing with some regularity. Number 50 is what has been decided. Chasca, first Chasca, let's go. 2.5 to 5.1 was skipped. Nice. Interesting. So did Chasca make you come back? That's interesting. Yuki, oh my lordy, I see. I see. Well, thank you, Timothy. You got one more in me for special circumstances. My Yoimiya build is different now. Oh wow. Oh yeah, donation-wise, I will do donations, but as always, at most, I will alternate between, you know, free randomized ones and donation ones. If I get backed up with donations, I get backed up with donations, and I'll have to wait until the end of the stream. But yeah, hopefully I do get some donations, because that is why I do, you know, no ads on these streams. You said you didn't play since... You've not played 2.5 to 5.1. I am suspicious. I am suspicious that this is an untruth. Last I checked, Ganich came out in 5.0. But anyways, C6 Chasca. Does she get any credit for free? I don't remember. I really don't. I haven't leveled up the timepiece all the way, but considering it's I mean, you should level this timepiece all the way, because you're actually a little bit low on crit rate. Considering I assume you haven't farmed that much in the domain, this is actually, I think, a good example of how it can be relatively easy to do these builds. I will say, I intended to have this short come out today. I don't remember, again, I don't know if Chasca constellations give her, I don't think any of her constellations give her crit rate. I know what C1 does, I know what C2 does. I don't remember what C4 does, and I know what C6 does. And I'm pretty sure none of them give free crit rate. But anyways, this is not a bad build. Like, this is very much a usable build, and this is one of the nice things with the Obsidian Codex set, right? Is like you can get a pretty usable build in a relatively short amount of time frame. Obviously, having her signature weapon makes you want like normal crit rate substats. Hence, you're a bit low in crit rate for this set, is what I would say. But does that make her unfunctional? No. Obviously, 75% crit rate is usable. Particularly considering, you know, yeah. I will say though, VV has gotten faster clears, right, on my brother's account, at least. I don't have the ability to properly test a VV build on my main account with Chasca. I maybe will work on trying to get better VV artifacts in general, but I will probably have a short tomorrow, hopefully tomorrow, maybe tonight, depending on when I finish editing it, showing VV on Chasca versus Obsidian Codex with pretty similar overall stat values, with the main difference being like the VV build has a way lower crit damage, and I did that on purpose to balance out the fact that like the value of this artifact set is it gives you a lot higher crit value. So like your build should have higher amounts of crit on this artifact set on an invested build compared to a VV build, right? Because the 4-piece bonus doesn't give 40% crit rate, it gives Ray Shred. But it was better. Like, it was a very, very similar build, and it was better. So if you, based on just you already having this as an onset timepiece, there's a chance you have VV artifacts. Do I need to lower the volume of this music in the background, by the way? The game. It's just the game running in the background. But anyways, I was very surprised with how good VV was on her, and the fact that you can get higher clear times with it, even compared to a pretty dang good Obsidian Codex build. Which is very interesting and funny, quite frankly, honestly, considering she's an Animo DPS that doesn't do that much Animo damage, but the 4-piece Animo shred set still is just really great. Although also, I don't know, it's C6, doesn't really matter, probably not, but I'm just mentioning it if you have the artifacts. Is it just Chasca, Xiao, and Hu Tao? So anyways, nice start to your Chasca. I imagine you'll continue farming though. She's definitely functional, but she can grow further. This is a good Xiao, other than the fact that, and no, C1 doesn't really do anything for his ER, because you can't even do 3 skills every rotation. And here's a circlet for your Chasca. No. Just slightly jokey. Crit ratio is no good. Nothing insane, obviously. Xiao wants ER, though. I don't know what your supports are, right? Xiao has had new supports that are released since you have not been playing, in the form of Farazon, in the form of Cloud Retainer, and in the form of Farina, and then of course there's the Bennett. So like Xiao's old team of like Bennett and Zhongli is just not really competent anymore. The Xiao builds haven't really changed that meaningfully. Like, to be clear, he's gotten 4-piece MH is now an option for him, and would be better than 2-piece combos. Particularly because of the fact that you have Staff of Homa. Obviously, also the Staff of Homa, I just noticed, is not leveled up all the way. So functions as more like 200 crit damage. Anyways, point being, he needs some ER. He doesn't get his burst back consistently, generally speaking, unless you're with this little ER, unless you're probably doing Cloud Retainer, Farazon, C6. You know, triple Animo team, then he needs no ER. So, yeah. Anyways, Homo's obviously a good weapon for him, and could be even better if you end up switching to 4-piece MH. That would be the easy option if you wanted to improve his build, but also not strictly necessary. This do be a Hu Tao crit ratio. As always, EM timepiece is technically better on Hu Tao, but EM timepiece is misery to farm, and I think it's kind of splitting hairs compared to the fact that you're just going to have to make sure you optimize your Hu Tao play. Obviously, talents could be leveled up a little bit more, but Hu Tao is still a more than functional character. She just, you know, isn't as universal as new Pyro options, Arlecchino, and, you know, future Lady coming out soon. So that makes her like a not high value pull anymore, but she's certainly not unusable for clearing the current game's content by any means. She's still more than strong enough, and the value she also still has, I think, significant value from being a non-Bennett reliant unit, which is a pretty significant factor in my opinion. But there's a lot of like expression of like how good you are at playing Hu Tao that can affect how good your clears are with Hu Tao and how good she feels to play for her damage output, more than like the individual differences between her builds. Although having more crit rate would be nice, but you know that's always the problem with Hu Tao and Staff of Thoma is have fun getting enough crit rate. If you end up getting Farina for Hu Tao in the future, you can do MH. MH is just going to be better for her if you have Farina. If you don't have Farina, there's ways to use it, but it's more restrictive. So yeah, C1 is great. Yes, of course. Yeah, I think that's all I got to say. There's ways to improve things. You know, you can maybe consider farming. The Xiao, quite frankly, is like not worth considering farming directly for until you have the supports to make him more viable in the endgame combat. You can just enjoy him in for overworld. Like he's an Animo DPS, and Animo DPSing has problems. At least Chasca is not an Animo DPS. You can still use the Animo set on her. She's just not an Animo DPS. So, anyways, unironically though, you based on like these two Xiao artifacts, I don't think you necessarily have insane VV artifacts, but I don't know. Try throwing this circlet on Chasca, throw this feather on Chasca, and then if you have a decent flower or onset goblet, attack percent goblet for Chasca in VV, try it and see if it's more damage than your Codex build. I wouldn't be surprised if it ended up being better. But anyways, it might not be. It depends on your artifacts. So, anyways, yep. I think you got a good thing going there. All right, let's do Timothy's thing. Oh, Jammer also gave me a donation I missed. Thank you for the 279. Gandhi, Mulani, Sino, Yai, or both. All right, we'll do in a bit here. Oh, I forgot to open up a window. Give me a second. I didn't open up a window specifically for donation chats that I normally do because I forgot. Alright, new window. The music in the new area is freaking great. Alright, there we go. Alright, sorry. Should have done this before the stream. I just didn't think about it because I'm stupid. Alright. Another reviews and people's thing. Saluna says is the only one. And watching hours of stream for maybe the builds coming. What are you talking about, Juberi? I'm confused. Alright. Blam, there we go. Okay, got that fixed. Alright, let's do Timothy's Burgeon Yoimiya. Well, what they say is Burgeon Yoimiya, but then every time I looked at it before, they didn't really have EM. But now they have more EM. Okay. They got just a whack ton of EM and substats. This is still mostly a normal Yoimiya. like, look, let's be real. Let's be real, Timothy. If you actually want to Burgeon Yoimiya, why ain't you doing like 500 EM, right? Like that's, I'd say, where like builds start to truly be focused on the transformative reaction potential is in the 500 EM and plus category. Like, I'm not saying this is not a respectable Yoimiya build or anything. It's a very respectable Yoimiya build. Obviously this is like a Farina focused Yoimiya build, but you know, you could build more EM than this if you really believe in Burgeon Yoimiya. Anyways, they're just a Burgeon Yoimiya memer. Not that Burgeon Yoimiya is impossible to use, but I can't say it's a recommended thing. But hey, if there's ever a freaking event that lets me actually try Yoimiya, I might configure a team that lets me do some Burgeon Yoimiya shenanigans just for the fun of it. You've succeeded. I'll do Burgeon Yoimiya in the future. Not that I'm pulling for Yoimiya, but I'll do it in the future in some form. You'll be able to see Burgeons. Anyways, I don't know what's actually different last time. Did you have MH last time, or did you use Shimenawa's? I don't remember. This is an insane MH build, I will say. Like, it seems pretty well balanced. but normally the main value of MH shines when you can start to get same thing as Codex, right? Is like it's either going to be a set that's valuable because of ease of building for giving you some free crit rate, or it's a set that is valuable for its ability to give you way higher amounts of crit damage at higher investment levels. But that requires more specific kinds of artifacts. The overall stat value is still pretty high on these things, so it's not like it's a problem. I don't think this build is dysfunctional, but it certainly doesn't look that insane for an MH build, right? This looks like what would be a really, really, really good crit ratio, you know, factoring in the crit stacks, for a Shimenawa's build, right? Which is to say it's a pretty underwhelming crit ratio for a MH build, but it has a lot of EM, which is like where all the crit rolls win. That's a good thing. It's much better than having to go into defense or whatever, right? So, anyways. It was Crimson, which last time went from 7200 to 100, 198. Yeah, so that is better because of the higher consistency then. Most likely, I'd say, compared to Crimson. Not that it would be an insane difference for the damage you see. It would basically be the same damage you see, if not slightly less for the crit numbers, but way more consistent. So yeah, it's a better build because having consistent crits is nice. But yeah, anyways. MH is valuable because that just ties you to particular things. Thank you, Tantan. We'll get to yours in a little bit. Alright, let's do a random one. Number 37, apparently. Who is it? Oh boy. Any others? Razors built for Shanyun Plunge. Okay, nice. Have you tried EM Razor though? Particularly with the buffs this patch, EM Razor got even stronger. So it's just a matter of like you probably use the easiest build is like similar to what I have on my Kave. If you want to do an EM focused Razor, to show it quick, let's just see again for anyone that missed it. Me mentioning at the beginning of the stream, you'll be able to see this build in action with Shatter Bloom Kave tomorrow. You know, just build full EM on Gilded Dreams. You know, give Razor Fav. You'll need to be able to crit a little bit, but full EM Razor works pretty well. It's usually kind of reliant on Bennett C6 though. Is the main factor. But anyways, Arlecchino's built for forward melt with C6 Kaya. Oh, nice, you have C6 Kaya. Layla and Chilonin. Alright. Arlecchino melt is built the same way that you would build like Vaporize Arlecchino. Well, actually, okay. Asterisk, I'd say EM would have slightly more value on melt versus on vape, but not crazily so. Oh boy. Yep, this Razor do be getting some big physical plungies. I mean, nice artifacts. That's all I'll say. Like, yeah, he'll get some big physical crit damage. That's for dang sure. I do think EM Razor builds are more cool though, I'm sorry. But I'm a little bit biased towards the reactions and not physical damaging. Because fundamentally this build is what you could put on literally any other Claymore unit, right? The one advantage that Razor has for physical plunging over other Claymore units is that he provides one of the elements for Superconduct to reduce physical resistance. So that's a good thing. But anyways. Okay, C6 Chasca on VV is better. I told you. Oh man, I knew VV was going to be competent on her, but I didn't expect it to be like as good as it is. By the way, Yuki, a little bit of tech for C6, or not C6 Chasca, just Chasca in general for VV. This will be in the short. After you press her skill, do a normal attack right after pressing her skill, because you'll get an instance of anima damage that will trigger a swirl. So get a VV buff. Usually for Farina, this would be. You'll get VV swirl for Hydro damage. Hydro, you know, swirl. Buff Farina right away while you're charging up her initial charge attack. And then make sure you get some VV buff for at least your Hydro bullets in Chasca's initial charge attack. So, yeah, make sure you do one normal attack first, right after scaling, and then start holding. Anyways, yeah, nice Razor, physical Razor. What was the other one? Arlecchino, Fischl, and others. All right, rare Fischl. I'm glad to see it. All right, Arlecchino C0 Homa with with the Homa crit ratio. It is annoying to get a lot of crit rate on Homa. I have 75% crit rate with a similar amount of crit damage on my Arlecchino, And I definitely in a Shivers team, I don't notice the inconsistency as much because her damage is more spread out. But when I'm doing like a vaporized Arlecchino, and in your case when you're doing a melt with Kaya, and if you're not doing double cryo, you're not getting cryo resonance, right? If you're doing cryo resonance, then you're getting 15% free crit rate for the hits that matter the most, at least. So when you don't land those really, really big scaling scaling reaction hits from like melt or vaporize. So in my case, it's normally when I'm doing like Candice, Arlecchino, Cosmo, Bennett together. Like I notice when I don't land the crit on the big vaporize hits, right? Which happens not insignificantly, with a 25% chance to not crit. You have a 35% chance to not crit, so that kind of hurts, is what I would say. But I also don't have a solution for you other than LOL, get better artifacts, because that's how building Arlecchino be. I do think one compelling aspect to the potential for Cryo Granny in the future, in conjunction with Rosaria. So this team is like Bennett, Rosaria, Sitlolly, with Arlecchino, of course. You get the crit rate buff from Arlecchino, and you get the crit buff from Cryo Resonance, which means functionally you have closer to, you won't always get the crit buff from Cryo Resonance because the enemies have to be affected by Cryo to have Cryo Resonance going. But that means that at least the big hits that will melt will have the Cryo Resonance buff. So I'd say functionally it's like having at least 25% more crit rate from that 2-unit combo on Arlecchino, and that's pretty dang significant. So, yeah. Do you also do reviews on Akasha? Like if you wanted to show a different build than I currently have equipped? And my form doesn't have any way to do that. You could mention your Akasha build in the thing if you want, and I can make you look at the Akasha thing. Or if you donate and you want me to look at Akasha, I can try to find your thing on Akasha. I don't know if Akasha does has an easy like just search by UID feature. I don't know. The point is, like, you can ask me to do it whether it be in the donation message or in the extra information here. But I'm not gonna make any promises if it's too clunky to do on Akasha. So, anyways, yeah, I look forward to doing melt Arlecchino things in the future as well. I just don't have C6 Kaya. Obviously, if you have C6 Kaya, though, you're not getting Cryo Resonance because you're just doing C6 Kaya alone, which is cool. But you're gonna suffer when you don't land the crit, which means you're gonna have to RNG optimize. You're gonna have to optimize around crit RNG for like abyss clears potentially. It'll be the experience of playing an Arlecchino that crits on her melts versus doesn't crit on her melts will result in different clear times, right? But she is a unit that you can optimize her landing those crits at the right times on. So it's just what you're willing to do. This is an extremely good Fischl build. Holy, what is this frickin' circlet? Actually get it out of my face. What in the mother of hell? Yep. Wow. Bruh. I would love... I like how it has attack percent and ER too. Like, what? You for real got a 4-line that had attack percent, ER crit rate, and flat attack. Only thing that could have been argued to be better is like EM there, right? And it rolled every roll. Every roll. Alright. Well, congrats. You have a lot better Fischl build than me. Like, this is a good enough Fischl build that I would be like I would seriously consider switching this build to the stringless. I use R3 Skyward Harp in my Fischl, and it lets her get a really nice crit ratio. I think I have something like 80, 85, 190 or something. But, I remove the Skyward Harp and suddenly it looks a little bit right. So, anyways, good lord. Strong fish. Yeah, that's all I can say. And it also means you have a stronger Chlorand, because Chlorand's strength is somewhat dependent on Fischl. Not on every team. Chlorand will be getting some value from Uika, which is cool. But anyways. Distracted. And any others. Yai. Not level 90 Yai? How dare you? Not Hybrid Redden. How dare you? Thundering Fury. Sino. Very nice. Good choice. Glad you do that. Also very nice build too. Wow, this is such a healthy Sino. Like, not an insane amount of EM, but he's getting EM from the Ballad of the Fjords, right? And so, like, I don't think you need much EM in substats. And an extremely healthy crit ratio. And a perfectly healthy amount of ER. Wow. Wow, your Sino build is extremely good. Yeah. Healthy Farina. Healthy Yelan. Well, I mean, hey, you have an AW piece, you can switch to an ER piece if you need it. So you're fine. Yep, that's a Nubilet. That is a Nubilet. A healthy Nubilet. You didn't neglect ER. Way too many people just like, the weapon you refines energy recharge. I don't need energy recharge. And then they like can't burst consistently. So, you know, and not bursting consistently on this dude is like not cool. Anyways, I don't know why. That was a little bit of a weirdly mocking voice. I didn't mean to be that mocking, but people like you need some ER even with this weapon. And why do I know that? Because I know I need some ER even when I've done double Hydra with him. I know that I need some ER when I'm using Prototype Amber, which refunds more ER than this thing does. So, you know, it's not a hard conclusion to draw when I already know I have energy issues with the weapon that refunds more energy. So, there you go. No Fischl. I already reviewed Fischl. Also, this isn't level 90 Fischl. How dare you? Level 90 or Fischl? How does this Fischl build? This Fischl build is this good and is not level 90? Also, your Alhaitham probably feels a lot worse by being... This is a good Alhaitham build. A really good Alhaitham build. And he's not level 90. To be clear, you don't need to level units. You're not using that much, but Fischl's damage with Ender will go up substantially. Alhaitham's damage with Electro will go up substantially because of the base additive damage bonus from the aggravate and spread reaction. Alhaitham's will go up even more than Fischl's would. Actually, I don't know. That might not be true. They're going to be a pretty significant increase. The base scaling of spread is slightly higher, but I don't know. Either way, if you're going to use either of these characters seriously, you need to level 90. Same thing with Yai, but you know, I would say Fischl has more universal utility. That as much as I like Yai, it makes more sense to level 90 Fischl before Yai. So, anyways, very nice. I think I actually managed to do that relatively quickly. Crazy. Alright, let's not make Jammer wait any longer, and hopefully I can avoid being swamped behind in donation reviews. What great music, God lord. Mulani, Ganyu, Sino, or Yai, or Poet. Okay. This is a very healthy Mulani. Yep. Yep. I don't know. I don't have anything else to say about your Mulani. It's an extremely healthy Mulani. I don't think you have any problem with it. If you're having any issues with this build, it is not because of the build. That's for dang sure. Good lord. Yeah, no. If you're having any issues with your Mulani, you're going to have to just get used to how she plays against different kinds of enemies. It's, in my opinion, part of the enjoyment of her. But, yeah. Ganyu is certainly a character. Is this Ganyu's new best weapon? Is it? Or is it just a really... I think it's definitely a really good weapon for her. Is it her best weapon? I have no idea. I don't think it is, right? Because she can't trigger the... Obviously, she can't trigger the attack percent. So it's just like the charge attack damage bonus she's getting. And I think she is getting the 48% charge attack bonus. Does that make it better than... I don't know. Either way, this is an extremely good Ganyu build. You're just showing off your build, Jammer. Let's be real. you don't need any help with this build, I don't think, to say the least. All right. How to get a character review? Look at the pinned comment or the description, or rewind the stream. But like, yeah, it's randomly selected, or you can do a donation. But donations might be delayed because it might get behind. Nice 2-piece Yai. That's what I run on her. Yeah. Healthy Yai. Healthy bit of EM, which is obviously good. Yep. Very healthy Yai. Very nice. Can't have her die after all. I mean, look, she is squishy, and if you're not used to playing her, she can get schmacked, and she takes a bit of damage. Yep. Not Thundering Fury Sino. Get out of my sight. I'm half joking. It's a good Sino build, to be clear. This is, depending on the team you're running, this might be enough ER, or very much might not be enough ER. Go check KQM's. KQM has a very nice breakdown on their Sino guide for his ER requirements between Thundering Fury and Golden and Gilded Dreams. Thundering Fury will reduce his ER needs, but then it's dependent on, like, are you doing double Electro or not? If you're not doing double Electro, he has higher ER needs. So, yada yada. And are you doing Fischl? I generally, in my play of Sino, have bias towards either building, if not with the double Electro, building a excess of ER on him on my Polar Molny account, because it gives him a lot greater flexibility for, like, adapting to new enemy spawning, yada yada. Being able to have the flexibility to end his rotation early whenever you need is really, really nice. So, anyways, and I really like Thundering Fury on him because it actually makes him more fun to play, on top of reducing his energy and being better for damage output when you're getting those extra skills out. So, yeah. R3 Festering Desire, I mean, this is what happens when they release a weapon very early on in the game when no one understood the relevance of anything in the game. And, like, people just started playing the game casually and didn't stress out about collecting things, and they didn't really know that it was never going to come back, right? And they didn't know that in 3 years they'd still be playing Genshin and that they want it for the Hydro Archon. Like, Mihoyo. This is not this player's fault. This is Mihoyo's garbage design practices fault. No, this is Enka.network. So, anyways, Mihoyo, you could be a less cringe company and add a way to acquire these weapons. It's not that hard. Put them in the Star Glitter shop. People would be cool with that, I think. That way your annoying FOMO strategy can still work. But then, because, like, right, if it costed, like, let's say it costed like 100 Star Glitter to get Festering Desire and all of its refinements from the Paimon shop or something, then your FOMO strategy will still work, because nobody wants to spend 100 Star Glitter. That's 20 wishes. No one wants to spend 100 Star Glitter on the freaking thing. Yes, I know Star Rail did it too. This is why I harp on this more lately, because they could do it in even a less cringe way than even the Paimon bargain shop. Anyways, Pipe is similar though. Not Pipe is a shite version of Festering Desire. That's what the Pipe is. The Pipe is not similar. It's a shite version of Festering. So, anyways, like, to be clear, is it the average player going to notice the difference between Festering Desire and Pipe? Probably not, because the average player doesn't even build enough ER and Farina to burst with her consistently, and I don't even want to talk about this Farina. We don't need yes, Farina will need more ER. Sometimes they can just switch to an ER timepiece, right? This Farina is in a perfectly fine balance. That's my point. So I don't need to yap about ER on her. She's either fine or she's not, but you can switch to ER timepiece, and that's kind of the ideal. Get to the point where your Farina build is flexible, where you change one thing on her, generally speaking, and don't have to change the whole Ars build, and that's where you want your Farina to be, in my opinion. So, anyways, yeah, Pipe doesn't exist anyways. Festering doesn't exist anyways, because Fab is king. All right. Anyways, thank you, Jammer. Hopefully, any information I said was relevant. I don't know. Your builds are pretty good. Is what I would say overall. I think you were mostly just flexing your Mulan and your Gani. Very nice. Your sign-up was good, but, you know, I do like a Thundering Fury more. Number 9. Alright, Tartaggles. Alright, Thoma's. I'm a Thoma main, and I want him to be perfect with a capital P. Is there anything I can improve? I know his ER is a tad low, but usually I run him on double pyro or even triple pyro, so it should be fine. Oh boy. I'm trying to get a 4-piece nymph build for Tartags, but the domain hates me. I mean, Tartaglia, and he's an interesting character, but he's just murdered by his, like, cooldowns, making his teams where he feels relevant extremely limited. So, like, as far as I'm aware, it's basically still just child national, right? As far as getting the 4-piece bonus on him goes, based on, you know, I don't know, like, don't forget, like when it comes to evaluating the 2-piece versus 4-piece bonus, it's just like you can have worse substat quality on the 4-piece artifacts. Like, if you're going to replace the circlet and the timepiece with 4-piece nymphs artifacts, they can have worse substats, so less crit, for example, than your circlet and timepiece currently do, but still be a better build overall, simply because of the fact that it gives more stats than the 4-piece bonus, right? Like, they're all just stats, are just coming from different locations. And generally speaking, that's the value of the 4-piece stats, is it lets you, you know, have less good stats otherwise. But your Tubies build is also good enough that would I say you're going to substantially notice the difference in your child's, like a child team's damage performance, whether or not you have 2-piece or 4-piece in stream? Probably not, in my opinion, unless you end up getting significantly more crit rate, because you might notice the consistency. So I don't know. Like your child build is very good with 2-piece, and I'm very much on the side of like, if your build feels good enough to you with a 2-piece combo, why bother the 4-piece combo, right? But it will be better. So I don't know. It's up to you if you want to continue farming. Kurumi, thank you for the AED. You didn't put any message with it. It might be because I think Google. This is a Google restriction, not a me restriction. I think they don't let you put a message if it's like a super low donation. I don't know whether or not it was, but thank you for the super chat. So yeah. Is attack goblet viable with white tassel Arlecchino? I wouldn't know. You're gonna feel that's gonna be pretty bad. It's more viable with a higher base attack weapon. And obviously, particularly without Bennett, but White Tassel already pushes her to be more reliant on Bennett, and Attack Goblet is meaningfully lower value with a 300 base attack weapon versus a 600 base attack weapon. So, yeah. Anyways. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I have any other thoughts on Child, unfortunately. Obviously, you want to level up his weapon, but I'm assuming you just got that. So... you know, obviously the attack stat will be higher and whatnot. I don't know. He can get really big instances of damage output in the teams where he makes sense, and that's cool. But I believe it's a little bit hard to play. So I would look up people that are experienced Child players and see how they play Child and the damage they get from builds that have like similar crit ratios to you maybe, but are on like 4-piece Nim stream, and that might give you a way to evaluate what his damage is. But if I do recall, like one big thing that I think tends to be a difference maker in like Child national teams and how the team performs is like, do you get the double swirl on Hydro and Pyro? Because if you didn't get the swirl on Hydro, your Child's damage is going to be way less. So like, I don't think he's an easy character to play, is ultimately all it is. But I don't have enough specific knowledge to tell you exactly what you need to do. Skyward Spine good on Arlecchino? I think it's fine actually. The ER is useless, but high base attack gives him a little bit of crit rate. It's probably better than White Tassel, right? Unless you really need the crit rate to make for a balanced, consistent critting build, right? Anyways, Thoma. Where's Tomer? Black Tassel. Okay, you said Thoma main, and I expected a DPS Thoma build, so this was a slight surprise. Oh, a little unfortunate you don't have C4. C4's energy refund definitely does help. I will say when I'm running solo Pyro Thoma on polearms only, with C4, I have found 198 ER to sometimes not be enough. So take of that what you will. I think you need more ER if you're using solo Pyro Thoma. You mentioned you were doing like double pyro things with Thoma. If you want Thoma to do damage himself, he doesn't do any HP scaling damage. So like making Thoma deal damage is mostly just like you can do something with it, right? You don't have C6 Bennett unfortunately, but it's not impossible to do DPS Thoma by any means. You can build him for Emblem if you want. You can focus him down into his burst damage. That helps meet his ER needs. Yeah, the more you focus Thoma into damage, the less he is doing shielding though, right? So the less of a defensive unit he is. And that's the give and take with him. And even if you build him for damage, he's not going to be doing an insane amount of damage. If you have a Fav Lance, by the way, I would probably switch to Fav Lance, but then you're going to need more crit rate substats, so, you know. Well, you don't have a... I mean, you have the one artifact, at least. No, I thought this was crit rate, but that's crit damage. Yeah. I don't know. Anyways, you have a lot of HP, so it's a very tanky shield Thoma. Without being outburst consistently, he's doing a bit less. The other things you can do with Thoma, of course, are like Burgeon builds, because he can be pretty good for proccing Burgeon cores. But you're getting into more you're gonna get a team comps that are a bit weirder. We're talking like Farina, I don't know what the frick. Farina, Bennett, Nahida, Thoma kind of situation. I don't know if you have Nahida. So, and then you build a bunch of EM on him and try to just do some normal attacks, and you can on-field him in that team, right? But anyways, he's a useful enough character because of the rarity of off-field pyro application. There's just restrictions to how he does off-field pyro, requires normal attacks, and it's also like focused in front of your character in like a little like rectangle. As far as the hitbox, his ER situation is awkward. So I don't know. He's in a really weird conjunction of useful, but has like multiple different build paths that you can go down towards. Right now, yours is basically without bursting consistently in teams with a lot of pyro units is a more skill shield focused build, and that's fine for just like casual use in Overworld. So you know, these are all details that matter, you know, mostly for the end game content for Abyss. So Bennett has Sack Sword. I would recommend Sapwood Blade for your Bennett. Didn't even notice that. Good catch, Tabby. Yeah, I would level up Sapwood Blade. I think you'll be fine with a little bit of lost ER from that, and you'll gain a lot from the Bennett buff increase. Yep. Anyways, let's do another random. Well, oh wait. Yeah, we'll do another random one. I'll do Tantan's donation. 128. Xingqiu, Shalon, and Fischl. Oh, man, we rarely see Fischls when I'm doing these streams. I'm getting multiple fishes in one day. Crazy. Gomming's a stand-in from Muiga. And I got a new fish goblet from Elixirs. Ooh, okay. Let's see. Did it roll well? Alright, Xingqiu, Shalon, and Fischl. I learned it, by the way, in the Kave video. I spent like a good hour of like the 2 hours I was recording the Kave video trying to play a Xingqiu variation of the team, and I ran into, I wish I had a more invested Xingqiu, because I'm pretty sure I would have been able to 36-star with Kave Shatter Bloom on a full 4-star team with a Dia team on the second side of Abyss. If I had a more invested Xingqiu, but I did not. My level 70 Xingqiu suffered a little bit. Not for Hydra application, just for damage output. And it was particularly a struggle. Like, I was actually able to do Chamber 2 and 3. Or sorry, Chamber 1 and 2. Chamber 3, though, with the stupid Pyro dudes that couldn't be frozen, therefore I couldn't trigger Shatter on them with Kave, was a bit not ideal. So, I still could have 36-star with that team if I put a stronger team than a Dia team on the second side. But who does that? No. Anyways, your Xingqiu build is pretty good. You with C6, I think technically his ER requirements are more like 180 with Sack Sword. I definitely have personally found myself still preferring a little bit more than that, particularly because there is times where he can miss the Sack Sword reset. Oh, you actually have R3 Fast Sword. I think R3 is where the break-even point was. But even the point being, more importantly, is like you have an even higher chance of missing the Sack Sword reset, and that means an excess of ER, in my opinion, is quite nice. So, anyways, how was shatter damage after the buffs? I believe the highest I saw while recording, I don't know if this will actually end up in the edited video when I'm done editing, was 43,000 shatter damage. So, pretty nice. It's a doubling. It's doubled what it was before, and it's enough to make it feel like it's doing meaningful damage. So anyways, R3, like, will let you do a Sack Sword reset, yeah, once per rotation, potentially, but, the problem is it still won't trigger all the time, because it's a 70% chance to trigger, and yes, his skill hits twice, and you're in an AoE situation of enemies. If his skill hits multiple enemies, yes, it should be easy, but not always, and I think excess ER does make sense on him. Obviously, your current rate could be a little bit better, but your Xingqiu build definitely does a lot more damage than my Xingqiu build. That's all I can really say. I think it's fine. I don't think it's worth stressing out hyper-optimizing Xingqiu, but he's also one of those characters that's strong enough at like really high investment levels that, you know, crowning his burst, getting a really, really good build on him might actually feel very worthwhile. But it also depends on your other Hydra options in the game. When I have so many Hydra options in the game, The only time you need to use Sing Cho is like as a lower investment Hydra option or for his defensive utility. And I've mostly felt like I hadn't had to meaningfully invest in him past what I have. Other than now that I've wanted to with Kave, just because I wanted to try to clear with a 4-star team. But anyways. I'll get Sit Lolly C2. I'm not going to commit to C2, but I am almost assuredly getting C1, because C1 makes her a really interesting flat damage buffer. And that means Sit Lolly C1 will now allow you to do fun DPS shenanigans with any characters in the game. So like if you really want Sit Lolly to buff physical damage, Sit Lolly C1 will potentially do that for you. Because so many, like if you want a normal attack physical damage Sing Cho because you like his normal attack animations, right? His normal attack multipliers aren't very significant, and flat damage buffs like from Yoon Jin can make you see like actually meaningful physical damage, right? So C1 Sit Lolly can make you see like flat damage buffs on your physical damage, and it probably won't be ideal in Sing Cho because of how Sit Lolly's C1 works. But anyways, this I'm not going to talk in depth about Sit Lolly here. Stuff might change. We're still in the early beta. I don't. So anyways, but if Sit Lolly C1 stays as it is, I very, very much look forward to it. It's a very, very interesting flat damage buff that offers a lot of creative control over doing different things with it. So, anyways, no, Sit Lolly C1 is not a Bennett replacement. It is not. It is not 1,200 attack. No. Anyways, what was the other characters? Shalon and Fischl. Well, Shalon is a character of, it doesn't really matter what stats you give on her if you don't have her signature, quite frankly. You just need the 4-piece set. The only thing you need is defense percent and ER for being able to heal when you need to heal. But you don't need to even heal consistently on her. Like, you don't need, enough ER to burst consistently on her if you're not using her with Farina as the only healer on a Farina team, right? It's possible she might not be the only healer on a Farina team. You might be doing Farina, Bennett, Shalonen together, and if you're doing that, you don't need to burst. Bennett can be a healer, right? You don't need to burst consistently on Shalonen. So, like, point is, I see you have a crit rate circlet, and I don't know, like, it doesn't matter. It's fine. It really doesn't matter. Being that you do have Farina, I would recommend having a build accessible that could burst consistently for Farina. But yeah, Shalonen's build just doesn't matter. You don't need crit on her. She does no damage. So you have made her go from like basically 0 damage times 130 crit damage is still 0. 0 times anything is 0, right? And like, yes, she's not technically doing 0 damage, but relative to all the other damage happening on her team, Shalonen is doing 0 damage, basically. So it's more like, she's doing 0.01 damage times 2 when you have a good crit build on her, versus 0.01 times 1 without a good crit build on her. So like, yeah, crit rate is generally something you can build for Fab Sword in particular. Yeah. So, anyways, point is, it's a perfectly functional Shalonen build as long as you don't need to burst to heal on Farina. So it's possible you might want to consider getting a healing bonus, def percent circlet, ER substats, or flexibility to switch to an ER timepiece with more def substats. A Flower and Feather with more ER or def substats for the purpose of min-maxing her energy recharge balance, energy recharge and defense percent balance, in conjunction to maximize healing for Farina. That's a consideration, but it's not a necessity. So, yeah. Anyways, Fish, C6 Fish, Skyward Harp. This is a very good harp build. Yep. This looks pretty similar to my harp build, just with more crit damage, less crit rate. Similar crit ratio, similar ER, honestly. You have more EM actually than me. I'd say your Fish build is slightly better. I'm jealous of your onset goblet. Give it to me. I could admit that's the one thing my visual build could actually use to be a lot better as an onset goblet, but that's easier said than done, to say the least. So, yep, very good Fish build. I think that's all there is to it. I think one thing I got experiment more with Fischl on stringless, versus Skyward Harp again. It's probably still the same situation in situations where like Skyward Harp R1 versus an R5 stringless. Like Skyward Harp is technically worse than R5 stringless for Fischl and Aggravate. So with the Dendro unit, but Fischl is also very usable in not Aggravate situations, right? And Skyward Harp R1 is barely worse than stringless in Aggravate situations. Hence why I have basically always left Skyward Harp on her. But now that the Overload Electro Charge have been buffed, I gotta test Skyward Harp again and looking to see if those numbers have changed at all. It's possible stringless is almost more compelling now because of the reaction buffs, but yeah. Anyways, also Superconduct, by the way. So 3 different electro reactions. We had our yearly official buff, is my point, and that means the weapon situation changes slightly on her. If you were going to change to a Skyward or stringless build, you'd have to probably do a crit rate cyclet, of course. But anyways, your official build is very good. This is beside the point. I was just mentioning thoughts that popped in my head as far as official goes. All right, so this is supposed to be a Muika placeholder. Serpent Spine will obviously be good on her. ER, by the way, and just in case you didn't know, I'm guessing these are just stats you had. ER is a dead stat on her. Overall, I'd say this is looking like a pretty healthy Muika build. She does the same with crit damage, so this will be like 210 crit damage, I think. So yeah, it looks like a pretty dang healthy Muika build, is what I would say. Yep. I think that's kind of it. She's not going to be a very complicated character. As far as stat needs, it's basically just crit. And if you have some bonus attack percent, EM, there you go. So you might be a little bit low in attack percent, is what I'd say. Attack percent, particularly because some Muika, as it is right now, these things might change, is pretty reliant on Xilonen over any other character as far as her carry playstyle goes. Supportive is a different context, and Muika does have pretty high supportive potential value. Anyone ignoring that and just considering Muika to be a carry is being a bit silly, and they don't understand the game or what her kit is, quite frankly. So she needs Xilonen, though, really, for her carry playstyle to actually make sense. Not that she won't do 0 damage without Xilonen. You do have Xilonen, of course. But it'll be different. It'll be a different experience using her. And that Xilonen reliance means there's situations where you might not use Bennett with her. And the situation of not using Bennett with Muika means that you might get a higher relative value from attack percent on her in non-Bennett teams than you would normally expect. So that's all I will say, is like, don't underestimate the value of your attack percent stats on her. But generally speaking, though, you can also still do, you can do Xilonen and Bennett, and probably Farina or like Sitlali, I think is a like Sitlali, Bennett, Farina, Xilonen is something I've seen a little bit of footage from. That will not be a team though where like you consistently melt on Muika, most likely. You'd have to put in a second cryo unit, and that's where like Bennett starts to get shoved out. If you end up putting like a Rosaria instead of Bennett in that team, and then attack percent has a lot higher value in that situation. So anyways, but this seems like more than a functional of Muika build. I don't think it's worth stressing significantly. I'm just saying don't neglect the value of attack percent. Thank you, Louis-X. Get to your stuff in a second. Alright, that was it. Oh wait, your official goblet, what was it? Oh, this was you used this on the elixirs. Holy. Wow. Well, I wish that went that well for me. Well, no, okay. What's funny is, like, if this is how my Arlecchino goblet went when I used the elixirs the other day, it would have been an upgrade. I would have been happy with it. But it would have been a pretty dang minor upgrade, right? And so, like, I still wouldn't have been happy with it, which is funny. But anyways, I would love to have this on my main account for official. Anyways, I'm guessing it's not okay to discuss leaks here. In my opinion, they're not leaks. In my opinion, discussing them, you are discussing things you have seen. You are not leaking things. Someone else leaked things. You are just talking about things. I'm not going to ban people for discussing things. I'm not saying I'm going to directly talk about it, But this person asked specifically about Mawika. That's why I was talking about Mawika, and when I've talked about Sitlali, I'm talking about her. All these things might change, but they're relevant. Oops, selected the game by accident. Sudden gunshot sounds. All these things are relevant, and like, I think this is good best practice, right? This is why, like, I don't subscribe to the idea of like ignoring leaks, for kit leaks, to be clear, because I think it's very important to be informed about future things coming. Because if you don't plan for crap in this game, in gacha games in general, you're just forever at the whims of like the company, right? You're fully falling to the gacha loop, where they're trying to manipulate you into just caring about the current thing and just wishing on the current thing. So anyways, are Hoyo creators allowed to do that? The Hoyo creator program has basically no restrictions. To be clear, they say that you're not supposed to talk about leaks. I don't consider them to talk about leaks. I'm not sharing leaks. I have not shared a single leak. I have talked about them. I've discussed things that I've seen other people discussing. That's what I've done. I'm not leaking anything. The people that are like, playing the beta and telling people that are not in the beta are the ones leaking information. They're breaking their NDAs. I have not... Like, I'm not in the beta. I'm not working at Hoyoverse. I'm just talking about things I've seen other people talking about. And I think these things are important to talk about, because if you don't prepare for things, you're just stuck at the whims of the gacha company. Anyways. And I'm not talking about story crap, I'm just talking about paying attention to character kits so you can make informed decisions now, rather than just pulling emotionally like they want you to, right? Because if you pull emotionally, they can make more money off of you. Anyways. Whatever. That's my mindset. So if I ever get contacted by Hoyoverse and they're like, hey, you're not supposed to talk about leaks, and I'm like, I'm not talking about leaks. It's your job to restrict like people, you know, the spread of leaks. It's your job to punish people that are leaking information in the first place. I'm not leaking information. I'm just talking about things I've seen people talk about. Frick off. But they never contacted me. So as far as I can tell, by the way, every single Hoyo creator that is like scared and pissing their pants constantly. Okay, no, I'm making it. I'm hyperbolizing. I'm not saying people are actively pissing their pants, but all the Hoyo creators that are just like, ugh, no leaks. Sorry for the rant, but like, no leaks, are like just too scared of, you know, their cash cow, right? Like, because, right? Like, I get it. I do get it. It might be that eventually if I reach a size where I do need to not risk Mihoyo's ire, but I don't know. At the size, especially the bigger creators, at the size they are, if they truly are that scared of like talking about pre-release like kit information to make their viewers and themselves better informed for the future, that means they're getting absurd amounts of money from Mihoyo. And I'm not getting absurd amounts of money from Mihoyo. I'm getting some primo gems from them, from the stupid Hoyo creator program. So anyways, I got banned for sending him a Wika gift in the Genshin Discord server. That was the top result on Tenor because of the leak. Exactly. How the heck is Hamurato when they go and Google Mawika, right? Like I could go and Google Mawika right now, and footage that is from the beta that I don't even know is from the beta could pop up on a Google search, right? Just because I Googled Mawika, and maybe the reason I Googled Mawika is because Mihoyo announced the character officially, or maybe because people have been waiting for this character in-game forever. Like, that's not leaking. Hamurato did not leak. They just shared something they thought looked cool. They didn't know that it was not officially announced or anything. So, anyways. Point is, like, Mihoyo can't do anything. Like, you're talking about Jester and Zajef. Then this is the same thing like I do. Like, I discuss it. I'm not sharing footage, right? And they don't take down... Mihoyo seems to be completely fine with not... I mean, I shouldn't say they're completely fine. I'm sure they probably still don't like Zajef or whatever. I'm sure Mihoyo doesn't like Zajeff, because Zajeff makes people more informed, and informed people will spend less money, probably. But that's a different problem from like they know they can't take down his content. They have no justification for taking down his content when he's not actually sharing anything. He's discussing things. So anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah, we're done here. Good lord, who did that? Why'd you give me on that tangent? Good job. Let's do Louis-Ax's thing. Oleron, let's go. Sick. First Oleron. Alright. How about you discuss Ito constellations? Yes, of course. I'll get C82 Ito the next time he reruns. Promise. Definitely not C-1. Proud C6 Kave Heifer. Nice. Look, hopefully you'll enjoy tomorrow's video. The Oron. Sathos, Nuvi, Rio, and Dilu. Alright. Aqua. Oh my lordy. Thank you, Yoimiya. You mentioned looking at Akasha profiles. Okay, we'll do. Aqua on Oron is not a bad option. Realistically, I think Oron only has super high value to being high level 90 now. Super high value to being built like this in Dendro context, which you very well might be using. And Aqua is certainly not a bad statistic option as long as you can get enough ER, and you manage to have 154 ER in substats. That's pretty dang good. So, yeah, very nice build. This still probably is not enough ER in some teams, but I don't know exactly what teams you're using him in, so it depends. Maybe you're on-fielding him. I'm going to hopefully... My hope is to get a Kava video out tomorrow. And I'm going to hopefully record a on-fielding Oron video, but also a not just on-fielding Oron and just talking about some of the circumstances of Oron and how good of a character he is in different situations. So it'll be more generalized. It'll initially focus on on-fielding him. But there's not that much to do with on-fielding him because he's a bow character, not made to be an on-fielder, and bow characters have the least creative ability to do things on-field, quite frankly. But anyways, and then I'm hopefully going to have a account fixing kind of video-ish. It might be it's going to be a return to my brother's account. I thought my brother's account would be interesting to look at again, you know, over a year later. So, anyways, that's my plan for this week. Point is, Oron is a great character. I like having him elegy, is what I've definitely settled on. I really like my elegy build. But this is obviously a very serviceable build. It's just like right in that line of like, some teams might not have enough ER, and that's like awkward. is kind of all it is. So, worst case scenario though, if you really need the ER, you just swap him to an ER timepiece, right? He'll still probably get decent damage regardless of losing the attack. Obviously it'll be a little bit of a damage loss, but yeah. Anyways, very nice Oron. I like it. He got lots of crit damage. Nice Sethos. Ooh, you're doing a high ER build. Let's go. Well, actually, you're not necessarily... I mean, you're doing a high ER build by accident? Question mark? Maybe on purpose? I don't know. Interesting. I like your approach, though. You have not sacrificed much, and you have a whack ton of EM. This is a very respectable Sethos build. I'm pretty sure this weapon might be worse than Slingshot on him. With that said, I think Slingshot loses some value after you do his 4 buffed charge attacks. Let me guess, not enough crit rate? No, you have C1. It's 76% crit rate. It's not that much of a problem. So, yeah. I have better crit stats on Wanderer Troop on Tignari. You have Tignari here? No. That's fair. Yeah, anyways, I like your balance you got for stats overall. It is possible that Slingshot might be better, though. So, this will be better if you're doing, like, electro-charge things with him. I've done a little bit of messing around with that. I've done a little bit of, like, overload beams. Like, you can have him be functional in Shepherd's team. You can have him be functional in electro-charge team. In some form or another, right? And... like, he is surprisingly usable outside of Dendro context, is what I have personally found. And in that context, this weapon starts to be a lot better. than Slingshot potentially, where his attack stat and whatever matters more. But Slingshot might be better with a crit damage circlet. So yeah. Anyways, try it because it's a 3-star weapon. You probably have it. How long is the waiting list for account reviews? It's not a waiting list. It's randomized. If you really urgently feel like you need information from me for these things, you'd have to donate. I'm sorry. I think the only fair way I can do it is do it randomly, and then, hey, I can do no ads and take some donations as well. That's the balance I have found for these. Anyways, newbie, nice setups though. Anyway, just try Slingshot on him and see how it goes. This is a strong newbie. You didn't neglect ER. Crazy, who knew? What a goblet. Wow, that's a heckin'... Yeah, that's one heck of a Hydra goblet. Alright. Yep. This seems to be a very, very healthy newbie-let. Nervy-let. Also, it has C1, so, like, yeah, you got no problem. You can probably just solo with this newbie-let half the time. Risley. Who is this? I've never seen this character before. What does it do? Is this leaks? See? Like, look, actually, on it... Okay, sorry, I'm returning to the leaks rant. Unironically, put yourself in the shoes of a new player. Does a new player know that Risley is a leaked character or not? They don't. They don't have the pre-existing knowledge to know whether Risley is an existing character or not. That you could easily convince someone he's a leaked character. Like, unironically, with how little they rerun certain characters, I don't think it's that incorrect to say Risley doesn't exist for many characters. So, like, this is what annoys me, right? It's just like, I would argue, you know, you could say that, oh, footage of Risley is leaked because he doesn't exist for a lot of people. Anyways, whatever. Shenhe, yeah, exactly. By the way, C1 Sit Lolly might kind of be a better Shenhe, but anyway, not objectively. Anyway, I'm not gonna talk about it here. But it's funny, is all it is. So, anyways, I still plan on getting Shenhe, to be clear, but C1 Sit Lolly gives less reason for Shenhe to exist. So, yeah, it's not objectively better. There's definite upsides to how Shenhe buffs versus how Sit Lolly C1 buffs. You have more control over Shenhe's buff, and like there's situations where Sit Lolly C1 buff will do very little for cryo units relative to what Shenhe buff does. Because of the fact that Shenhe's buff is restricted to only cryo damage, Sit Lolly's buff is all instances of damage, and therefore, in certain team contexts, Sit Lolly's buff will just disappear very quickly, whereas you can control Shenhe's buff more. So it's not a one-to-one comparison. But there's also definitely situations where it will just be better. So, anyways, she's getting crapped a bit. Not really, again, because like Sit Lolly is not intended to buff cryo units that much. It's just a more useful, a universal flat damage buff, in my opinion, is a more useful thing to have than a flat damage buff that's niche. So, yeah. Anyways, what will we? Well, no, it was Rio and D-Luke. C1 Rio, very nice. This is an extremely good Rio build. Yeah. I respect. You actually, I think, put have a little bit better artifacts on Rio than you even do on your Nuvilette, and that's awesome. So yeah, I haven't looked into whether or not Mawika will do much for Rio or not. She might. If Mawika solo Pyro enables pretty consistent melts on Rio, then Mawika might be a significant upgrade for her. For him. But there's also, I think, a very good chance she won't do enough Pyro for Rio to melt consistently, so I'm not sure. Anyways. Yeah. Yeah, you might need Emily. So, I don't know. Either way, we'll have new, like, even Pyro Traveler, honestly, in conjunction with someone like Emily, right? You're doing burn melt. Pyro Traveler's ability to use the support artifact set, or Mawika, will give Melt Risley some more options, which is really cool. So I don't think you're gonna need to pull Mawika to get new options next patch for Melt shenanigans on Risley, which is sick. Yeah, overcap by 0.4% crit rate. Absolutely brick character, true. Anyways, I like, man, this artifact set is so much better designed than 4-piece codex. But what, we don't need to go on that rant. Like one reason I think that though is because it's actually less bad to overcap crit rate on MH than it is on not MH on mini characters because it takes time to build up stacks, right? So, anyways, whatever. I really dislike both of the Natlan artifact sets. Kind of, I like the support set because it's like the support artifact set is the only thing that's actually making certain character like man, Oron would be a fucking like underwhelming character as all heck if he didn't have this artifact set, right? I love the character's kit in conjunction with the artifact set, but like without the artifact set, he becomes a very whatever character. So I like the support set, but at the same time, this support set could be something completely different, and then they could have done some of these things that this support set does inbuilt into the character kits themselves, right? That's kind of my fundamental problem with these artifact sets and how they are Natlan races sets. So, anyways, does Oron help Nuvi? Yes. Do you need him for Nuvi? No. But like he's gonna be better for Nuvi than Fischl. So, you know, even without Farina. Anyways, I keep forgetting who was the. No, oh, is it? Oh my God, Diluc. Anyways, nice Nuvi or nice Rio character that doesn't exist. Hopefully soon. I don't think I'm gonna get him on his rerun, by the way. I don't think he's that interesting to me personally, but it's still crazy they've gone this long. Like, how did Linny get 2 reruns before him? Like, what the frick? It's not like Linny was a popular character. They just reran Linny, I swear, just to make the freaking weapon banner better for Chasca pullers, which is so cringe. It's so cringe that I think they reran Linny just to make weapon banner better. Ugh. Whatever. Diluc. C5 Diluc, nice. C6 Diluc is interesting. I might try leveling up and learning him if I get C6 anytime soon. But nice red horn Diluc. You should do defense main stat, clearly. No, that's a joke, mostly. To be clear, you know, defense being converted to a damage stat is cool. But it does not mean you build full defense on him or anything. It's just a funny thing you could do, technically. Yeah, and yes, overcapped. Oh no, they're overcapped. Woe is them. They're really suffering. Especially the fact that they you know, are gonna not have to wait for the build-up time as much. Anyways, another example of being slightly overcapped and not being that much of a problem, whereas being overcapped on Codex is just like, it's literally a dead stat, or it's not literally a dead stat in this context. So, anyways, yeah, whatever. Anyways, nice build on Diluc. Very nice, indeed. Yeah, I mean, nothing else to say. Anyways, I spent too long on that. Good lord. All right, do a random one. I need to go do some more free ones. Oh lordy, and not even any context. All right, the more characters you give, the faster I'm gonna try to go through them. Because I would like to do more than this, but if there's something interesting that makes me yap, there is. Also, another Fischl. What's with all the Fischls today? I'm happy, but like, what happened? Like, all the people want me to review Fischl today, and like, no Fischls in the past. Crazy. You're welcome, Luax. Thank you for the donation. Also, wait, I just realized, like, Kurumi, were you still in chat? Because I did skip over you for Luax, but I didn't see you say anything in the chat earlier, but I might have missed it. If you're still in chat and you donated to me for a review, try to get your UID in the chat or whatever. But YouTube sometimes doesn't like you just posting UIDs, so, you know, I don't know. You got skipped as well? No, you didn't. I think you're next. Wait, did I skip you? Oh, no, I did skip you. Oh, okay. What I blame is that my window scrolled down. I did skip you. My bad, Tantan. I'll do you next. Thank you. Oops. God dang it. Whatever. The thing, I swear, the thing scrolled down and it made yours disappear. Anyways. Very nice Fischl, by the way. We're seeing all the crazy strong Fischl builds today. I don't like Aqua that much on her. Like, when I had it on weapons only, I didn't notice that much of a difference versus other options for her. But this timepiece is ridiculous. Yeah. Nice goblet, very nice circlet. Yeah, this is a very good Fischl build. Yup, that's all there is to it. Same thing as, like, I think Aqua versus Stringless is a similar situation where I'm not confident Aqua is better than Stringless in Aggravate, but it's a little bit of a it depends on how you're using Fischl situation. Also, you don't have C6 Fischl, slightly sad. It is a meaningful difference to her utility, but not crazily. So, I wish I was Cakes Lady. Oh boy. Oh boy. Most normal Genshin player. I already forgot. Xingqiu, Farina, Hu Tao. Alright, classic. Did we need to look at Muani? We did. Arlecchino, Muani. Okay. Too many characters. Yep, that's a perfectly fine stat stick weapon for her if you have it. I respect that. Yeah, you got it. This is another very healthy Muani. See, this artifact set just makes her pretty easy to build, especially when you have a big fat crit damage weapon. And this is a really good build regardless of that. But, yeah. Yep. Healthy Muani. Don't have a crazy amount of HP substats other than your circlet, but your circlet certainly helps balance it out. And you also have HP timepiece in conjunction with a bunch of EM and substats, so this is a very healthy Muani. Yep. Haran Xingqiu, interesting. This is a very strong Xingqiu. See, this is what I was talking about, where, like, I would like to have the ability to switch my Xingqiu to a really nice, strong, invested build like this one. If I had a Xingqiu like this on my main account, I am very confident I could have cleared the Abyss with the Shatter Bloom Kave full way through. Very nice Xingqiu. Even got a nice additional bit of ER, which I think is smart. Even with C6 Xingqiu, to make sure he's just a little bit more consistent and not suddenly doesn't have a burst one time when you need it. So, yep. Anyways, I think it was Hu Tao. Dragon's Bane. Nice. This is a pretty healthy amount of crit for a Dragon's Bane Hu Tao. A little bit low crit rate, but you know what? I think it seems to be you have made that decision actively. I would personally probably still switch to a crit rate circlet in this situation, and I'm fairly confident that is better on a math level. But if you want to optimize around crit RNG, more power to you. Quite frankly. This is an extremely healthy Hu Tao regardless. So, oh, it's MH. Oh my god, frick. Always the MH ganking. Every time. It happens every stream. Every stream, at least once. I don't notice that MH is on a character. God dang it, Farina. This is what you've done to the game. Whatever. Okay, never mind. Never mind. This is just a very good build. Anyways. Arlecchino. This is a healthy Arlecchino. Yep. Very healthy. A bit of dead stats in your HP. Clearly you should get Staff of Homa, that way you can pretend it's not dead stats. As a joke. Don't do that. Also, I mean, the banner just re-rans. It's probably not going to show up for another year. Yeah, anyways. Yep. Yeah. This guy has built Arlecchino on MH, and you thought? Oh, yeah. I mean, you can. One of the interesting things you can do with Arlecchino that is compelling for MH is for non-Farina teams. You could do Burgeon shenanigans. Burgeon will enable MH pretty consistently. And she has a self-heal, so like, and damage reduction, such that like it's not really that hard to stay alive, but it still can be. Particularly what is harder actually to stay alive against is the burning damage more than anything, which also helps build MH stacks. But like you can actually get MH going on, like, you know, without Farina. And Farina has problems, of course, with Arlecchino, because you need to burst consistently on her. But with Burgeon Arlecchino, you don't have to. But I don't know. Anyways, Emily Arlecchino also is a pretty consistent, like it's not 100% of the time because of enemy hitboxes, but in most situations you can get pretty consistent MH stacks from doing like Emily Arlecchino together, and that's kind of interesting. But anyways, I don't think this person should switch to MH from having this good of an artifact set. I think it's mostly just something you can consider if you don't have good enough gladiator artifacts or this artifact set, of course. or two-piece combos to be able to have a consistent experience with Arlecchino. Ultimately, she's strong enough that I think the specific nuances of what exact build you go with aren't going to make that much of a difference on her most of the time, and your ability to clear the game's content. It's more going to be tied to the investment of your support situation and whatnot. So, anyways, very nice Arlecchino. Is there anyone I missed? Farina. Did I look at Farina? I feel like I looked at Farina. Did I not? No, I didn't. Oh, it's a key Farina. Nice. Okay. Interesting. 37,000. With key Farina, you should probably do HP Goblet, because you get more EM, right? With that said, that might be slightly worse for Farina's damage, because this is giving so much HP, right? But the just more EM buffing, both for Farina and then for other units, is the idea. It's what I have tested, key on my Farina, and that is what I have found I prefer when I'm using key on Farina. Although this Hydro Goblet also has a bunch of HP and substats, so, this also is not... a lot of times when I do key Farina, it's a solo Hydro Farina, by the way. And in my experience, this is not enough ER for a key Farina. You need more like 210 in my experience to be comfortable, which means you probably only need like 200, which means 190 might be fine. But anyways, the point is, having a non-ER weapon on Farina makes her energy situation really annoying. This is why Fab is her signature weapon. Other than that, though, the point is, new ER is annoying on Farina. Your build is good. That's all that's important. I would muck about with an HP Goblet if you have it, but if you don't have it, don't stress about it, in my opinion. It's not going to make that big of a difference for Farina's damage, and it's not going to make that big of a difference for your other team's damage with the EM buff or anything. That's all. But hey, you have her signature weapon at least, which is cool. And no, I will... Well, no, okay, I lied. You have her signature weapon, but it's probably on someone else. You probably have it... No. I see no favs here. What's wrong with you? Who hurt you? What's wrong with you? Anyway, where's all the fabs? Anyways, anyway, the joke of this being her signature weapon is that I consider this weapon better and more useful on her in more situations than her signature weapon is. So, yeah. Anyways, he has 2 IHS signatures, does he? Nice. Alright. Okie dokie. Let's do Tantans before I forget, because I skipped them before. Alright, thank you, Tantan. They want me to look at newbie riding Farina, as always, and Shalonin. You can be blunt with me and tell me what I can improve on your characters. Love your videos. Thank you. Alright. I mean, if you want me to be blunt, I think her signature is not a very good weapon. but you do have a healthy amount of ER, which I respect. I appreciate that you actually have enough ER on your Farina to use this weapon solo Hydro mostly. Most of the time. Almost all the time. Also, HP Circlet is an interesting choice, particularly because that HP Circlet is not that insane. I would probably use a crit rate circlet on her. Yeah. Obviously, you might be using it for the ER, I guess. Now that I think about it, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't think it'd be that hard. I think realistically, well, I don't know. The 16, if you you are not gonna be able to just switch to a crit rate circlet without any ER, I suspect. And you'll probably notice some burst downtime issues, which is not ideal. So, I feel comfy on that amount of ER. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm saying, like, crit rate circlet is better, but losing the 16 ER is rough. So easier said than done is what your situation is. This is a very nice timepiece, by the way. I've been kind of wanting, like, I have a slightly higher crit value timepiece, ER timepiece in this, but it doesn't have any HP. So this is like a significantly better timepiece than mine for ER timepiece. But yeah, like there's no real way. See, this is why her signature is annoying, by the way. Because this is what you need to use her signature, right? You need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 substat rolls across 4 artifacts in ER on top of an ER timepiece to get to the point to have a comfortable amount of ER with Freena's signature before she's C4. So anyway, this is why, like, God, her weapon is just... like, her number 1 stat she needs is ER, and her weapon doesn't give any energy, right? It is stupid. It's weird that they gave Nubilet an energy refund passive, and they didn't give Furina the energy refund passive when she needed it more. But anyways, you have a build that can use it. It's just awkward to change things is all. 600 pulls saved from Moiga. Oh Jesus, I mean, I will say you should stop at C2. She's already a strong carry at C0. She is just kind of stupid at C2 because Mihoyo Archon constellation things, they gotta bait people to pull for constellations. I don't think anyone should pull for it until after they have used the character for several months. But if you want to, don't let me stop you. It's your wishes. I would just say I would just consider stopping at C2 and her signature weapon or whatever if you really like her. And this is enough to guarantee C2 on her weapon, right? Well, okay, asterisk. Not necessarily enough to guarantee C2 on her weapon if you get quite unlucky. But you'd have to get quite unlucky. So, anyways, and also, Sitlolly. Like, I think, as far as like the sequence of things to do with all your pulls, Sitlolly is definitely more valuable than getting Moika's signature weapon as far as characters for Moika. I would bet. You might appreciate having her, and as things currently stand, things might change. Their strategy with Sitlolly definitely seems to be Sitlolly is meant to be another layer of trying to get people to pull for more things in the patch. It's why I think Sitlolly is as good as she is, and why she might, I'm pretty confident she's going to come through the patch, is they're trying to make Sitlolly good to sell her in conjunction with Moika. So for the people that, they didn't pull for Moika's constellations or her signature weapon because they're smart people who don't get baited by those things because they know they're unnecessary, well, they're a lot more likely to be baited by an additional character that has high synergy with Moika, right? Ooh, I wonder if that's a quink dink. So I think, but the benefit is that for people like me who care more about Sitlolly for characters other than Moika, come out with a character that's better and like actually enables new kinds of teams. So like I don't necessarily have faith that Sitlolly would be as good as she is if it weren't for the fact that Mihoyo was trying to sell her from Moika. Point being, you might want to consider factoring in planning to get Sitlolly for Moika as far as figuring out a stopping point for constellations for you. This is what I'll say. Anyways, that was beside the point. Raiden and Shalana we need to look at, and Newbie. This is a very healthy Nubilet. Probably a bit more ER than you need, but honestly, does it matter when you have a C1 Nubilet with signature weapon? Honestly, I say no, because like you have enough ER on your Nubilet, you are never ever gonna have to ever think about his burst, right? In any team situation, and that's nice, in my opinion. And your build is good enough. So like, is it way more ER than you need? Almost surely. It's probably like 30% more ER than you need, I suspect. Especially because if you're doing C1, there's a very good chance you're always doing double Hydra with him. But I think it's also just fine. Like, I don't think you need to stress out about improving the build meaningfully, quite frankly. So yeah. Who Raiden. C3 Raiden. Oh me, oh my, with a little... You like your ER. It's worth noting that the damage bonus from... Wait, no. Yeah, I forget this every time. Does it cap at 300 or does it cap at like 350 or 400? I don't remember. Anyways, you might actually be capped on the passive for engulfing. Is what it is, and that's funny, I think. Is that to say you need to change the build? It is it 300? Let me just check. The emblem of severed fate. White mode because I'm in an incognito tab. Maximum 75% It is 300%. Okay. Wait, no. I can math. No, yeah, it is 300%. So, because engulfing gives ER when you cast her burst, right? It gives an additional 30. She's functionally at 330 ER as far as most of her damage output portion. Also, you're on 5-piece, by the way. You're on 5-piece emblem. So that means you can probably remove some ER by swapping an artifact, I suspect. This might be a circumstance where actually the smart thing to do might be switching to a timepiece, like an attack timepiece. It's pretty rare where, I don't know, even I don't know. Being like, it's just the fact that you hit the ER cap on the emblem is making things weird. But Engulfing's passive doesn't have a cap to the ER to attack conversion, right? So you overfarm because of national. I see. I don't know. I would consider. I was gonna say swapping the goblet, but let's be real. You might not have. You're a little bit low in crit rate, if anything, so you probably don't want to swap this goblet. I don't know. Maybe play around with the timepiece. Maybe play around with the attack timepiece, and it might actually perform better because of the fact that you're overcapped with ER. I'm not 100% confident that, but my point is you could sacrifice 30 ER, right? And you're still at the cap for energy recharge for the 4-piece emblem bonus, but that doesn't mean it actually is better to do attack timepiece. I don't have the ability to do that. Splitting hairs of math intuitively right now. What the frick is this artifact, by the way? This feather. Bruh. Anyways. Wow. Anyways. Yep, good riding. Good lord. Anyone who thinks that's a bad build doesn't know how to evaluate ER in this game. Chevreuse is not who you asked to look at. But you have a C6 Chevreuse, and I like it. Very nice. Shalonen. That's who I forgot. Signature weapon. You have enough defense. You have enough ER. Yep. Only thing you could consider. One thing that I think some people forget about with her signature weapon is she gets a bunch of defense. I believe something like, I did this a while ago. I think it was like 300, 400 defense after you actually activate her skill and do her two normal attacks. And she only needs like 3,200 defense to max out the passive from this weapon. So if you're trying to min-max her healing utility with Farina, for example, you might want to do a healing bonus circlet instead of defense circlet. I'm pretty sure you have enough defense. Yeah, I'm like 90% confident you have enough defense. You can switch to a healing bonus circlet. Maybe you need a little bit of defense and substats. I'm not sure exactly. But all you have to do is just switch to a healing bonus circlet. Check what your defense is after you actually do her skill and the two normal attacks, right? To fully activate the buff from the weapon and her own passive buff. And see if you're at 3,200 defense. If you are, then you have the max damage bonus. And you don't really need any more defense. And you should probably do a healing bonus circlet. But, yeah. That's what I run on mine. And I have a level 70 Paw Patrol. So, you know, I might level up Paw Patrol more in the future just so I can have less defense substats, have more flexibility for her artifacts, because I might need to steal her artifacts for future things. But anyways, yeah, that's it. It's min-maxy things though. It doesn't matter that much. It's kind of all it is. I think you're perfectly fine. If you had C2 Farina, there functionally would be no reason to do that. Because you don't really need to min-max the healing with C2 Farina. But there is potential reason to do it without C2 Farina kind of thing, is the main context. Yeah. So, and for reference, my Shalonen, I think with like 3,300 defense after buff and a healing bonus circlet on this set, gets, I believe, about 10,000 healing. Well, it changes depending on how many fanfare stacks that Farina has, but she gets at about 10,000 healing per tick, which is pretty significant. And usually enough to full heal most characters that aren't just, fat HP skillers. So, yep. That's, I think, it for Tintin. Yeah, nice. Alright, let's do a random one. 116. Klee and Eula. Ooh. First Eula we get to see, and Klee. Today. Not ever. Maybe ever. I don't know. Anyways, did I get any more donations I missed? I did not. Good. Alright. Next would be Kurumi if you're still here. But I don't think I saw Kurumi in chat, so... otherwise it will be Subasis. Okay, Klee. Ooh, tome. Everyone has the tome. I like seeing the tome on everyone that isn't Nubila. It's funny. Anyways, I forgot what the passive trigger condition is. Don't you have to drain HP? I think your HP has to change, right? To trigger the charge attack bonus. So, I feel like Tome starts to shine, particularly with Klee and Farina together, I assume, which means you probably should do MH, is kind of my thought pattern here. So, that might be a consideration for you, Lumine. I don't know who ye are, but I can also say that this is an extremely good Crimson build, right? So, technically when it comes to the value of MH, like MH starts to have a lot less relative value when you have really, really invested other 2-piece builds or 4-piece builds. That's generally what I've noticed. And like I think the 4-piece VV on Chasca being better situationally, because it still matters. Like it actually being better is a question of whether or not it helps you actually reach a new breakpoint of killing an enemy faster with Chasca, like killing in less charge attacks or not. If you're not killing less charge attacks, even if it's doing more damage, it doesn't matter. But anyways, Klee's in a circumstance where, you know, would you get value from MH on your account? I don't know. It depends what your MH artifacts look like, right? Based on what your Farina build looks like, my best guess is you haven't farmed an insane amount of MH. So, chances are right now you don't have a better build, and then evaluating the question of whether or not it is worth it to farm 4-piece MH for her is like, okay, the ideal situation is basically the same stats as you have in these artifacts, except you can switch to a crit damage circlet instead of a crit rate circlet on MH and still have like 80% plus crit rate, and then you get towards like 280 crit damage or whatever on like a really invested build. But that's going to take a lot of farming to get to. Like it's going to take a not insignificant amount of farming for MH to beat this kind of a build. So I'm not saying you have to do it. But it probably would be better if you're doing Farina Klee together. That's all. But anyways, 5-piece flex is kind of funny. This Pyro Goblet is cracked out of the world. Yeah, very nice Klee build though. Eula, I think was the other one. Probably a cracked Eula build too. They have ER. Wow. I mean, that is kind of a cracked Eula build because it's a rarity to see that. Obviously, the crit damage is a little bit less satisfying, but you also have an actual real amount of crit rate on your Eula build instead of like running 40% crit rate and 180 crit damage or something. 2-piece, very nice. Yeah. No, I just think this is just a really good Eula build, honestly. You have enough ER. You can actually use this Eula. Crazy. Crazy. Yeah. Not that, like, I mean, nothing fixes Eula's, like, backloaded damage problems or anything, but I can tell you she feels way worse when you don't get the energy on her, so I have personally found wanting, like, 40% plus ER on her in teams, in most teams that I used her on, so. Anyways. Zaneo, I randomly select them. If they're not donation reviews, I randomly select the reviews from the form, which is pinned in the comment. Yeah, nice Eula. Anyways, certainly this Eula is not, you know, hitting 800,000 damage, obviously, but I don't remember what C1 Eula does exactly. But I think this is a Eula configured to actually be played relatively frequently, is my vibe, right? Because you've learned you want to optimize your play for Eula, and whether or not her like hit lands based on the enemies jumping around all over the place, not wanting to lose your sanity on whether or not she crits on top of all the other problems. So, anyways, yeah, if they had a better weapon for her, yeah, you could get, yeah, if you really want to improve your Eula, that'd be the easiest way, but realistically, what, Bacon is the best weapon to pull for to improve this Eula? Dia's weapon would give 33% crit rate. They could switch to a crit damage circlet, and then obviously the attack and whatever that it gives. Yeah. Which is, you know, yeah. I don't know. 5-star weapons, and also it's Dia's weapon, so it just doesn't actually exist until Chronicle Banner comes back. I don't know. Anyways, what else were we supposed to look at? Oh, just clean Eula. Alright, yeah, nice. And a mythical character. Wow. Who knew? She actually exists. Czexkaya. Wow. Man, I wish I had gotten Kaya constellations over the past couple of years. I'll be getting C2 Kaya next month, which is nice. By next month, I mean like in 3 days. But yeah, anyways. Let's do Subasis. Or, right, did Kurumi appear? I don't think Kurumi appeared. Alright, Kurumi. Well, feel free to DM me or something if you need something, Kurumi. I don't intend to steal people's monies. If you were intending to donate for a review. Alright, we're doing Subasis, and then we'll do more randoms, and then I only have one more donation one, which is nice, which means I can focus more on the random ones, which is good. I would like to not have a backlog of donation ones. Subasis. Arlecchino. Always Arlecchino. Everyone has Arlecchino. This is a very healthy glad build. Extremely healthy glad build. Wow, this goblet. That's one heck of an onset goblet. That is a very good circlet. That is a very good timepiece. What the frick is this timepiece, actually? This is a weirdly relatable flower compared to the other stuff. like this, like these this is one of those funny circumstances, right? Like, I actually had this situation for a while for flowers on Gladiator on my account, where I had good Gladiator artifacts, I just could not get a good flower. It's like I was strongboxing Gladiators for Arlecchino's release, and I managed to get a good Gladiator flower. Multiple, actually, which was nice. But this is like what I had in the past, where like I just had good Gladiator artifacts, but the game was just never gave me a good feather or a good flower. This is not a bad feather, to be clear. It's just like funny in comparison, right, to the other pieces which are all double crit. Like, in, you know, this was attack percent or whatever instead of defense percent, it would have been a lot better, kind of thing. I don't think you need to stress out about farming. I still think this is a very good artifact. You know, without this artifact, you'd be at 70% crit rate versus 85, and that's a pretty big difference maker. It is still a very good artifact. It's just funny. It stands out on this build, and that's all it is. It's just a circumstance of the game's like, nope, you don't get feathers in Gladiator. Nope, not for you. But if you really want to improve the build, obviously that would be the main way to improve it, but you'd be looking at, you're going to have to probably get a 4-line double crit, right? Feather, and then theoretically you could have like 10% more crit damage or 15% more crit damage or something if this defense percent was crit damage kind of thing. But that'd be a lot of farming for not a ton of benefit, in my opinion. So yeah, very nice Arlecchino. I don't think you need to really stress it, improving that. Beacon, use your bacon. Wow. C1 Navia does reduce her ER needs, although in a weird way. You can also argue if you want to use her burst consistently, because Navia's teams can be pretty freeform and quick swappy, where you don't have to like follow strict rotation. So I found with the C1 Navia that I didn't try to get, the C1 Navia that I got in going for Kave, she definitely doesn't need much ER. But also, I sometimes find myself using her burst early again. So I'm not saying you need ER. I'm just saying it might be worth playing around with if you have ER options. I like that you're doing 4-piece Golden Troop. This is like the more quick swappy focused Navia. I played a bunch of like Navia, Arlecchino, Bennett, Shalonen together. So where you mostly just focus on Arlecchino on field, but then like swapped to Navia, did one quick shot, and then swap back to Arlecchino kind of thing. I think it played to both of their strengths, and like it was a really fun way to do dual carry quick swappy units together. And this is a Navia build that would be perfect for that, is my point. Wow, this goblet. So yeah, very nice Navia build. As long as you have enough ER to burst consistently. Which, by the way, with Shalonen, they're probably fine. I also almost kind of forgot about that. Shalonen gives so much freaking energy particles to Navia, because Shalonen can give like 10, right, how many, does she generate 4 or 5? I don't know. A lot. I think it's 4. She can generate a lot of geoparticles for Navia in one rotation. So it basically kind of potentially annihilates any ER needs, especially with C1. So, anyways. It's a Chiori goblet if you ever see one. Oh yeah, true. That's like kind of the most cracked Chiori goblet you can imagine. What was the other character? Yelan. Build showcase, but open to advise. Ah, I should have read that before. Yeah, I got that vibe though. Yep. Yep, that's a very healthy Yelan, indeed. Circlet could be better here. It's not bad, but Yelan can gain pretty significant value from having a good, healthy amount of HP substats, and you've just got a little bit in the Flower and Feather, which is not bad. Obviously, this Flower and Feather is very good, but a difference maker in like a circlet that has 10% less crit damage, but has 15% HP instead of 25 crit damage, right? Would probably be a better circlet, I'm pretty sure. Not like crazily so or anything. I don't think it's worth stressing about, but it's worth mentioning on a optimization level or whatever, I think, to consider, and not forget that HP percent has very high value on Yelan. Yeah, very healthy Yelan. I think forcing Hydro on Yelan is necessary. I haven't done the math for it in a while. If you're using Yelan for Arena together, almost surely not. If you're using Yelan on her own, Hydro is probably going to be meaningfully better, but not crazily so. Like if you have a really good Hydro or HP goblet and not very good Hydro goblets, I suspect the HP goblet's going to be better, right? That's the circumstance of, right, there's not as many ways to buff HP. So, yeah. But it depends on how many other, like they keep on adding a bunch of sources of damage percent in the game, right? Like if you're getting Farina buff, you're getting damage percent from this set, whatever other sources there are, the more damage percent you have, the less relevant needing damage percent goblet is, right? So, yeah. What's wrong with Farina Yelan? I wasn't saying anything was wrong with it. I was saying if you have Farina Yelan, that's a bunch of damage percent. Like if you have a bunch of damage percent, you have the relative value of damage percent on the goblet is lower. And like the more damage percent you have, the more you can have a situation where the non-damage percent goblet is really good. Like Fischl, stringless Fischl with 4-piece golden troop, when you're doing like Fischl Farina together, I believe attack percent goblet is better. Well, actually, that might have been based on my calcs with Skyward Harp, now that I think about it. Skyward Harp is going to change the value of that a little bit. But that's all. When you have a ton of damage percent and they keep on releasing a bunch of different ways to buff damage percent, the non-damage percent goblets become better relative to the damage percent goblets. Because there's like a saturation of damage percent stats that is possible, and a lack of other stats that might happen. So, anyways, thank you, Pebble. We'll get to your thing in a little bit. And that was all Subasis needed. Thank you. All right, number 34. Back to an earlier one. Nice. Navia Hu Tao, 1.0 player. You also, you have hybrid riding. You have hybrid riding. Nice. Oh, this is a very healthy hybrid riding. Wow. Wow, this is an extremely healthy hybrid riding. It's pretty similar to mine on my main account, which is near the ideal I want her at. I think you have a little bit more ER than me. Similar EM. I think I might have like one more crit damage roll, but it's like extremely similar. I think you might have more attack than I do. Wow. Nice. I like it. Let's go. Let's go. Hybrid riding, hive mind. Thanks, mates. Alright. Navia Hu Tao. There she is. Ooh, wow, look at that healthy ER. Good lord. How do you have this much crit and this much ER, Navia? What is happening on this build? What in the world? What is this goblet? Jesus. Okay. Alright. This Navia has no ER problems. Like, that's so much, like what a good crit ratio and a healthy amount of ER. Like, overcapped ER. Like, you stole ER from all the Navia peoples that need ER. Quite frankly, you don't even need this. Give some for the other peoples. Anyways, whatever, it's funny. Very good Navia build. I hopefully, man, by the way, they're not introducing artifacts in 5.3. And I was hoping that they were going to put Navia artifacts, that with how they, you know, they put MH and Golden Troop in the Strongbox, right? Despite it only being a year since the release. So I was hoping that in version 5.3 they're going to put this artifact set in the Strongbox so I could try to get a better flower feather for my Navia. but she's not like a priority unit I want to go back to farm the domain for, right? I just like having her on this artifact set, so I don't have to. So I know she has a build equipped to her, and I don't have to worry about it, right? But anyways, yeah, 0 defense. Honestly, I'm not even trying. Where's your defense stats? So anyway, good Navia. They didn't put the set in the strong box, and that makes me sad. That's all. Anyways, might have to wait till literally next year in version 6.0, which sucks. Oh my lordy, Edward, thank you for the $20. We'll get yours in a little bit. Now I'm getting behind again. All right, sick. Hu Tao, I think. Yeah, Hu Tao. Herder Charles. Another Crimson Hu Tao. Considering your EM substats and how absolutely cracked this HP timepiece is, I am absolutely not surprised if this is a better build for you than an EM timepiece, despite having Homa. But yeah, that's a cracked piece, to say the least. Yeah, that's a Hu Tao. It's a strong Hu Tao. This is a Hu Tao where there's literally no reason to go for MH, right? Because trying to get an MH build, that would be better than this build. Like, to be clear, the value of the MH build, like an MH build could get very similar amount of crit damage than this build. It wouldn't be that hard to get a similar amount of crit damage. And the value of the MH build would be it would probably have close to 100% crit rate, right? So it still would be like an MH build can be very competitive, but if you're willing to optimize around some crit RNG on this kind of Hu Tao build, then MH offers 0 value, basically, is what it is. So, yeah, this goblet is ridiculous. This is a very, very good Hu Tao build. Nice. Very nice mates. Alright. I think mates just wanted to show off, and they have Hyper Ridden, which means they're amazing. Let's go. Anyways. Let's do Vermeers. Try to stay ahead of the donations a little bit. Mentioned looking at Akasha profiles. I want to ask if you look at 2 Raidens, 1 for Engulfing Lightning, 1 for Sauce. Nice. Want to know your thoughts because you don't use Emblem. Interesting. Okay, so I think I go to profiles, paste here. Manubulette themed. Okay. Okay. Alright. Let's go to your Raiden. How do I view multiple different Raidens though? On this. Anyways, engulfing. So like hybrid on engulfing definitely can work. I don't have engulfing to directly compare on my main account. When I have the struggle I have found in trying to compare engulfing to Staff of Scarlet Sands is simply that like engulfing doesn't give her a very healthy amount of crit. So just click on their name in the list. What do you mean? I already clicked on their name. Anyway, whatever. So this build. Scroll down a little. Oh, this one. Okay, I see. Cool. Wait, is this the same one? This is the same one. Where's the other one? No? That is the same one, right? Yeah. Oh, this is the sauce build? No, this isn't the sauce build. This very much looks like an engulfing build. Oh, over here. I missed it. My brain missed it. Alright, I see. Okay. Good. Alright, I can... Yeah. Sick. Interesting. Yeah, you're in a... Okay. So this one, right, it's hard. I'm guessing you are trying to determine whether or not it makes sense to do a Staff of Scarlet Sands. Like, is it worth it to pull Staff of Scarlet Sands for your Raiden, for hybrid Raiden? Being that you have C2 and engulfing, and I think this build, like the difference between this build and the sauce build is going to be, it's going to be easier to build more EM on Staff of Scarlet Sands. You do have a very healthy amount of ER on your Staff of Scarlet Sands build too, which is good. But you have a little bit less EM because it looks like to get the healthy amount of ER, in your case, you had to use an ER timepiece anyways. This goblet is nice. Yeah, so the situation here is obviously you have 88% crit rate versus 88% crit rate and like 20% more crit damage. No, like 15% more crit damage versus this, which is pretty significant. That's like your 50 crit value different, right? 50 additional crit value in this build is pretty significant, and more EM. Not much more EM, but 40 more EM is more EM. Particularly in conjunction if you're using Hybrid Raiden with forms of EM buffing on the team. Especially flat EM buffs, because flat EM buffs would increase the value of the attack buff from Staff of Scarlet Sands. I think this build would be better. I think. But the question is it better enough compared to this? And I don't think so. Like if it's a decision of pulling for Staff of Scarlet Sands or not, I think this version of Hybrid Raiden that you have going is going to be more than competent, especially because you're on Gilded Dreams, right? Like I don't think the difference in EM here and the difference is crit when engulfing is like going to make your overall stat balance be very healthy anyways. I just don't think it's that relevant, especially because you have C2. Like it might be better, but you'd have to go into a damage calculator and see what the difference in her crits are. Yeah, the problem with Hybrid Raiden on Engulfing Light is mostly it's just harder to build her. But I think you have the right conjunction of artifacts and stats for it to make sense, with the big downside just being less consistent critting. And that, to be clear, that's one of the big upsides I have with Staff of Scarlet Sands on Raiden. It's like I think the difference between having a Raiden that crits 85% of the time, or sorry, 90%, it'll be not 85, it'll be like 90% of the time, versus the difference in a Raiden that crits 65% of the time, is pretty significant on an experience level. So I'd say that's my end conclusion, I would say. I think either of these builds would probably be functional, most likely. But it's going to be how much do you value the more consistent critting? But it'll also vary slightly by the exact team. And being that Hybrid Raiden can work in 100 million different team variations, that's a pretty hard thing to evaluate. I think it's splitting hairs with the builds that you have available. I would be perfectly happy, I think, sitting with this build for Hybrid Raiden, most likely, is what I would say. But, you know, just have to deal with the inconsistent critting. So, anyway, interesting one to look at, though. Thank you for doing that. I know it's hard to closely evaluate that, but, yeah. You're in a little bit of a weird situation, is all. Yeah, Hybrid Raiden build is so weird to look at and evaluate. Oh boy. Yeah. Anyways, I like it. It's so fun either way. She was my first 5-star and she was so benched before Hybrid. Yeah, that was the same thing for me. This is why I made the 2 videos about it. I'm probably not gonna make many videos again. I'm just gonna still use her. Still been using her, but it's just like, wow, being able to use this character that has fun animations and whatever in a million different teams is enjoyable. Crazy. Alright, number 107. Linny, Shinos, Shunglings. Use C2 Shangling with Sino, I'm assuming. Sounds good. That is important information to clarify. What was Shangling first? Yep, good Shangling. I would like actually to have my Shangling have this much ER at some point. Actually, more. Let's be real. The one thing I feel I need is I just need to say Shangling's damage and give her 300 ER, so that the situations where I just want her to do pyro, I do pyro application. I can just do that. My dream would be like a build with this much ER on instructors. But anyways, this is the more balanced approach to a very heavy ER Shangling, where you probably almost assuredly mostly never have to worry about it. 62% crit rate with the catch is not obviously extremely consistent, but it's also not that problematic in my opinion. This is an extremely healthy Xiangling. That's my overall vibe. Yep. Nice. Anyways. Shiners. Actually, we'll do the Linny first. That is a healthy Linny. There's, of course, the weirdness with how building MH stacks on Linny works, but if you're doing the Farina Linny team, which I still find it's like... The Farina Linny team is interesting in that you don't really have to think about whether or not you get a Vaporize or a non-Vaporize on Linny, because of how his kit works with when you're hitting enemies that have Pyro Aura on them, you're getting more damage, right? And therefore, like, the difference between a Pyro Charge Attack on Pyro on the enemy or a Pyro Charge Attack vaporizing with Hydra on the enemy doesn't matter. And oftentimes, in conjunction with that, if you're playing with Farina, if you're doing a Pyro attack on a Pyro on the enemy, it means Farina's next hit is going to do a Vaporize on her end. So, like, Farina Linny is, like, the strongest Linny team. But I also find that kind of sad, since this whole kit was, like, it seems like it should be designed around not doing Vaporize. But anyways, this is a very healthy Linny build. And I'm mentioning the Farina simply because Farina does completely fix the awkwardness with MH problem with him. So, also this is a cracked timepiece. Anyways, Sino. Stop Scarlet Sand Sino with a very healthy amount of EM. Of course, they're using Gilded Dreams, not using Thundering Fury, which is sad. It is a better set for his damage, and I think it's more fun, and it reduces the ER needs. But, as you mentioned, you probably don't really need the ER with Shalonen, so that's fine. It's not like Gilded Dreams is a bad set for him. Thundering Fury is just more fun. And is technically better. So, you know, it's a very, very healthy Sino build. That's all there is to this. Yep. That's a strong Sino. But there's no reason to worry about anything on him as far as damage goes, realistically, at your investment level. If you want him to perform better, it's going to be down to, you know, getting different teammates for him, but I suspect you probably already have plenty of compelling teammates for him. And, I don't know, you might be at the point where you enjoy C1 on him simply because, like, I can tell you haven't played C0 versus C1 Sino. My brother has C0 Sino. I have C1 Sino on my main account, my polearm only account. And having gotten used to the normal attack speed bonus from his C1, he feels like butt without C1. So you might enjoy the feeling of playing him more with C1, is what I would say. So, anyways. Yeah, nice Sino. That's all. Let's do another random one, because this one was short. And then I'll do Pebbles. Sorry for making you wait, Pebble. Oh, okay. All the more reason to do another random one when they only wanted one character. How nice of them. That means we can get through more people's. You got C1 accidentally in the double 5-star. Nice. Okie dokie. I already forget. Chlorant. Alright. Absolution Chlorant. Very nice. It's a very strong Chlorant. Gladiator seems to be a little bit rare for people to use in Chlorant for some reason. Even though she's in basically the same situation as Arlecchino, wherein the domain isn't like the most valuable domain to farm, really. So, and especially with Chlorant's case, with her being easier to build because of her free crit rate she gets from her passive. This is an extremely healthy Gladiator build, and in my opinion, is definitely good enough to just never bother with the Whimsy artifacts. Yeah. Very nice Chlorant. Of course, you don't have your Fischl on display, which is a factor in how good Chlorant feels to play. Although, Chlorant Overload, like Chlorant, Moika, Chevrus, probably Fischl, is going to be like a non-Bennett team, a non-Bennett, non-Dendro team with Chlorant that will probably feel pretty good. Assuming they don't change anything with Moika's kit. Because Chlorant's spamming normal attacks can actually build Fighting Spirit on Moika pretty well. So yeah. Isn't the crit rate quite low? No, because she gets 20% from her passive, I believe. So this is an 82% crit rate. Or did she get more? I forget. I'm pretty sure it's 20%. So yeah, she has 82 crit rate. I mean, is it slightly imbalanced? Yes, but like, does it matter that much? I don't think it does. Not for this character. This character doesn't have situations where she's going to rely on landing crits on really big specific hits, like really big melts or vaporizes. So you're not going to notice the difference as much, in my opinion, with lower crit rate. So, yeah. Very nice Chlorant. Alright, let's do Pebbles quick. And maybe I will not have a backlab. It might be the first time in a while I don't have a backlab for donation reviews. Crazy. Which is maybe nice. So it means more free reviews, and it means I make less money. And well, that's the downside. I make less money, but it also means my life is easier and I'm less stressed, and I'll be less stressed for like editing later today, because my brain will be not dead. Anyways, these are the wrong characters. Well, okay, we'll do another random review then. We'll come back. But Pebble's message, by the way, was they started playing again after 3 years, and they want to know who would be good to build, which would explain why they wanted to have different characters showing. Hu Tao and Yelan. Confused about Yelan can't stack ER HP without sacrificing one of it. I mean, need to be able to burst it consistently, so ER would be the priority over HP. Hu Tao feels good, but people are telling me Homo will not be as good as Dragon's Bane for my build. That's interesting. Let's see. Oh, no, and Delison has decided, no, you will have a backlog. Thank you. Thank you. Saying Homo would be worse is a little weird. Although I can kind of see where they were coming from. The thing is, like, you know what? Since you just had a question about who... Yelan should be... Let's look at Yelan quick. Oh, I see. I mean, you have a very healthy amount of ER. Actually, but being that, obviously, this might not be enough ER in some solo Hydra situations, of course. The awkwardness is, of course, this is why her signature weapon is kind of weird pre-C1, in my opinion, but, yeah, if you need to sacrifice some HP substats for more ER, that may be worthwhile, but you don't have many HP substats. So I'm assuming you were mostly just talking about the main stat, and this is just kind of the awkward thing about Yelan with her weapon before C1, and when she's solo Hydro. No, you're gonna need to meet her ER needs. If this is enough ER for the teams you're playing Yelan in, and to be clear, Yelan's strength shines the most in double Hydro teams. It is where she is the most relevant. Particularly nowadays with Farina. HP Circlet could be an option. Yeah, that could be an interesting option. Yeah, if you have an HP Circlet with a healthy amount of, like, particularly crit rate, you don't want to lose too much crit rate. Also, yeah, if you have a crit rate Circlet that has a bunch of ER, that could be considered worthwhile too, right? If you're struggling to get your burst back in solo Hydro situations, right? So, yeah. I think your submission is 2 behind. Oh, did you do a donation, Haterphobic? Oh, no, you didn't. If you're talking about the random submissions, they're randomized. They're not in order. I would never be able to get through everyone, hence randomized is more fair. So, yeah, it's a little bit imbalanced crit ratio. As far as ER, yeah, it's just like, yeah, you're gonna have to potentially sacrifice something. But yeah, HP Circlet or crit rate Circlet could genuinely be worthwhile to consider. Since you have so much crit damage from Aqua, right, you're kind of imbalanced in your crit ratio, and you're low enough in HP that it might actually just be better to do an HP Circlet that has a decent amount of crit substats, particularly crit rate or ER maybe, right? Since we were talking about that, I don't know. Yeah, but if you have to sacrifice something for ER, you have to sacrifice something for ER, because like this character is not going to do anything if you don't get her burst back properly. So you're going to need to make sure you get her burst back in whatever team, and that's the awkward thing with building her with Aqua. So yeah. If you want, switch to a crit rate Circlet, switch to Fav in the situations that you need to, right? Sometimes that'll matter more. Like, that could be the easy solution as well. Even if it hurt, like, well, okay, to be clear, actually, that would be it'd probably be switch to Fav, switch to crit rate Circlet, and switch to HP timepiece. So it's annoying because you have to switch a bunch of things, but my point is there is options available to get your Yelan to be functional if you are finding her not having enough ER to burst consistently in solo hydro. Right. That's why I hate Aqua. Yeah, I mean, I've said before, and people like disagree with me on this perspective, and like we're like, no, Aqua's your best weapon in your game. And when I was like, don't get baited by Aqua, because they did like a Aqua Homa banner when Yelan first reran or something, and I made a video basically going over the characters that Aqua didn't really do that much for, and it was ultimately basically just a circumstance of like, for the characters that could utilize Aqua as a generic stack stick, and to be clear, there's more characters now because we have like, and this was also before MH, right? This was before MH released. So this was before crit damage had more value than it did in the past. But I was basically like, yeah, there's not actually that many bow characters that care about this big crit damage stat stick bow. It's not a bad option, but like, don't get baited by the weapon banner is all I really was saying. Because there wasn't that many characters in the game that utilized it. And for Yelan, I went into detail of how like, without C1 Yelan reducing her energy needs, and the fact that Yelan, again, this is before Farina, like, there was mini contests where Yelan was, like, really nice to use in solo hydro, and her weapon doesn't give you any energy refunding, so, like, you had to build so much ER for solo hydro on her with this weapon that you're sacrificing a bunch of potential damage stats that you could have had anyways with the ER weapon. So, like, it ends up being, like, less better than you might expect it to be, even on Yelan. But now that double hydro, like, Farina Yelan cores are more of a thing, and we have more Farina in general just gives us more hydro options, less need for Yelan in specific teams to be solo hydro, more reasons to do double hydro, Yixing Cho Yelan potentially, yada yada, more value to crit damage weapon. Like, Aqua is a better weapon than it used to be in the past. I don't agree with that video because the context has changed, but anyways, if you're frustrated by how you are trying to build your Yelan on Aqua, take that as a lesson that weapon banner is bait. That's what I would say. Sorry. But also, you're not that far away from being able to have a very, very healthy build on Aqua that can work solo hydro. Who's the other one we're supposed to look at? Oh yeah, Hu Tao. As far as Homa goes on her, it's almost surely going to be better, even with your current build, right? Like you remove 220 EM, you still have 100 EM, well, you'd have about 70 EM. You still have about 70 EM, but you'd gain 60% crit damage, and the attack, HP to attack conversion passive, right? Homa would probably be a damage improvement, right? There's a damage calculator, it's linked in the description. This damage calculator, this is one of those circumstances that's very easy. Oh my god. This website now has more ads. Can you frick off? Oh my god. Bro, actually F off. Like, really. Anyways, oh frick. I hope Mihoyo doesn't smite me for showing Sitlolly's face. Yeah, go, where the frick is Hu Tao? There she is, right? So like, use this website, configure your things properly, make sure you like do whatever. Put in your exact artifacts you have here, and then you can put in Homa, and you can see what the average damage would be. Oh, it's cut off. Oops. There we go. You can see the average damage over here. Well, you'd be looking at her charge attack most likely. After you configure all the buffs in a particular team or not, and see whether or not like Homa would actually be that much of an improvement for you. Chances are, I'm assuming it would be better damage. To be clear, the ideal Homa build would use an EM timepiece still probably. But does that mean an HP timepiece is useless on her? No. Especially a really good HP timepiece. And, I don't know. I suspect you'd still probably see a damage increase from Homa. That doesn't mean it's worth it to get, though. So, yeah. That's, I think, all there is about it. Where can you find that calculator? I just said, like, 3 times, I thought, in the description. It's in the description. Oh, Pebble. Yeah, that's why we were doing that one. We needed something to look at while we were waiting for Pebbles. Oh, thank you, Redolos. Yep, here we go. I can never escape the donation backlog. All right. So yeah, Pebble was asking, What characters would be good to build after coming back 3 years later? I mean, Shalonen, yes. You already have 4-piece in your city. Honestly, she's already functional. You don't need to... I mentioned before in the stream, you don't need to stress about like getting particular stats on her. It just would be a question. If you had Farina, which I'm guessing you don't, it would be a matter of getting enough ER on her potentially. And then like getting some ER might still be nice. Like don't undervalue ER on her. But other than that, it's just defense percent for healing. That's all that really matters for her build. Your Hu Tao is already built well enough. I wouldn't worry about that much. It is probably worth at least level 80 in your Zhongli. He will, without having to change his build meaningfully, he will still be a useful unit for you for shielding utility. You might find he struggles to keep up with shields with like the Consecrated Beast's really big hits though, if he's not leveled up more, is all I'm really mentioning. But it's not something you have to stress out that much about, I would say. Like for what it's worth, I run a 40k HP Zhongli with I think a crown skill, to be clear, that's where his shield talent scales off, so you'd want to level his talent more. That might be more important actually than leveling him more, but with a crown skill on Zhongli and a level 90 Zhongli, I have like 40k HP on polearms only, and on tenacity. And it's very rare that anything ever gets through a shield. Point is a little bit more investment in Zhongli's skill, leveling him up more, leveling his weapon more. With an HP weapon instead of Fav, I don't think it's that necessary to level him to 90, quite frankly. But leveling him to 80 probably worthwhile. Take his skill probably to level 8 is what I would say would be the balanced stopping point. Oh yeah, Hu Tao, level normal attack talent more. Don't need to bother really with the burst. I mean, it's not useless, but not the focus. Fischl, definitely worth building. There's no reality, like, there's lots of characters whose team's performance is potentially reliant on how good your Fischl build is. So farming 4-piece Golden Troop to build up Fischl would be valuable. You haven't played in 3 years, so I'm guessing you don't know much about how Dendro does things in this game. Dendro plus Electro made Fischl very strong. And then the artifact set released last year, 4-piece Golden Troop, this set makes Fischl even stronger. And then they just buffed some Electro reactions, Overload, Electro Charge, and whatever. Like you can do, for example, a team you can do right here with the characters you have. You could do Sucrose, Xingqiu, Fischl, and then I don't know, just another. I was gonna say another Hydro, probably another Electro. If you had Oron would be the slot, honestly. But I'm not saying you need to pull Oron, but Sucrose, Xingqiu, Fischl would be pretty strong, and it's meaningfully stronger than it was before. So worth potentially investing into. Xiangling without C4, honestly, I don't think she's relevant. Like, particularly next patch, Pyro Traveler, I think, is going to replace many of the contexts where you would even consider a non-C4 Xiangling worthwhile. So a non-C4 Xiangling, I think, right now, as it stands, with Pyro Traveler coming out next patch, not worthwhile. That's my verdict. And this is coming from someone who used a non-C4 Xiangling for a while on one of my accounts. So, but it's not that she can't still switch the game. It's not that she can't be usable non-C4. I just wouldn't. I don't think I would focus on it, in my opinion. Dendro Traveler. I assume you don't have Nahida. So, if you get 4-piece Deepwood going on them, get them to the point of bursting consistently. So this would usually be a Sack Sword or Fab Sword is the easiest way. They don't have particular build requirements other than just being able to burst consistently. And they are quite good. So you have Kuki, obviously, a potential path for a way to clear Abyss. Not necessarily super easily for floor 12, but at least, get the Primo Gem rewards to like floor 11 without even having to concern yourself that much. Would be like Dendro Traveler that can burst consistently. You Dendro Traveler into Xingqiu, and then you use Kuki's skill, and then you're going to get Dendro Cores generated. Do normal attacks to make sure you get Hydro on enemies. You get Dendro Cores generated. A Kuki built with full EM. Kuki would have to be level 90 in the circumstance. She would be the priority because the reaction damage she would trigger would scale based on her EM as well as her base level. So level 90 Kuki with like full EM on 4-piece Gilded Dreams. So this means you can kill 2 birds with 1 stone, by the way. By farming the Gilded Dreams Deepwood domain, you get Deepwood artifacts for Dendro Traveler, and then you get EM Gilded Dreams main stat pieces for Kuki, and level up Iron Sting, get her to like 1000 EM. She'll start doing 35k, or well, more like 32, 33k Hyper Blooms. An Electro Charge, by the way, like Electro Charge doing like freaking 20k damage now with Kuki is great. Hyper Bloom is just like really nice. And then you have a flex slot, right? So you do Kuki, Singcho, Dendro Traveler. You have a flex slot, and that's the spice of Hyper Bloom, is like, what do you do with the flex slot? You can do Sucrose, do some EM buffing, a little bit of grouping. It can be nice. She can also like infuse Electro in her burst, which is relevant for triggering her own Hyper Blooms. I have used that on like my farming team on my weapons only account that I've been working on a little bit lately is Kugi, Singcho, Dendro Traveler, Sucrose. So yeah. But if you want like more of a crit based DPS on field, you could do like Kaching on field or something. If you wanted, or honestly, you could do Ayaka on field. Unironically, you'd want like probably the craftable Amanoma weapon, I would say, and I don't think you'd have to stress really about farming Blizzard's Rare or anything. I don't think it's worth farming Blizzard's Rare, but there's different options you have. As far as Hu Tao goes, since you have Hu Tao pretty much built already, other than wanting to level her normal attack more, you could do Hu Tao, Singcho, Shilonen kind of thing. Should be pretty good. And maybe you want to throw in I guess you'd throw in Zhongli. Yeah, it'd probably just be Zhongli, Hu Tao. Yeah, that'd probably be pretty dang good, actually. I hadn't even considered that. But yeah, Hu Tao, Zhongli, Shilonen, Singcho would be pretty good. The only downside of being, like, as far as 2 teams for the Abyss, using Singcho. This is why it's annoying that Mahou hasn't released more freaking Hydros that aren't, 5 stars. So not having multiple Hydra units available is a bit of a struggle here. Classic double Geo Hu Tao teams, yeah. I mean, double Geo with freaking Shilonen should be pretty strong. Honestly, I'd say for the purpose of just being able to at least clear floor 11, you don't even need to really worry about having Hydra with Hu Tao, right? Just do mono Hydra Hu Tao, right? I think that's actually my vote. Did I say mono Hydra? Do mono Pyro Hu Tao, right? Do Hu Tao, Shilonen, Zhongli, Xiangling if you want, since she's already leveled up and has a build, I guess, but and then, I mean, because you should be able to maintain Pyro Aura, you wouldn't really get Pyro Swirl the first rotation. You could either do Sucrose, or you could do Bennett, honestly, actually. You could do Bennett in a Hu Tao team. Bennett does buff Hu Tao. It's not normally something you do, but if you're doing mono Pyro Hu Tao with Bennett, Hu Tao, Shilonen, Zhongli, that's going to be more than competent. Oh, you have Chevreuse? Oh, frick. Yeah, you could do Chevreuse team, right? You could do Chevreuse, Hu Tao. This would be I would say this would be a context where you maybe would want Xiangling, but the Chevreuse, Hu Tao, Fischl, because you need some off-field Electro, and then either Bennett or Xiangling, or Pyro Traveler, I guess, now I think about it. Yeah, Pyro Traveler would actually be, yeah, frick Xiangling. Pyro Traveler, right? That's an actually interesting, like, accessible way to do Hu Tao, a non-Bape team for Hu Tao. And this is just in the context of assuming you're going to want Singcho for, like, a Hyper Bloom team. So I'd say that's my recommended route, I think. To be clear, which one of these you pick on first is, like, hard. I think the most efficient route for, like, starting to clear the content and having more options is for 2 different teams, right? Would be use Hu Tao for one team, and Shilonen doesn't really require any meaningful more investment. You probably want to level her a little bit more because Shilonen's skill talent, to be clear, getting her skill talent as high as possible is significant because her red shred buff is based on that. So you don't want a level 40 Xiaolonin is my point. Like, Zhongli doesn't really have to be leveled that much more, so Xiaolonin, Zhongli, Chevreuse is an option, or Xiaolonin is an option, or Chevreuse teams in the future. But Chevreuse teams, I'd say, would be a secondary priority compared to, because just these 3 units together are going to be fine for you at a baseline. But leveling Xingqiu up a little bit, leveling Dendro Traveler up a little bit. Both of these just get them to level 80 probably. You don't need to level 90 them, I'd say. You can, but that's not. There's no value to it. Get Dendro Traveler on Deepwood, burst properly, burst consistently. Your Xingqiu can already burst consistently. I don't think you have a problem with this build, actually. I would just keep him on this build. You're fine. Just level him up to 80 so he doesn't die and does a little bit more damage, right? And leveling his skill talent. Burst would be for more damage. Skill talent would be just for more damage reduction in particular. And then Kuki to level 90 with a full EM build. So spend some time in Gilded Dreams, Deepwood Domain to get equipment for Dendro Traveler, Kuki. And then it's just a matter of like more LA land farming for existing characters to level them up a little bit. Is what I would say. And then for the 4 slot for like a Xiao and Hu Tao team, either Bennett or whoever. But Bennett is potentially worthwhile to invest into in the future, but that would take a lot more resources potentially. Default build on him would be Noblesse, Sapwood Blade. But he also would want burst talent as leveled as possible, and you also don't have C1 Bennett, so honestly, frick Bennett. Frick Bennett for now. So, yeah. Isn't their Traveler busy being Dendro in that circumstance? Yeah, that's fair. So, I don't know. Xiangling might still have relevance for a Chevreuse team in the future, but I wasn't even recommending a Chevreuse team immediately anyways. I'm recommending just Hu Tao, Xiao and Zhongli as the first priority, and then Hybrid Bloom as the second priority. Like those two teams is going to be able to get them pretty easily through floor 11, right? And then floor 12, it probably could clear too, but might require more investment, right? So, yeah. Chevreuse is a very compelling option for the future, though. I would say for even more options for dealing with different situations. So, anyways, thank you, Pebble, for the $5. Hopefully that helped. I appreciate that. I think that was an interesting one to look into. That wasn't like a build review, but more just like, yeah, what kind of suggestions can I give? But it's exactly what I want these streams to be, actually. Is like not just, I mean, you can flex your builds if you want, right? But I don't want it to just be build flexing. I want to actually be able to give advice. Okay. Speaking of, mini account fix, pretty much. Yep, that's the kind of the goal. Is have them be mini account fixes in conjunction with normal build, looking at things. I mean, okay, so I would prefer people not just like do this. By the way, like give me more specific information to go off of, because I can look at all your builds, your AR-60. If you're having, I mean, no, you're clearing Abyss, so I don't know what you want from me, Joji. Oh yeah, Bennett is in the Paimon shop. That's true. If you have the Star Glitter, I forgot about that. Yeah, your Nuvolette build is fine. You have enough ER, healthy amount of crit. Yep. ER time beats in your Freena for not double Hydra situations. Also, this is probably not enough ER and double Hydro in my experience, but, you know, you do you, I guess. Oh, wait, no, I sorry. Look. Normally, the ER is the second from the bottom. I was looking at the wrong stat. I was looking at the wrong stat. My bad. My bad. Oops. No, you're probably fine, mostly. Not in every situation. You're probably fine, though. No, never mind. You're fine. This is a good Freena build. The game, it tricked me though. Enka tricked me. I thought that was not. I thought this was EOR. So, anyways, say Primogems Pyro Archon, or not, because it's just, I don't know. How bad do you want a Pyro carry that also has supportive utility? She's gonna be a good character, to be clear. People doom posting Moika are being weird. It's pretty obvious what they're going for, and it was pretty obvious to me as soon as I saw her presented in the story with that big anime fight. I was like, oh, this character's gonna have a carry playstyle, be a major focus of her kit. Like, if you watch my live streams regularly, you would see me, I transitioned, as soon as I did that story, I transitioned from, oh, okay, I don't think she's gonna be the support off-field unit we wanted. And she still is a good support off-field unit. Just not in quite the way that would have been nice. Anyways. Don't you think the numbers are a bit too high? No, because her teams are pretty restrictive. Like... yeah. Anyways. You got a healthy Shlonen build. 5-piece flex. Very nice. Very healthy Zhongli. Very, very tanky Zhongli. Good lord. Yeah, you even got a healthy crit range. What a tank, boy. 50k HP Zhongli with Fav. Wow. Pyro carry with supportive capabilities like Yoimiya. Exactly, Timothy. Exactly. I know. Anyway, it's like people getting too looking into my brain. People getting like looking just at the multipliers of Muika and be like, she's overpowered. Why is she power creep? Don't understand how the game works, quite frankly. And like how the actual strength of a unit is in their team versatility and how many situations they can be good in. And Muika will be good in a lot of situations, but like Muika's actual strength does not come from her multipliers. Her actual strength comes from the fact that she's a strong pyro carry and can do supportive things. So she's she covers a lot of different bases without being 100% the best of anything, is what I would describe it as. If you get her C2, then she becomes stupid, yes. But it's a C2 of an Archon. Why are we talking about constellations of an Archon and caring about the balance of a character? I don't know. Whatever. Yeah, leaked weapon. Exactly. How dare you, Jojo Yama? How dare you be a leaker? Why are you discussing leaks? This weapon doesn't exist. Anyways, nice Diluc build. I mean, yeah, this is a pretty good Diluc build for a non-crit weapon, right? So, anyways, Jack of all trades, master of none. I think it's not quite fair to call Muika Jack of all trades because I'm not sure what you're going on with here, but I don't know, quick swap, burst, clee, I guess it works. It's just a really nice build on Obsidian. This is a Venti build. Yep. I don't think Jack of all, because Jack of all trades implies she's not that, like Ayato is a Jack of all trades Hydra unit. And that feels like there's never a super compelling situation to choose to use Ayato over other options, right? But it's still kind of a Jack of all trades Hydra unit. Muika, there is cases where she is a compelling choice over other options. So maybe Queen of all trades, Master of none. It's like Queen of all trades, Master of none might be the better description for Muika right now, in my opinion. C4 Tignari, good build. Yeah, you got good builds going. Gilded Dream Stignari, of course. Yeah. I don't know. I don't have much to say about your builds, I'm sorry. You said I don't know, and I don't know either. You got good builds. That's what we got going. I mean, this is probably not an ideal amount of crit rate for a Melt Ganyu, which Wanderer's Troop is a Melt Ganyu build, right? This is a good Ayaka build. Yeah. Is Pyro Traveler decent? Yeah. Pyro Traveler is a bad Muika, but a bad Muika is still a good character. Yeah. That's currently where Pyro Traveler's at. And if you just care about Muika's supportive utility, Pyro Traveler covers a lot of the bases of Muika's supportive utility. Or off-field utility, more specifically. Anyways, we'll do one more random one, because that one is a little bit weird, I feel like. Number 47. Skim through, but mainly Arlecchino. Oh boy. Alright, by mainly, we're going to look at primarily. We're primarily going to just do those. Arlecchino, Xiao, and Hu Tao. Alright. Hey, thank you for putting them in order for me. Very good, Arlecchino. I mean, yep. I don't. Yeah, healthy. Very, very, very healthy build. Yep. There's no. I don't know. I've talked about before how like, look, I cleared with Arlecchino without any freaking crit substats. Lady doesn't even need any of this technically. So, no, I'm never gonna escape the backlog. Oh no. Thank you, Gian. Gene Diaz. Tanton World. Good lord. My brain can't work. This is a very healthy Hu Tao. Another example of a HP timepiece Hu Tao on Homa. Like, I don't think any of this, right? For the person that was asking about Homa for their Hu Tao build, right? I don't think that any of these people are like, my Hu Tao is dysfunctional when they don't have an EM timepiece in Homa, right? So, anyways. I mean, they have a little bit more EM substance than that Dragonbane build did, but it's fine. This is a very healthy Hu Tao. Yep, it's a very healthy prototype Amber Nubilet. I don't know. I don't have any meaningful advice for all these characters because you just got healthy builds. I mean, if you're talking about min-max the improvements, I don't know. You probably have a little bit more ER than you need. Obviously, you're gonna get some crit damage in that piece. Wow. Aren't I brilliant for making that suggestion? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. There's no easy, obvious things to do. Or in my opinion, a very important need to improve that build. Yeah. This is a very healthy Farina, other than the fact that this is not enough ER for many a situation. You're free to disagree. It do be her signature weapon problems, but you know, it's such an underwhelming. God, this weapon is so whatever. No, don't rant about the stupid weapon. Yeah, it's a good build. Just it's not going to be enough energy recharge in some situations. It might be fine in a lot of situations. Less HP. I mean, that's what happens when you use her signature weapon and need a lot of ER. Their build is fine. The amount of HP is fine. People that get focused, I need 40k HP on Farina. No, you don't. You don't need 40k HP on Farina. Oh my god. Okay. Well, backlog forever. Oh my lordy. Why? Okay. Whatever. Thank you. No, thank you. Thank you for the money. Thank you for making me money. But oh no. Now I'm getting backlog stressed. Lordy. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. Just like hopefully you have artifacts that have like if you have a flower with more ER, like don't forget just to keep like flowers that have more ER for your Farina. In the situation where you might need that 20% extra ER on Farina to be able to burst consistently on her. The weirdness with Farina, in particular, in my experience with her ER, is like I like having a little bit excess ER because there's many a situation where I oftentimes will want to burst a little bit early because and not follow the strict 20-second exact same rotation every single time because you have to like do things slightly differently based on what enemies are doing and what like new waves of things that spawn. Yada yada, right? There's reasons to potentially want to burst again slightly early on Farina, to start a new rotation early that can help you save time in Abyss, and that is a factor why I like having a bit more ER on Farina than you technically necessarily need. If you go look at even KQM's calculations, and KQM tends to bias towards heavy ER too, because they know that you need to burst consistently on characters for them to not feel crap. So, for characters that need their burst, and Farina's whole kit does not make sense if you don't burst on her. I think you understand that because you have a lot of ER. I'm just saying. More... Oh, my lordy. Thank you, Atheon. I'm just saying. More ER would be a nice option to have. That's all. But you're right on the line where it's not specifically necessary outside of, like, a very specific circumstance. Like, if we're looking at a specific team and specific circumstance where you're going to necessarily need more ER. And you can potentially just on-field her for a little bit longer to catch some certain particles to mitigate things. You know, catch fab particles, funnel from one character to another, yada yada. Anyways, they wanted me to skim through other ones, but Alhaitham, you have a very healthy Alhaitham. I like that you're using Prototype Ember on Nahida. R5 versus R1 Prototype Ember will make a not meaningless difference for Farina utility, I will say. But I like that you're doing it anyways, because, yeah, it's nice turning Farina into a healer. So yeah, nice grand, healthy eye, nothing insane. Well, actually, it's a 4-piece Guild of Dreams eye, so it's better than it actually looks. Pretty good. Yep, very healthy Ito. It's a Shalona build. Hey, you're doing a healing bonus build. Nice. Healthy amount of crit for triggering Vav. Very nice. Yep. Free to play oriented Chasca with the not signature weapon or not crit weapon. If you, by the way, one thing I should have maybe mentioned, I'll probably put it in the pinned comment in the Chasca VV short. I think on top of VV being compelling, even with the crit damage weapons, like I showed, like you will see in the Chasca short, and like I talked about earlier. This is not necessarily the case for this person, but I mean, it depends on their VV artifacts that they have. Again, it's like hard to recommend farming VV specifically for her if you don't already, but if you already have the VV artifacts to potentially try a DPS oriented VV build, it's worth trying. It's kind of my current opinion, but if you have a crit rate weapon, so like Skyward Harp, Polar Star, whatever, right? Wherein like it can be a little bit harder to get the right stats on Obsidian Codex because of having crit rate Ascension on this character and 40% free crit rate and crit rate from the weapon. It can be pretty easy, even with Skyward Harp, right? You have like you only have like 10% crit rate wiggle room in Skyward Harp. Compared to do like a VV build, it wouldn't surprise me at all for a lot of people with crit rate weapons for Chasca to end up finding that VV is better than Codex. So, anyways. How different is the damage between VV and Obsidian? In my experience, it was better. In the testing I have done on my brother's account. Your experience will be different. I was in a situation on my brother's account where I was actually able to tweak the build pretty closely to have a very, very overall similar like quality of artifacts on VV versus Codex. So basically the Codex build had a lot more crit damage than the VV build. The crit rate was very similar, slightly lower in the VV build, but very similar. And I configured the build to have about, I think a little bit over 70 less crit value. So it was at like 75, 80 less crit value than VV. VV was than Codex. And that, because the Codex set gives 80 more crit value. That was the closest comparison I could do. And I was consistently killing the alligator on my brother's account, the Hydra alligator in the first chamber of Abyss, in 3 charge attacks on Chasca. Therefore, her 4th charge attack could be used on the new wave of enemies. And end up clearing significantly faster because of that. And on the Codex build that I had, that was also still very good. And like had a lot more crit damage. Like it was a very comparable situation, just different crit in different places, right? Less crit damage in the VV value. And I never clear, never. I had not once on my brother's build, even after I even tested leveling Chasca's skill to level 9 on my brother's account to see if that changed it. And it just made VV even more noticeably better. Not once have I seen his Codex build kill the alligator in 4 shots. Using her weapon or Polar. Using her weapon. Because the artifacts my brother has, I don't need Polar Star to get good crit rate. So, anyways. Good night, Starry. Thanks for joining. Point is, VV is really good in this character. And like way better than I actually probably expected. And that's part of what we saw in my Chasca C1 video, is it wasn't just C1 making so much of a difference. It was the fact that the weird VV EM build, because VV was just amazing, was really strong too. I haven't messed around with the specific nuances of building EM on VV versus building just full crit. I was trying to make a more direct one-to-one comparison for a normal Codex build versus built with the same stats, but just VV instead of Codex. Unironically, I think a lot of people should consider VV with the minor asterisk again of like, after you press skill, you probably want to do a normal attack right after you press her skill before you start charging her shots up, because you want to trigger a swirl before you have reduction of like your Hydra Res Shred or whatever for your first charge attacks, and also for your Freena damage or whoever has damage if you're playing Shangling with her or something, you get a Pyro Swirl maybe. Anyways, do you think the Abyss Blessing makes VV better than Codex in this Abyss? Maybe. I don't know. I don't, like, ultimately, again, it's going to depend on your account. Like, if VV versus Codex, if you're able to kill an enemy in like this character, how fast you're going to clear. She's in a weird case of like, I think min-maxing her build is not that relevant unless you reach specific breakpoints. And those specific breakpoints are going to be whether or not you kill an enemy in less charge attacks. But like she takes like several seconds, right, to like charge up her charge attack. So even if you're doing more damage, if an enemy, like if the crocodile takes 4 shots to kill with a charge attack on your account on a VV build, and 4 shots to kill with the Codex build, but one build or the other is doing more damage, it doesn't matter, because both of them took the exact same amount of time to kill the crocodile. Both of them took 4 charge attack sequences to kill the crocodile. It's 0 difference, right? So like, it's whether or not you reach those breakpoints. And the weirdness with VV is there's also like more RNG to VV because you can't necessarily get specific swirls. So there's actually like more RNG elements, which might be a bad thing to some people. I think it actually is like an interesting thing because like she's weirdly consistent. She's much more consistent than I thought she'd be on a normal build for her damage output. Unless she's against very specific enemies that have like permanent aura on them, like the Tulpa or those Pyro Rock dudes. Because then she gets a lot more significant value from like her Hydro Bullets triggering a reaction. But other than those situations, she's pretty consistent in general with the Codex build. And I found VV fun in that it actually let me optimize around what swirls I get a little bit. But VV was still very consistent as well. It was much more consistent than I expected. So, anyways, it's weird. It is all I can say. I'm not saying people should use VV on her because it's hard to recommend compared to how easy it is to build Codex on her, especially in contexts like using a weapon that doesn't give crit, right? Because it's going to be a lot harder to build VV when you don't have a crit weapon. Whereas this build is right. You swap this build to VV and it's probably a lot worse, right? So, anyways, doesn't Cryo work better with her rather than Electro because she can trigger Melt sometimes? Yes, no. The problem is not having that many Cryo units that are that compelling. But also, like Sitlolly will probably be better than Auron. Yes, in her teams. But also its variance in that, like, the Cryo, right? Like if you're having Farina, Cryo, right? Cryo, Hydro, and Pyro, Farina Bennett, and like Layla, whatever, or Sitlolly in the future. If you end up triggering a freeze reaction with Chasca's bullets instead of a melt reaction, that's a lot worse for damage. And like, so there's more variance to adding Cryo into her kit, adding Cryo damage into her compared to Electro, is what I would say. So yeah, have you seen numbers for aggravate builds with VV? No, I did not test that in depth. There's a lot of weird freaking nuance to test with VV. With aggravate in general, she's surprisingly usable with C1 for Dendro things, but it doesn't incredibly change her kit. Like, I'm not going for C1. It doesn't change the experience of using her that much. So, anyways, this is a whole freaking tangent. Nice Kazuo build. You got enough ER to burst consistently and a very healthy amount of EM. Very nice. You got good builds. Anyways, we got distracted through that. Good lord. That was this one, right? Yeah, that was this one. Okay. Where did I get stuck behind on freaking donations? Did I do Edwards? I don't think I did Edwards. I'm 1, 2. Oh, good lord. Now I have like 6 donations together. Oh, okay. All right. Edward, new. They said they're new to 36 starring. The team that barely got me over the line for the last bit was Navia, Chiori, Farina, Shunyun. Ah, interesting. Nice. A plunge Navia team. Yeah, definitely something you can do. It's compelling. By the way, you won't get the last little bit of crit rate from Burgeon until it's level 90, but obviously, I'm guessing you just haven't quite had the resources to do it, so that's fine. You almost surely are going to want a crit rate circlet on your... Well, oh wait, no, you're on MH. Almost didn't. And yeah, considering you're doing Plunge Navia, you're leaving her on field, that's probably... Yeah, no, that makes sense. You're doing Plunge Navia. I don't love MH on Navia when I used it before because of the fact that usually what you'll want to do with Navia is like switch into her and immediately do a skill and then start doing like normal plunge attacks. And if you go from Frina, Shanyun, Chiori into Navia and then immediately skill, you're not going to have any MH stacks built up. So that means you're oftentimes not going to crit in your first skill. So it's a little bit weird. But being that you're doing plunge things and leaving her on field for a longer amount of time, I think it's perfectly fine and makes sense to do MH in your case in particular. So we have C1 Chiori even. Yeah. Nice, you're doing Paw Patrol. That's fair. Yeah, I think you're in a case of your builds are just right on the line. Like you were able to clear, right? But you would obviously, your Navia doesn't need that much work. But like getting better artifacts for your Farina, for your Chiori, is kind of one of those things you might start noticing being a lot more consistent. Oh, you have C2 Farina too, nice. Key of Kasha Suit, by the way, is not really doing anything in the Navia team, by the way. I honestly don't even know if I'd bother with it. Not that it's bad. I mean, but like being the crit ratio you have is like it wouldn't surprise me if the pipe is stronger in your situation, just because of how inconsistent your crits are. I could be wrong on that, but right. Anyways, point is improving these builds. I know it's hard to improve them with both non-crit weapons on either of them, but would likely result in a more consistent experience. So yeah, and unfortunately, I think they're just at the point like, yeah, particularly when you're using non-crit weapons on either of these characters, you just want all the crit substats, and then Farina's even worse, of course, because you want all the ER too. Hence why, like, maybe just use the pipe on her. At least for the Navia team. Key is really good on her, but Key shines the most on her when you're doing like pyro things with Farina, right? Particularly when Farina herself can land some vaporizes, or if you're buffing other units doing other reaction things, right? You're not getting meaningful transformative or scaling reaction damage in this kind of team, so Key has a lot reduced value. So yeah, I don't know. I don't have an easy answer for you, other than unfortunately you'd have to farm more. Paw Patrol is probably still worth keeping on Chiori. I'm not saying change the weapon on her, but obviously getting better artifacts. So you might be in a situation, well, I don't know. 4-piece Golden Troop does a lot for her. I was going to say you might be in a situation where 2-piece combos could maybe be better on Chiori. I would test it out. Whatever 2-piece defense percent, 2-piece attack, 2-piece... anything else? I think that might be kind of the only things. 2-piece geo damage, I guess. Duh. You could try that instead of this goblet and this feather in particular, because those are definitely pretty not great for Chiori. Your circlet and your flower are more than good enough, I think. So yeah, I don't know. It's like you just got like builds in progress is ultimately what it is. So I can understand why it just barely got you over the line, and just a little bit more investment in these builds is probably all it would take to start being, you know, more a situation of being comfortable rather than just barely getting over the line kind of thing. Yeah. So Paw Patrol on Farina and sub DPS Chiori, IMO is better. I don't think that is correct with an invested Chiori build. With a less invested Chiori build, like with the situation you have here, you might be correct. Syra might. But anyways. 150 EM Navi? Yeah, I mean, I don't think they were trying to do that much EM. It'd just be how rolls go sometimes. Obviously, they could get more crit than this. They could improve the Navia build. I wasn't saying it's impossible to improve the Navia build. I just don't think the Navia build is the focus compared to the other things. So, I have no idea what team they were using for the other side of the abyss, by the way, but... Might want to try to get your Alhaitham do a crit damage circlet. But it's going to require a pretty decent crit damage circlet to not fall to very inconsistent crit ratios. You definitely want to level 90 some of your like... You have a lot of weapons that are not leveled fully. Like, it's not the end of the world not to have this level 90, but like, you want this level 90. If you're using Hu Tao, you'd want this level 90. Using Alhaitham, immediately you're going to want that level 90. Xiphos and Kuki is interesting. They're doing Hyper Bloom team with Alhaitham on the other side, it's probably my guess. Either in Kuki, Alhaitham, Nahida, Singcho or something. Yeah. That's my guess is what they were doing for that side. Well, you should probably do 4-piece emblem on Singcho if you can. Or they were doing a Nilu team. Nilu team's obviously going to be pretty good. Yeah, I don't know. You have good options, both for Nilu teams, Hyper Bloom, Alhaitham teams, whatever. Yeah, it's probably just working on these two characters' builds. Unfortunately, you get Crown Burst on Farina. I would highly recommend that. Yeah, that's I think that's my verdict. Just double checking their comment. All right. Yeah, they didn't mention anything else. All right. Anyways, thank you, Edward. Hopefully that helped. Yeah. A little bit inconsistent, but I think you can definitely succeed with what you got going. With a little bit more investment. But congrats on 36 starring though. I'm sure it took a little bit of optimization to do. And maybe if you don't want to farm, you can just continue doing optimization forever. Alright, we'll do Delison's next. Oh, thank you, Claire. Well, there is indeed room for one more. What time is it, by the way? It is 4 p.m. Oh, I've been doing this for 3 hours. Oh. I lost track of time completely. So normally I do these for 3 hours. I do randomized ones. I alternate, and do randomized ones, whatever, for 3 hours at least, and then I switch to finishing the donation ones. I don't have that many donation ones right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 from Claire's. So let's do 5 more. I'm feeling fine. I'm not feeling worn out and tired right now. I'll do 5 more random ones, and then I'll finish up the donation ones, I think. And I'm not gonna try to spend a ton of time on these ones I need. Delison, Redalos, Jean Diaz, Foolish, Robin, and Atheon and Claire are the remaining donation ones, unless I get more donations. Yes. Free and Strongling. I think forcing Hydro and Yelan is necessary, or is HP fine? I think you asked that in chat earlier, and I already talked about that. So the answer is no. If you have a really good HP goblet, especially if it's like an onset goblet that enables a better overall balanced stat build, but it's ultimately a situation of like HP versus Hydro goblet. Hydro is going to be better stat for stat, particularly because Hydro goblets can have HP substats, generally speaking. But in a given team, particularly like with Farina giving a bunch of damage bonus, or Natlan artifacts also on top of that, potentially giving damage bonus, whatever sources of damage bonus there are, if you have a good HP goblet, it's worth considering. We're leveling them up. We're playing around with the build in a given situation and seeing if it performs better. That's kind of it, right? And you can use damage calculators like this one that I linked before in the description to also help with that if you don't want to test things in game. So yeah. Oh yeah, Shangling's not here. Well, I mean, do you have probably at least 220-ish ER is my general recommendation for Shangling. You can get away with less, to be clear, but I find her kind of awful to use at anything less than that. And then as much crit as possible. And there you go, that's Shangling. Go on Akasha. I am not normally going to do reviews through Akasha. Mostly because I also think the site is just like 50% ads in my screen. I want you guys to get ad revenue. That's why I'm not gonna turn on ad block. You deserve some money for your work you've done on the website, sir. But like, really? Please just list your characters in their things if you can, though. I would prefer not to have to open up Akasha constantly for people's leaderboards. Or for people's builds, sorry. Yeah, you got a very good... you have an extremely good Xiangling. There's not much need to improve this unless you're, like, suffering with ER, you know. More ER can be necessary on Xiangling sometimes, because that's how Xiangling be. So, yep. There's a button on Enka to go to... Really? Oh, there is. Okay, well that's convenient, at least. Nice. Thanks. Good to know. Alright, what were we looking at? Oh yeah, they're asking about Yelan. Farina Xiangling. Yeah, your Xiangling's very good. And your Farina has Fab. Huh. Wow. Look at this Fab build. What a beautiful Fab build. What a beautiful Farina. Wonderful. It is the best Farina we've seen. Using her signature weapon. You're never going to have to ever worry about bursting on her. She's going to be super comfortable. Very healthy amount of crit with Fabj. Very nice. Like that's... I mean, you know, I might be slightly biased considering that looks... You know... Where's my mouse? Game. Why is this a thing? Don't... There we go. Considering it looks, you know... Pretty similar to mine. Just... It's pretty similar. You know, so I admit to some bias towards that, but you know, hey, I'd say that's my vote for the best Farina build we've seen. Anyways, yeah, it's funny how similar that build is actually to mine. Like I know how I have a little bit more crit rate, but it's an extremely similar build. Who are we looking at? Oh, that was it. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I mean, for the Xiangling and Farina, you're good. You're good. Yeah, the Yelan is just a question of, yep, play around with it. Use the damage calculators, play around with it in-game, in a given team. More damage bonus from Farina or whatever skews things to actually be better for HP goblets. Doesn't necessarily mean your HP goblet is better. It just means the gap is smaller. And depending on your substat situation, and if it's an onset goblet, could swing you towards HP goblet being better. Artifacts are a situation of evaluate based on your account, not based on what someone's elf math says, based on assumptions that you have ideal situations for your artifact stat distribution. So, anyways, I have more EM in mind. That's a win. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Number 225. Farina. It's welcome to Farina Impact, everybody. Wander, Sino for fun, and Farina. Alright. Sino run Aggravate instead of Hyper Bloom, Quick Bloom. That's fine. Normal attack is only level for Overworld. No, it's irrelevant. That's fair. That is fair. Sino does suffer in Overworld a little bit. Okay. Do we have to go to Akasha for this? Oops. Oops. I will reiterate, I don't want to have to constantly go to people's Akasha leader. I don't even see Sino here. Does Sino not have a leaderboard? Oh, there's Sino down here. Gladiator. And it's not terrible on him. It's just Thundering Fury and Gilded Dreams probably better. He does a lot of skill damage, but not a ton of normal attack damage. So that's fine, Mercury. I don't know. I'm curious. Does KQM have a KQM? Sino. Does KQM have a? I don't have a good way to into it because like it's not like he doesn't know normal attack damage. I just don't know how much worse it is. 4-piece Glad is an alternative 4-piece TF. It's not good in Quick Bloom teams since 2-piece combos perform better. Okay, there you go. So there you go. It's fine since they're doing aggravate things in particular. Otherwise, they should do 2-piece. Which is also to say that like without a very good Glad build, it's very likely even in others like even in aggravate. It's very likely, I bet, that you might have 2-piece combos that are better. But this is obviously a good enough Gladiator build that it's probably better than 2-piece combos for them, right? Is I think the conclusion there. But, you know, I will maintain my perspective that TF makes Sino more fun. Anyways, very nice Sino build. Oops. Tabbed into the game, or clicked into the game by accident. Wander. Yeah, Wander and Farina. Very nice Wander build. Yep. As always, Wander is a problem. But do you have C6 Farazon? I'm guessing because you have C1, you probably went for C6 Farazon because you kind of felt the need to. Yay, Mihoyo. Thanks for doing that. Yep. He seems like he's got more than a good enough build, to say the least. Healthy Wanderer. And he's an RNG Wanderer with Zith. Even more fun. Was the gunshot from Chasca? Yes. Because she's just floating in midair here. So I accidentally clicked into the game and then bang. To jump scare people. Triple HP Farina. You probably want a crit damage circlet in your situation. Yeah. Like, if you switch to a crit damage circlet, particularly if it's a crit damage circlet, that's more crit rate than this piece, right? Losing the ER is a bit rough, though, because you don't really have any ER substats, I think. Yeah, other than the Fab ER. So, that might be a little annoying, I guess, to deal with. Because the Fab ER on its own, I mean, if you're doing double Hydro Farina, Fab ER on its own is more than enough. Generally speaking. Not always. So, I don't know, it's not an easy change, but yeah, it almost assuredly you'd see your Farina damage go up pretty significantly by switching to a crit damage circlet, even though this is a pretty high stat value HP circlet, so it's not a terrible option, honestly. If you happen to have a... Also, by the way, part of the reason, like her... She has a passive, right, that up to 40k HP gives additional value to her summons based on her HP total for her damage, right? So her damage goes up based on her HP being higher. And that is, in conjunction with her giving a bunch of damage bonus to herself, is what pushes her towards a Hydro Goblet, or sorry, an HP Goblet being actually better than a Hydro Goblet. But since you're 2,300 HP over the cap for that passive bonus, it's possible a Hydro Goblet is better, even though you on your Farina, if you're sticking with this HP circlet. With that said, your HP Goblet is so freaking good, I don't see that as super likely. That you have something much better than this. Because you'd have to have a quite good Hydro Goblet, basically. Because yeah, you're breaking that balance with that passive, making HP goblets be better is kind of all it is. But the smarter thing to do is not switch off of a HP goblet into a Hydro Goblet. The smarter thing to do is try to get a crit damage circlet for her. So I don't know, it might be worth considering, right, doing a crit damage circlet with the elixirs if you have any. So 3 elixirs for a crit damage circlet, choose crit rate and ER, obviously. And if you get any bonus HP and substats, that would be nice. And then hopefully get decent balance of ER crit rate rolls, and bam, your build's quite a bit better. That's my verdict. But yeah, other than that, pretty dang good. Number 51. I think we're doing 2 more after this one. Alhaitham, Xiao, Arlecchino, cookies. Most of your resin was spent in Deepwood. Really trying to get Arlecchino on a better set. Alright. No Farina this time. Wow. Wow. The Farina's probably still there. No, she's not. Wow. Wow. Alright, Xiao, Arlecchino, Cookie. Alright. Cookie is not here. Oh my god. Do I have to open a caution for everyone? Is Cookie here? Is Cookie? No, I don't, Cookie's not here. Okay, well, never mind. Alright, no Cookie. I mean, I'm assuming your Cookie's built for EM. How much EM do you have? Do you have C2? Cookie's good. Lost Penguin, thanks. Yeah, alright, I guess we're looking at Xiao, Alhaitham, and I think St. Joe? No, Arlecchino. That was a different character. Yeah, pretty healthy Arlecchino. Certainly nothing insane. But I think you've done a good job balancing your stats for the artifacts you have. Yeah, I do think it's the correct choice in your case to do a crit rate circlet. Unless you want to RNG optimize with a crit damage circlet. But yeah, like obviously it would be nice switching to a crit damage circlet when you have a crit rate weapon, but her weapon is right in that balance where whether or not you use a crit damage or a crit rate circlet with this weapon is dependent on how your other artifacts roll. So yeah, I don't think it's a dysfunctional build by any means, especially because you have pretty healthy amount of attack percent. Could it be improved? Sure. Obviously, you get a better feather. Obviously, you get a better whatever, right? Feather is probably the most obvious improvement spot. Is it worth farming for? I don't know. I would, you know, just in case you are... Well, no, you're AR-56. You probably don't have better gladiator effects, but as time goes on, you know, I suspect you've moved on to like farming new artifact domains, right? As time goes on, it's possible you end up getting a gladiator build that beats this build, is what I would say. And also, if you have two-piece combos right now, like say a much better feather, much better timepiece maybe, whatever, for a two-piece combo. The timepiece is actually pretty good, but if you have better crit substats in two-piece combos, test that just in case. It might actually be better than this build. I'd say it's unlikely that you are in that situation, but the longer the time goes on, the more random two-piece combos you will get with really high substat value, and the better maybe your gladiator pieces might get from just farming more bosses over time for leveling more characters. Yada yada. If you don't continue farming this domain, it is likely that over time, other artifact sets might actually other artifact combos might start to beat it out. That's all. Because your build's kind of right on that line. But right now, my guess is this is probably the best build you have in your account, and it seems more than functional. I don't think it's going to cause you meaningful problems by not having 20% more crit damage or anything. Healthy, hit him. Yep. A little bit low crit rate, honestly, for a Jade Cutter Alhaitham, but that's not that surprising considering the Circlet and the Goblet don't have any crit rate. It's not a low amount of crit rate, obviously. It's completely functional. It's a healthy Alhaitham. I don't think this Alhaitham needs more crit rate. He'd be fine. Again, that's going to be a situation of like, again, like, assuming you're using Kuki with Alhaitham, how's your Kuki's EM look, right? How is your Xingqiu damage pretty decent? Yeah, you should put a crit rate circlet on your Xingqiu for your Alhaitham team, and yada yada, whatever. I think Oberon, by the way, might be an interesting unit for Alhaitham. Even if he's not getting that much damage himself, his potential to buff Alhaitham is interesting. And, yeah, anyways. Your Xiao is very strong. Hopefully you have C6 fires on. Oh, I love the state of animo DPSs in this game. That's the question. You maybe need more ER on your Xiao as well, but the ER situation in your Xiao even more pushes you towards wanting Farazan. Right. But your overall stat balance for crit is very good. It's just a question of ER and what supports do you have for him. So I don't know if you have Farina, Farazan C6, Cloud Retainer. You do have Bennett. If you're using Bennett all the time with Xiao, you're probably going to want to crown his burst. That is valuable. It will make Xiao do meaningfully more damage. I think the ER is okay. Really depends on what team they're using Xiao in. This is definitely not enough ER for Xiao in a number of Xiao teams. So, yeah. Anyways. Yeah. Alright, 2 more, I think. 175. Wait, what was that? What was the message? Something about Deepwood or whatever? I forgot. Was that message important, Jet? Oh well. Is C0 worth it for Raiden? I mean, yes, probably. But I don't know why you find it important to mention Raiden and Kuki in conjunction with Fischl. Diluc and Fremer Nurse. I do think Fischl is kind of always worth it, regardless of what constellation you have. So, you know. Diluc. This is another red horn Diluc. This looks like the same Diluc we had earlier for some reason. Is this another duplicate situation? Did we see this person before? Was this a donator? I don't know. It looks very similar. Red horn Diluc. Very healthy amount of crit. Yep. Is a strong Diluc. Is a strong Diluc. Yeah. Nice. Fremen Nurse. Unfortunate. C6 is obviously very nice for him. Physical Frems. Being that this isn't a crit weapon, that's pretty healthy. I don't think any of his early constellations give him... No, wait, no, one of them does give some crit, doesn't it? Does it? Oh man, I don't remember. Sorry. Point is, I think this build is actually decent. You have a healthy amount of ER too. I think a lot of Fremine peoples, for some reason, neglect that. It's pretty dang important to burst consistently on him for cryo mode or physical DPSing. So yeah. You gonna do an Oron video? Yep. Yeah, I don't know. Anyways, very healthy Oron. I like how many 11.7 stats. 11.7, 11.7, 11.7, 11.7. I don't know, I just noticed that my brain's... the only thing not satisfying, I wish this crit damage was in the 4th line, right? Because then it would be 11.7, 11.7, 11, whatever. Stupid. Dumb brain. Anyways, yep. Obviously it can be improved, duh. Like, there's things to improve in the build, but it's definitely in Naxi territory. Realistically, the only thing that could meaningfully improve the experience of using physical Fremine would be new characters, or like C6 Fremine, or a crit weapon on him kind of thing, because that would let you, like, crit rate weapon would let you get a crit damage circle kind of thing. Might be a lot better experience, yada yada. Not bad. So, yeah, nice. I like it. I hope to build Fremine eventually, but Hoyo keeps releasing other characters I keep building, so oh well. Alright, well, okay. You know what, I'll do one more after this one. Since this person only wanted me to look at one character, I will do one more after this one, and watch them ask me to do 12. And then I'll finish up the donation reviews. Can each start in 5.0? Don't know if it's a good start. I mean, no, getting Kanich and Oron is honestly, I think, a pretty dang good start. Pyro Traveler will help you, whoever you are, Aether. Pyro Traveler will help you for Kanich, I'd say, which is cool. Next patch, of course. And your Kanich build is pretty good. Yeah. Could it be better? I mean, yeah, sure. Getting some more crit rate would be nice. You're at 70% crit rate, 201 crit damage. It's definitely not dysfunctional, but getting more crit rate could help you. Other than that, it's going to be a matter of how invested are you into Bennett. Fab Sword is a perfectly competent early option for Bennett to be easy to use, but Bennett's buff is going to scale both on his talent level and his base attack. Most of the base attack is going to actually come from the weapon, so Fab being a lower base attack weapon compared to Sappa Blade, which is a craftable you get in Sumeru. You have to do a little bit of the Sumeru questline, R&R questline to unlock it. Yeah, Sappa Blade is a craftable that will be better than this. You do ER timepiece, and then instead of your attack timepiece here, and I think you'll be fine. And then get Bennett's burst. Realistically, it's worth crowning. It's one of the few abilities in the game that I'd say is actually worth crowning. Is what's going to affect your damage on your Kanich the most right now. You'll want to level 90 his weapon as well. Getting refinements for his weapon will be nice. But yeah, and would I stress out about farming artifacts for him that much more? I don't know. I think your priority is definitely going to be like building up your units to support Kanich more than getting overly focused on Kanich's own artifacts. Like, don't fall into that trap. Deepwood Shangling, honestly, perfectly fine and sensible to do, and actually seems pretty functional. Obviously, Fab Lance would be worth leveling more. Other than that, honestly, completely functional Deepwood Shangling for the purposes of what you're using it for. That makes sense. I'm guessing they're doing like Kanich, Bennett, Shangling, Oron or something. Pyro Traveler will likely be better, but yeah, I don't know, it's a very good start, honestly. It's just a question of like, okay, what are you doing for your other team on the other side of this? As far because that's what you gotta like start thinking about if you're actually gonna want to start clearing the endgame content. For Overworld though, this is, you know, obviously I think more than comfortable, and a very good start for your account. And you just might be at the point where you might want to consider also putting more resources, obviously, into Bennett, as I mentioned, your off-fielders, your supports, and then considering what you're doing for other teams in the future for more options. And Oron is actually a nice start for that, because, quite frankly, you can probably replace Oron with Pyro Traveler next patch. It'll be a little bit weird, actually, because getting the damage buff can... Well, no, I don't know. Do you put Dender Traveler on Deepwood instead of Shangling? With a non-C4 Shangling in this team next patch? I don't know. That would be the easier option, honestly, because like Dender Traveler doesn't have the ER reliance. So put Dender Traveler in, or put Pyro Traveler in Deepwood. Yeah, maybe. Anyways, yeah, I think you got a good start. It seems like you're on the right track. That's what I'd say. Yeah, you'll have to keep farming regardless for characters and for artifacts. I'm just saying I don't think right now it makes sense to farm artifacts for Kniech more compared to like getting their Bennett built up more, right? Kind of thing. Alright, last one for randoms. Arlecchino, Raiden, Fischl. So all the Fischls today. What a world. What a world. Very good. Dender Traveler loses his burst when Pyro hits. I was not saying Dender Traveler, I was saying Pyro Traveler. If I said Dender Traveler, I was making a mistake. Traveler is in Pyro Traveler, the character coming out next patch. It's gonna be a little bit weird to get consistent damage bonus on them, and hence why like maybe just keep Oron and use Pyro Traveler in place of Shungling there. I mean, anyways, what the frick are we looking at? Arlecchino, Raiden, Fischl. Yep, healthy Raiden build. Very healthy Raiden build. Not much crazy about it. It's just a very healthy Raiden. Yep. Yeah, I don't know. And also a very healthy Arlecchino. Attack's a little bit lower, of course, because of deathmatch, but not really. Oh my god, this timepiece, really? See, if I had this timepiece on polearms only right now, that might be what I would need for #1 Arlecchino. So it makes me salty. Anyways, very good Arlecchino. Anyways, I can't believe how few options for timepieces I've gotten despite how much resin I've spent in that domain. Oh my god. Anyways. What was the other one? Fischl. Can't forget fish. Skyward Harpfish. Nice. Yep, this is a healthy Harpfish. What's with all the people that Electro 40 CV Electro Goblins on set in gold? What? Okay. And you also have a healthy amount of ER. I actually had a situation yesterday when I was doing the Kave video where I needed more ER on Fischl to be able to clear comfortably. Like it was when I was trying to optimize clears with Xingqiu with Kave on one side, and a Dia team on the other side, and Fischl did not have enough energy to do a burst every other rotation because she was solo Electro. And I was like, well, that's annoying. So anyways, point is, ER does have value on Fischl sometimes. Not always. Just depends. She's a very weird character with that. Oh yeah, no C6 is unfortunate, but yeah. She's still a very useful character regardless. If you happen to get her C6 soon, TM, maybe, I don't know. It will be a nice improvement for her, but the build itself does not need to be improved. I don't think. This is an extremely good fish build. Yep. ER has value when burst no come. Yep, pretty much. When it's Fischl next in the shop, is she in the shop? No, yeah, she is. That's a good question. January. Well, what the frick? Why? January. Yeah. And July. Not too long. So when Mawika's out. Yeah, she's supposedly on Newbie Let's Banner, which is good. It's been way too long since this character rerun. What the frick they're doing, rerunning one of the I can't speak. One of the most relevant 4-stars in the game for a year is kind of egregious. Alright, let's try to get through the donations and then I can be free. Yeah, but also I need to edit the video for tomorrow. Yeah, I need to edit the VV Chasca short and the Kave video for tomorrow. I might stream tomorrow, like an exploration stream. Depends what I decide to do. I don't know if I want to go to Thanksgiving dinner. So I don't want to rant about that right now. I could rant about that, but yeah. Anyways, I haven't decided if I'm going to visit my family tomorrow. Still fishless, rip. Someday you'll have a fish monster. Alright, showing other Noelle, but look at all others. Okay. Or they didn't say all, they said look at others. Okay, well, I will look at them. Yeah, that is a very strong Noelle. Look at that. Wow. Husk Noelle with 82 220s and 143 ER. Jesus. Good lord. There's 1, 2, 3 dead stats on this character. Wow. This might be the best Noelle I've seen. Like they not only do they have only 3 dead stats, right? But only one of those are a bad roll, right? Like they could have gotten 1 more crit roll on this 4-line piece, or it could have been a flat dev. Jesus Christ. Yeah. 2022 Noelle. I mean, I am pretty sure it'd be pretty dang hard to get an MH build that's better than this build. Like, Husk provides a lot of valuable stats, and I can tell you one problem MH Noelle has is having lower total defense makes her heal less. So if you're doing Noelle Frina together, an important... Well, this person is not doing Noelle Frina... Well, okay, never mind, then maybe they are. Well, no, this is still not... No, this is not enough ER. You cannot bullshit me that you think you have enough ER for Farina's solo Hydro, even with C4. C4 does not refund 800 energy. This is still not a solo Hydro Farina with Noelle, but might be a double Hydro Farina. I don't know if they have Elon. Anyways, point is, they have freaking C6 Farina, so I guess the healing doesn't even matter, but, you know, it's their fault for being a whale. If you're doing Noelle Farina together, Husk... Like if it weren't for the fact that Husk is just like a not super useful artifact set for me on my account, I would consider switching Husk on Noelle from MH, despite the fact that whenever I play Noelle, it's with Farina, because being able to get more defense to heal more would be really nice. Because there's a problem that Noelle Farina has where like oftentimes you'll just like have some kind of on-auto situation. Like she stops healing, for example, when her shield breaks. So if your shield breaks, you stop healing. Or the enemy just like runs away, you don't get the right sequence of hits out, you don't heal enough to quite keep up with Farina's drain, and like you get behind that little bit, and then you end up in a situation where in subsequent rotations you're just kind of like forever stuck at 50% HP, and like that's kind of bad, and then the only way to recover from that situation is to either not use Farina Burst in a rotation or use Farina's like other healing mode skill, and it's like annoying, right? Yes, you can use Shallonen with her. I know Shallonen is an option now. Yada yada. Point being, there is value to not doing MH on Noelle in an interesting way. Your film's over now, Sylveon? Nice. Hope you enjoyed it. Was it a Sonic film? For some reason that you talk about Sonic so much in the off-topic channel that I feel like all your entire existence outside of Genshin is just you go to work and then you like do Sonic things. Oh, you watch Wicked. I see. Nice. Okay. Yeah, I've heard it's good. Anyways. Nice Ganya. Yep. Okay. Nice. Sure. What the frick? How much resin have you spent in Husk? Good lordy. Good lordy. Yep. That's a very healthy Hu Tao. 400 EM, by the way. They're like min-maxing the freaking value of... Like, good lord. Wow. Wheelchair time. Yeah. They get C2. Oh yeah, look at that freaking... You can just solo through the entire game with, yeah. Wheelchair indeed. Who is this? Why are you leaking characters to me? Leaks aren't allowed. How dare you? I'm gonna ban you for leaking. Anyways, yeah, I say there's no functional difference between this character and Mawika. In fact, this character exists less than Mawika and Sitlolly. So, it's more egregious to talk about this character as far as than it is to talk about Sitlolly than Mawika's kit. I mean, no, they have. Oh, yeah, okay. R1 Fav on Shenhe with this much crit rate is a bit oof. But that's more the problem of like Fav refines are very noticeable on Farina or on Farina on Shenhe. The crit rate is actually pretty healthy. Just Fav refines and also Fav being leveled up more would be nice. So, anyways, nice Shalonin. I even configured her to heal consistently, although for some reason with the crit rate circlet, you should probably do a healing. Well, actually, I was gonna say you should probably do a healing meta circlet. It doesn't matter for them. They have freaking C6 Farina. It literally doesn't matter. I don't like this weapon on Nahida personally, but it's not a terrible option. It's a good build. Nice Emily. It's a Fab Emily, so, you know, more energy-focused Emily. I have no idea if this build is consistently bursting or not. I feel like it might be really on the line of bursting consistently. So it's her. Emily is weird as far as bursting consistently on her, without her signature weapon. So yeah. And a very strong Arlecchino. I respect not getting baited by her signature weapon. Yep. Alright, Redalos next. Alright. Can you please remove a Navia, Raiden, Tignari? Alright. What? Okay, all the whales apparently now. I mean, obviously the people that are donating are more likely to be whales. They have spare money, right? I appreciate it. Just I think her C2 gives her crit in a weird way, so this is not as bad of a crit ratio as it looks. Yeah, that's a very, very healthy Navia, to say the least. It was honked outside. What the frick was that? It was a very weird sounding honk too. It was like a old timey car honk. I don't see it outside, but anyways. Engulfing. They have some energy. It's not hybrid Raiden. Get out of my face. No, I'm it's a C3 Raiden with a healthy crit balance. Yep, it's a good Raiden build. So, anyways, Tignari. Let's look at Tignari. First grade magic, not a bad option for him. Yeah, pretty dang healthy Tignari build. Yeah. C1 makes it functionally. He's got more like 88% crit rate, so nice. Healthy Mr. Tig. And we'll glance through others. C2 Nahida. That is a strong Nahida. Not prototype Amber though. You have C2 Frina. The only real thing, look, one of the strongest things you can do with C2 Frina is prototype Amber R5 Nahida. Like, that combo is extremely strong. Especially with C2 Nahida in conjunction with it. Like, just do it. And then you don't need to do a healer. It's basically C6 Farina without wasting... Anyways, whatever. Farina HP kind of low. I mean, they're doing a C2 build, so HP versus Hydro is not that different. And hey, they have a fairly healthy amount of ER. Crazy idea that on their signature. Their signature's still bait without C4, but it's a healthy build. Nice. Point is C2 Farina in the situations where you're healing. In the situations where you're consistently getting her C2 like healing the HP, you're healing enough to get her HP built up. Hydro Goblet is good, and potentially better, but it's also possible they have a good enough HP Goblet that the HP Goblet might still be better. I actually prefer using HP Goblet even with C2 Farina, either for the purpose of Kiva Kasha Suit, or the purpose of having a slightly better stat balance, and the fact that I oftentimes think C2 Farina is most valuable point, and the reason I like having it is because of doing things where you don't have optimal healers with her, and if you don't have optimal healers with her, you're not actually getting that much HP from C2 Farina. Instead, the value C2 Farina is giving is the faster damage bonus gain, and therefore, you know, then that's a circumstance where HP Goblet is still better. So, yeah. Anyways, nice fish. Nothing crazy, but it's a usable fish. Cat. Lady who likes fabric. is Yoimiya. Kind of a Burgeon Yoimiya, you would argue. Not really. This Yoimiya can't even burst. That's a joke. I mean, it's not a joke that Yoimiya can't burst. It's a joke that this is a Burgeon Yoimiya. Very, very healthy Hu Tao. Thank you, Pandori. Get your stuffs in a second. Solar Pearl is like a kind of like bad weapon on Yai, quite frankly. Not technically useless if you're doing like on-field Yai, to be clear. But the passive, generally speaking, for normal Yai use does nothing. And Widzith exists. So you do you. I don't know if you just don't have Widzith maybe, but I suspect you probably have Widzith. So anyways, if you actually use Yai, I'd consider switching. And it's a new roulette. Alright, thank you, Redalos. Let's try to get through this. I'm going a little bit slow. I need to take a break and then get on to editing here today at some point. Alright, Xiangling, Mulan, Shalonen, Ayasho, and Bennett. Alright. Yep, very respectable Xiangling. This looks like pretty similar to my Xiangling. All in all, but you have more ER, which is to say yours is quite a bit better. I mean, maybe her burst is worth leveling more. If you're using Xiangling a lot, her burst is obviously what makes her output a lot of damage, so I'm not saying it needs to be crowned, but you only have it at level 7 right now. Like, level 8 is not that expensive and definitely worthwhile. Level 9, if you're using Xiangling a lot, definitely worthwhile. But next patch is going to come and there's going to be less reasons to use Xiangling than there was in the past, which is nice, so I'm not saying you need to do it right now, but just in the future consideration. How's the VTuber thing going? I haven't done anything with it. I get too distracted on a week-by-week basis to be planning long-term things consistently, so I'm sorry, I'm being dumb. Feel free to continue pestering me, though. Mulani, Shalonen. It's a pretty healthy Mulani, but a little bit lacking in crit. Honestly, not even that lacking in crit damage. Why does it feel like she has so low crit damage? I don't know. I guess it's just the factor of having. It just happens. I don't know. I think it's fine. Like, you have 100% crit rate. It's a little imbalanced, obviously. You want more crit damage rolls. Honestly, this makes me want to rant about this artifact set and how I think it's poorly designed. The fact that this situation happens even with non-crit weapons, where you're still, even with non-crit weapons, you're still on these characters that are with crit rate, you're still heavily biased towards crit damage. God, it makes this set so much more annoying to farm in general, and it has nothing to do with whether or not you use a crit rate weapon on her. Don't forget that HP has very high value on her, by the way, as far as Mulani artifacts, because like, I think you're in a situation right now where, like, if you had for example, your flower here, you have no HP substats, and you also don't have a crazy amount of EM. So like, something like crit damage, HP, EM for a flower, like nothing that doesn't have any crit rate, could be a really, really significant upgrade for your Mulani, depending on how it rolls, of course, duh. But this obviously is not going to get replaced, this feather. This timepiece is also unlikely to be replaced. The circlet could easily be replaced with something with more HP, EM substats, and the flower could easily be replaced. So it's not like the build is dysfunctional or anything, though. But yeah, it's just it may be left wanting for improvements in a few areas or another. It's kind of all it is. The best upgrade can be more EM. Yeah, you can also get that through EM buffs. It depends on the exact Mulani your team you're using, though. So, you know. Shalonen. But I don't disagree. More EM would be nice. That's why I was mentioning the EM in conjunction with HP. It's just a matter of watching for all the valuable stats and not just getting too focused on crit rate, crit damage. And being that they're already, at the crit rate cap, it's not going to be the end of the world if they lose 10% crit rate from their feather or whatever, right? Yeah, this is a Shalonen build. And it's a nice healing focus. consistently burst, consistently trigger fab build, or pretty consistently trigger fab. I mean, sometimes R2 fab will screw you over, and not critting will screw you over, but pretty consistently triggering fab. Yeah, very healthy Shalonen. You could crown her skill eventually, but I don't think it's necessarily 100% priority. It's an extra like 2% red shred. It's not nothing. The fact that it buffs a bazillion different potential damage dealers in the game makes it one of the abilities that is potentially worthwhile to crown, but it's not necessarily, oh, need to do it right away. So, yeah. I think we looked at Shonley already. Yeah, we did. Wait, Ayato Banners. Not C6 Bennett. How dare you? Alley Flash, though. Nice. Fairly healthy ER. Although, this is about the ER I have in my Bennett, and, you know, I've had, in the Chasca team lately, I was like, oh, well, this is not enough ER for Bennett in this Chasca team. So, yay for Bennett being awkward sometimes. But anyways, Alley Flash is the highest base attack 4-star weapon in the game. So, obviously, it's a good option for him, as long as you have enough ER, and you, generally speaking, will. But not 100% of the time, because I've experienced that. But very healthy Bennett. And a fairly healthy Ayato. If anything, you probably just want to level his talents maybe a little bit more, I imagine. But, yeah, I don't know. Ayato suffers from, you know, Farina exists now. Not that it's that hard to use Ayato, I don't think. I still think some of the most fun things you do with them are whatever various like reaction focused teams, like Thundering Fury builds or Thundering Fury teams with Ayato triggering or reducing a skill cooldown. I think it's still a cool idea, and there might be more to do with him with weird curry teams, just different weird reaction mixes with Dendro. I think he's not a bad character at all. He just suffers from, there's plenty of other options in the game now. So, yeah. But it looks like a healthy Ayato, though. And, is it impossible to get advice on the other characters? I mean, I can glance through them quick, but I have, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 donations to get through still, Gene. Yeah, I mean, it seems like a very fun... this looks like what I run on St. Joe, except for my build is like the same situation, but Noblesse, and I think I have a little bit more crit rate. Obviously, St. Joe can do a lot of damage, but he's kind of an annoying unit to optimize the build on, in my opinion. Is there St. Joe leaderboards on Akasha? I feel like there should be. Because that would be actually a helpful comparative leaderboard to see the distribution of stats for very strong St. Joes. But if... Oh, there is? Okay, yeah. So I'd say use that if you care about St. Joe to compare. Not to say you need to do that, but that you need to have a build that good. Just if you want to see the value in it, you can see what those leaderboards look like and see what their stat distribution looks like. I assume... and make sure you select the right ER category, which in my opinion would be towards the 200 ER-ish area. Your Kazuha is more than fine, other than the fact that you're not bursting consistently in 90% of Kazuha teams. Yeah. Generally speaking, an Iron Sting Kazuha is going to be served better with an ER timepiece that has, like, EM substats. It's a little unfortunate that some of your ER is coming from that EM timepiece, though. A large amount of the value of Kazuha. You also crowned his burst. You crowned his burst and then didn't build enough ER to burst on him. Oh, that hurts. You haven't farmed VV enough. I mean, thankfully it's in the strong box, but yeah, ER timepiece is the main thing you'd want. Like, don't lose your sanity trying, especially with how much EM you have in substats of these. I mean, you still might want to use swap out like the flower or feather maybe for something with more ER rolls than this. But the good first step, which is actually bursting semi-consistently, would be an ER timepiece. What's the EM cap on Kazuha? There is not one. So, yeah. there is some slight diminishing returns at a certain point, but there's no EM cap. There is, you want to burst consistently on Kazuha unless you're using him in a team where the time his like animation takes or the application his burst deals would interfere. So like the main example I use of this is the Arlecchino Bennett Kazuha Candace team I play. I don't want to burst on Kazuha because one, it's not worth the time it takes. It's just better to spend more time on Arlecchino and try to do faster rotations. His like 2-3 second burst animations is just not worth it at a baseline. But then also the infusion from his burst will completely F up the vaporizes I get with Candace and Arlecchino together. So it's just never worth using his burst ever in that team. Not, I shouldn't say ever. There are situations where I might use it to like help finish off an enemy or whatever. If I have issues with Candace burst being up or something because I missed a fab proc, yada yada. But in most Kazuha teams, particularly the teams where Kazuha shines over Shilonen, tends to be because of his bursts and his potential extra damage contribution and application value from his burst. A very large part of how Kazuha's kit is as good as it is his burst. Because other than that, it's basically just his grouping value. And then, yes, he gets meaningful swirl damage from his skill, but a lot of his damage comes from his burst. So, anyways, he deals way more damage than someone like Shilonen does in a team. They have the same like baseline raw buffing value, but Kazuha does way more damage, and it's his burst that helps make that magic worthwhile. So, yeah. Anyways, he's an annoying character to build because of his burst. It's all it is. Yep, Zhongli. It do be Zhongli. I mean, your crit ratio is 1 to 2. Everything else is relatable. I think this Yoimiya might struggle slightly. Particularly since she's not the strongest character in the world. Realistically, crit rate circling on your Raiden, but you know, might just take more investment in general. The Fav Raiden is not a bad option for her, honestly. But I think you'd probably want to do it. Would you? I don't know. Do you do attack timepiece crit rate circle in this situation to make this work? I don't know. Obviously, this doesn't work though. That's fine, I think. I mean, well, okay, it's a melt build, so a little bit low crit rate, but it's still probably mostly functional. What about the Ioto? Yeah. No, hopefully any of that crap I said helped. Anyways, all right. Foolish. Sorry for the wait. Work in progress, Chasca, Mulanis, and advice on Chasca teams without Farina. Here, let me list them all for you. There's also, you know, yeah. I wish she had more compelling non-Farina teams. I have not found a team I particularly like with her without Farina. I will say that I feel like Sitlali, either Mawika or Pyro Traveler and Bennett might. Thank you, Rin. No, we'll get to it today. Right, doing double Pyro Bennett, Pyro Traveler, or Mawika. Mawika would be slightly. Well, actually, right now Mawika is in beta. Currently, it doesn't really function with Chasca, so we'll see if that comes to launch. That would be really funny. If her skill actually doesn't target properly with Chasca on launch, I will laugh. But so that would be Pyro Traveler though. So, but yeah, maybe like Bennett, Pyro Traveler. So next patch, and Sitlali could be pretty compelling. Maybe getting pretty consistent melts, either Pyro melts or reverse, either reverse or forward melts. Right, is the two main big reactions you'll trigger in that team, and actually wait, Sitlali and Pyro Traveler are kind of redundant, I guess. So it would probably so the most compelling non-Farina team I'm willing to bet is probably going to be Sitlali, Bennett, Xiangling, Chasca, is my guess. And yes, there's some little bit of variance in the fact that she's not going to get 4 guaranteed bullets. It'll be either 4 or it'll be 3 or 4, but it's a 66% chance each of her charge attacks is 4 bullets. That it's something you could easily optimize around if you need to, I feel like. So I think like doing Bennett Xiangling combos, like doing Bennett Xiangling Farina, I think is already fine with Chasca, and I think Sitlali will be a very interesting and potentially compelling alternative to Farina. When doing Bennett Xiangling Chasca. So didn't they fix that in V2? Nope. We got it was told that was fixed, and then we got reclarification today that it was not fixed. Muika currently does not work with Chasca. So, yep. So I don't know that like, but I'm not 100% confident in that. By the way, I haven't played Sitlali does not exist yet. It is a hope. My hope is that Sitlali might make for semi-compelling non-Farina Chasca teams. You can play Bennett, Xiangling, Oron right now, and sad. Sad. You can play Bennett, Farina, Bennett, Xiangling, Oron right now, and it is surprisingly usable. Like there are teams like that are usable without Farina with Chasca, but they feel notably worse. Substantially worse is what I would still say. But yeah, Muika will probably work with Chasca. I feel like I'd be surprised if they're really gonna make Muika's skill not be able to properly work with Chasca still. But I don't know. Like all I can say is right now it doesn't. And it will probably work in the future, but it also might not. Don't pull Muika just for Chasca is my current stance. I am pretty confident that Lolly's going to do more for Chasca than Muika will, if that's your concern. So yeah, me using Mona or on Bennett, yeah, you try something like that. That'd be a budget option. Like Mona is definitely a very bad version of Farina in that context, but still, it's something. And you probably, if you can clear the content, you can clear the content, right? And that's kind of all that's important. It's not like there's 0 options. It's just Farina is definitely a pretty big difference maker, and it is what it is. Beto still doesn't work with Raiden. Yeah, that's true. But I mean, Beto wasn't a unit intended to work with, like Muika has like inherent you get more value from Muika being played with Natlan characters synergy going on. So like for her supportive utility in particular, because like if you're using Muika for like the damage bonus she'd give to non-Natlan teams, she might only be giving 25% damage bonus in some teams, and that's bad. It's not bad, it's just not anywhere near as useful as 50% damage bonus, right? So, anyways, point being, it would be weird when they're doing these specific, like, hey, use these Natlan characters together synergies, and then for Muika to basically have, if they actually make it for Muika has no reason to be used with Chasca over Pyro Traveler, it would be really funny. But we'll see. Anyways, but yeah, Sitlali I think will be interesting with Chasca. And I hate that the main advice I have for you as far as non-Farina teams is consider pulling a new 5-star that's coming out soon. But that's kind of my current feeling. It's her biggest downside is her teams are ultimately pretty limited right now, and it'll get slightly better in the future. But right now, Mulani though. All right. Your Chasca build in progress as far as that goes. I think it seems pretty fine. It's certainly nothing crazy. The goblet. Wait, why are you using 5-piece codex? Use an off-piece goblet, yo. Maybe you don't have any other. I feel like this player probably might have made the mistake of never keeping any attack percent goblets because why do I need attack percent goblets? No, anyways, I feel like that's a mentality like many players may have thrown away double crit like attack goblets in the past, and it's like, 1, those are always more usable than I think some people gave them credit for. 2, yep. Now there's a character that literally actually wants attack goblets because elemental goblets don't make sense on her. So anyways, Foolish is only AR56. So, and they just said in chat, they haven't gotten any double crit attack goblets. So, you don't need double crit though, right? Remember, you're already at, like, if we remove the crit rate from this piece, you are at 90% crit rate, yo. You need crit damage. The one that's the main annoyance with Chasca, I'd say, as far as building her on Codex goes, is it's crit damage, and then you want some crit rate, but you've already got the crit rate. Like, you have a really good timepiece, and then you got a really good circlet, and you've got you have a 4-star flower. I mean, it's a pretty good 4-star flower at least, but that'll be replaced eventually. The flower and feather could be replaced, could be upgraded eventually. This is almost surely not. This almost surely not. But yeah, like, your goblet situation now is you shouldn't be looking at double crit goblets. You should be looking at crit damage. You're looking for 1 stat and 1 stat only on attack goblets right now. And that's crit damage. EM would have some additional value, and flat attack would have some minor additional value. So, like, this is not the worst goblet in the world by any means. But I feel like you might have accidentally fallen into the trap that, like, you might have fallen into because you saw, like, YouTubers making videos about farming for artifacts, and they throw away every single thing that isn't, like, the god piece, right? Single crit line pieces are usable, and they were usable before the reality of, the current reality of Genshin, wherein they released artifact sets that give you 40% crit rate for free. Having a bunch of free crit rate in the substats, or in the 4-piece bonus of the artifacts, significantly reduces the value of that in substats. You need to balance your overall build. And so in your case, point is, those single crit line pieces, in your case, a goblet with crit damage is going to be your main priority. But anyway, I don't think your build is unusable regardless. It's an in-progress build. She does need attack LMAO. With Bennett with her Bennett with her reduces the value of attack on her substantially. You're gonna want to level up your weapon to 90, obviously. I'm not saying attack is a useless substat, but it is a non-existent substat on a goblet. But yes, if this feather had attack percent instead of defense here, that would make it a meaningfully better artifact. Duh. I'm not saying attack doesn't have value. It is like why this circlet is very good, but it is not the priority. So, anyways, and she doesn't gain like Chasca's like value that she gains from EM and attack percent is not the same thing as like the value that Mualani gains from HP percent and EM. Right, Mualani gains more relative value from those stats than I'd say Chasca does, and that's because of her RNG inconsistencies and the fact that Bennett exists, and for her that gives her a bunch of attack, which reduces the value of attack percent. So, anyways, yeah, I hate farming these artifacts. So, I like it, by the way, if in case you missed the previous part of the stream where I yapped about VV on Chasca, if for some reason you have VV artifacts or a reason to farm VV for whatever reason, that had a bunch of crit on them, you could try that on her. Unironically, it might be better than you expect. Although having a crit damage weapon, I think, does push you more towards building this, and I would probably still continue building this over VV, considering you already have really good artifacts in the 2 hardest to get pieces, right? Because you have a flex goblet option, and then flowers and feathers are the easiest artifacts to get. So like, yeah, that's all. Anyways, this Mualani build, by the way, is like very good, more than good enough. I don't think you have anything to worry about here. I mean, she could use more EM, I guess, but like, doesn't matter. Doesn't matter with a signature weapon Mualani with 100 crit rate. 99.2, 99.2 crit rate and 270 crit damage. Doesn't matter. Yeah, I mean, if it matters, in my opinion, get the EM through, instructor's buff or whatever. So yeah, VV Chasca will be even cooler next patch. Yeah, it might be. I'm not sure exactly what it'll go like. What's gonna be interesting with VV Chasca, particularly with Sitlali, right, is because like what I mentioned before with Sitlali, Bennett, Xiangling, being a potential non-Frina team, in the situations that like there's going to be like pyro aura, right, that is left on enemies based on what application Chasca gets, and that will end up making it so like Sitlali might get some melts, and how significant her damage is going to be though is going to be really dependent on your artifacts. I don't think the damage value Sitlali provides is going to be insane, but VV Chasca, improving Xiaoling's damage in that team and potentially improving what's her Ollie's damage meaningfully in the team, on top of improving Chasca's own damage in the team. Yeah, there's such interesting weird cases for VV on Chasca, and like the short I'm making tomorrow is in my opinion one of the worst case scenarios. Like, because I was doing Bennett, Farina, Oron, and like we're in the main unit that was getting advantage off field for the Chasca buff or the VV buff was just Farina, and I was also facing a more hydro resistant enemy, which is worse for Farina's damage, right? So like it was kind of almost a worse scenario, because like Oron, yes, gained value from the VV buff, but not as much as like Farina gained, right? Whatever. So like a Bennett, Xiangling, Farina team would get more value from VV. A Bennett, Xiangling, Silali team might get more value from VV honor. So anyways, in one of the most favorable scenarios, I feel like, for Codex, I still found that VV was better, which is what's interesting, I think. Not so much better that you farm it, you should choose to farm it, because it's going to be harder to build, but it's a worthwhile option. So anyways, yeah, Layla Late is just an HP. Why are you on 5Ps on everyone? I don't feel like getting too distracted by all that. Okay, it just happened to be the 4 characters I clicked on were 5Ps. Anyways, yeah. So the Chasca National LML, yeah, exactly. Good lord. Anyways, yeah, Chasca's a weird character. It is unfortunate that she has as much Farina reliance as she does. Alright, Robin, thank you for the wait. Thank you for the monies and the wait, I guess. Sorry for the wait. Thank you for the monies. Level 1 Oron, because I have 0 more. Yeah, that's fair. Alright, yeah, in your case right now, Foolish, yeah, try Bennett, Xiangling, Oron. Even without Oron leveled up much, just you have him on the artifact set and he'll buff a little bit, right? He's not going to contribute much damage, he's just doing the buffins, and providing electro bullets, so... Anyways, Robin, Kazuha, Singcho, Raiden. They started in 5.0. This one, two, that's pretty lucky. You got you got a lot of characters for starting in 5.0. Good lord. That's the Natline craftable, right? That's a fine option for her. It's a good start. I mean, okay. Well, I was gonna say I wouldn't use attack percent time beats. It depends on the team, ultimately. Like, from the video I did, obviously my video I made on Chasca was experimenting with EM on her. And it was interesting that we found that mostly it isn't that different. So, but it is more variable, right? So because of the fact that attack percent is more consistent, it's just better. But this is also still a very like usable option if you don't have an attack percent timepiece already. So I get why you used it. It's a very good in progress build, I would say. So yeah. Dev, nice. Have a healthy crit rate. Wow, yeah, it's a very healthy, healthy Echelon build. Yep. I'm surprised you got all these 5-star characters. How lucky did you get, or did you have to spend a bunch of money? I don't know. I don't see any battle pass or anything, right? So I feel like they just got really lucky. Good lord, starting in 5.0 and getting 5 out of how many banners have there been? 1, 2, 3, 4. There's been 5 banners. You've gotten a carrot every banner. What? Anyways, cause of win signature. Well, hey, you here we go. Here you go. This is how you have Kazuha be built to actually burst consistently. Crazy. Also, the fact that how in the world? Are you sure you started in 5.0? You didn't just come back? How in the world do you have these artifacts in Kazuha? Like, bro. Like, look how much crit rate they have for a Fab Kazuha. Like, Kazuha is usually pretty good at triggering Fab. without needing a ton of crit rate in general, but this Kaza will trigger Fab very consistently. What the frick? Anyways, yeah, that's extremely healthy Kaza. Like, dang. UFC 1, okay. There's no reality where this person didn't top up a bunch. I'm sorry. Either you've been playing longer than you say you have, or you topped up a bunch. Like, I don't even think you'd have enough resources to level these talents as much as you have in the past couple patches. It's been 2 full patches and 2 weeks into the 3rd patch. Anyways, yeah, I hope they didn't top up for this specifically, because that, yeah, I don't know. New players getting baited by constellations, particularly right in C2. At least they stopped. Is what I'd say. At least they stopped. They can get Raiden C2 in the future if they end up still liking her. This is like, what? See, this is an extremely competent Raiden build for like, they probably want to like get a crit damage circlet eventually as far as optimizing. Like, how in the, there's no reality where you have this many emblem artifacts. You didn't play before, no, you played before 5.0. There's no reality where you could get these characters to level 90. I didn't even think with resin refreshing, right? I didn't even think with a ton of resin refreshing you can get enough resources to level all these characters to 90, Bennett to 80, her to 80, him to, like, even Traveler to 80. Like, how much time, like... I don't know. It's weird. It's so... like, it's possible they got stupid lucky getting the characters, right? That just gets a luck thing that might happen. But... And they might have played the game an actual crap ton to get all the Primo Gems and whatever. Like, there's a surprisingly high amount of Primo Gems accessible to free-to-play players if you're a new player, right? Just, it's a lot of time. But then, like, but there's nothing that can be done about the finite amount of resources you can get for, like, talent materials and boss ascension materials, right? They don't even have it. They're not AR-58, right? They don't have the 3 drops guaranteed even. So I gotta spend more resin on bosses. So we're talking, like, let's see. I'm just trying to, like, math this out now because it's just weird. Like, are these, is this full? No, okay. She's not full ascended. Neither is he. Okay, so full ascended characters. Also, by the way, you might be level 90 characters, but it's not quite necessary. Like, you probably should have saved the resources for Chasca, like, not by level 90 her, versus, like, level 90 or Nahida would have been far more valuable. But anyways, so, like, I think it was, like, 800 resin or something. Like, 800, 1600. No, it's, we'll say 700. So I think currently it's, like, 500 to 600 resin is what it takes to fully ascend a character. Just for the boss mats, like, just for the boss materials. And so we'll say 700 before AR-58, before world level 9. So 700, 1400, 2100, 2800, and then these are not fully ascended. So we'll say like 500, no, we'll say 400 resin. So 3200, 3600, 4000, 4400, and then Traveler did not take boss materials. And this is before getting into the heroes' wits and more, but, like, there might be enough content in the game to actually level up if they played a crap ton. Maybe, I don't know. How many free-to-play heroes' wits is there in the game right now from, like, starting fresh? I have no idea. But, like, we're talking about 4,000 resin at a baseline just for boss leveling up before we get into, like, talent materials. And 4,000 resin is, like, 2 weeks. Right? I think. 7 times 180. No. Sorry, it's like 3 weeks. My bad. 3 weeks. And this player's been playing for like 14 weeks, supposedly. And over 3 weeks of the resin is just boss farming. It's not even possible to get that much XP to get AR 55. I think you're wrong there. There's a lot of XP in the game. Eeks made that video where he tried to beat... I don't like his clickbait title bullshittery, by the way, but he tried to beat Genshin by 36 Out the Abyss in 3 weeks in one banner period, and he got to AR 50 in like a week or two. So anyways, this is a weird account. You have a weird account, Robin. I don't know. I'm sorry. I didn't see them in chat clarifying anything. Your talents suck. Oh wait, is that you, Robin? Okay. Did I miss anything you said before? Oh, double ride on... Oh, okay. I didn't realize it was you that said that. I'm stupid. Alright. You lost most 50-50, but capturing Radiance twice? Oh, lordy. Oh, lordy. No onset, crit damage, obsidian. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, you seem fine. How much money did you spend, though? Resin refreshing. I scrolled back. I didn't see anything I missed from Robin clarifying that. My brain is dumb. I didn't recognize it was them in chat earlier. Let's be honest. How much money have you spent resin refreshing? Either that or you played before. Cause like, also, by the way, Deepwood is probably what you should use on Nahida. The only reason you'd use not Deepwood on Nahida is if you have someone else in the team on Deepwood. So, like Deepwood on Alhaitham. Battle Pass and Welkin. Okay, I don't have the time to do the math right now, but I feel like that can't be true. But I don't know. Your talent, you're not wrong. Your talents aren't that high. Like level 8 talents don't take that much resin, and you do get a not insignificant amount of talent materials from exploration and the events in Natlan for the Natlan characters. Like, you don't have anything over level 8 talent. So, I don't know. Like, it's just like, it just seems like you have too much. Like, how in the world did you get all these, whoops. How in the world did you get that many artifacts? Whatever. Anyways, if you did start in 5.0, genuinely impressive account progress. It's just almost like hard to believe. That's all. Chasca jump scare indeed. Oh, uh-oh, she's dying.
Couldn't transcend.
Apparently, I accidentally moved her, and she lost Phlogiston. Oops. I don't have my mouse. There we go. Dies of cringe. Yeah. Alright. Gotta go back up in the air. Alright, there we go. Anyways. I don't know. It's just like weird. So sorry for like being in disbelief or whatever. It's hard to suss out the state of your account starting since 5.0. That's all. It just doesn't give that vibe. So I will say impressive progress. Congrats on being very lucky with artifacts. for how much resin you've had to spend in different domains, you have surprisingly good artifacts across the board for theoretically probably only spending, we'll say, a month worth of resin, I guess. Maybe a little bit more in artifact domains between multiple different domains is what I would say. So anyway, no, we're not doing those. Anyway, oh, I gotta finish. Good lord, been going for 4 hours. Still got like 5 more donations to go through. Yeah, every other character could be level 1, absolutely. But yeah, don't forget like level 90 is oftentimes not worthwhile on attack scaling units. Like Chasca, like Raiden on a traditional emblem team. Raiden for Hyper Bloom is worth level 90. Kazuo kind of worth level 90. Shilonen not really worth level 90. So like of the units you have here, the only ones that really would have been worth level 90 is Raiden, but on a different build than you have her on an EM focused build. Nahida is worth level 90. And Kazuha, I would say, is, but isn't like a priority. So, like, that's a lot of resources you potentially spent, by the way, that could have been used for other characters. But it's not a terrible mistake or anything. I just think it's worth being aware of that. if you have other units to be worth to level up, it's good to know that like the attack scalars in the game don't gain that much from level 90, generally speaking. But it depends on the character. It's annoying. It depends on, like, it's one of those things, like, if you're watching a guide maker for characters and they don't say whether or not it's worth it to level 90 a character in that particular guide, that guide maker ain't worth their salt. Just saying. It's like one of the default important things I think to include in a guide. Is it worth the level 90 this character sooner rather than later? But anyways. And for characters you like to use a ton, it's worth level 90 them eventually. But, you know, it's just a matter of balancing your resources. Anyway, I started making you wait 5 years, Atheon. Ula's end user license agreement and any other character. Saw her in a previous build. I saw her on a previous build. Managed to get her a nice crit ratio. Trying to get a circlet with more ER. Also chicken butt. Chicken butts. Okay. Okie. Ula's end user license. C3. Nice. That is a pretty dang healthy Ula. Right on the line ER. I mean, hey, you didn't neglect ER, which is nice. Since she's a little bit ER reliant. And a heckin' lot of stat value on this build. Jesus. Yeah. I don't remember what your build looked like before. But it seems pretty dang good. And you just want to circle it with more ER. I see. Okay. That seems hard to do. Well, with maintaining that crit damage. But it's possible, obviously. Most likely if you get a circlet with ER, you're going to have to sacrifice some crit damage, but I think that'd be fine. I don't think the experience of this C3 Eula without, you know, losing 2 of these crit damage rolls in exchange for like 2 or 3 more ER rolls would be that significant, so I don't know. Insane Goblet, extremely good timepiece, extremely good feather and flower, so yeah, it's basically just the circlet. Yep. Thanks, Ahmed. You didn't put your UID in the thing, so hopefully you'll be around when I get to you, but yeah. Yeah. Nice Eula. Yeah, I don't know. Seems very good. You're full on in the hyper optimization as far as her build goes, and realistically, you know, the real hyper optimization of Eula is going to come down to an individual abyss, because it's optimization to play much more than I think her build matters at your point, but, you know, yeah, you might have to stick around for it. Actually, here, I'll just try to open this up and remember it. Alright, anything else interesting here? We'll just do rapid glances. That is Yelan, that is Xiao. Hey, ER. Wow. Yep, healthy Mulani. This is actually a good example for that previous person. Like, I wasn't trying to, that's why I didn't want to harp too hard on their build rate, whatever. Like, their build was not that much worse than this build. The difference would be if they just literally got, like, 1 artifact that had, like, 3 crit damage rolls. And then they'd be a very similar build to, like, this Mulani, right? Because they had, like, 165 crit damage, right? So, anyways. Wow, that's a healthy eye. Yep. With, like, 0 attack. Oh, it's because it's Golden Troop, that's why. Yep. I mean, that does matter in some teams, but in some teams it also doesn't, so, yeah. Resist. I must resist. I must resist. Nice. Nice. I resist. Resist. I will resist. Nice builds, Atheon. Except... No. Nope. Nope. No words. I will say nothing. I will say nothing. Alright. Oh, Claire, are you still here? You said UID is in the chat. Claire wants me to look at Traveler. Ooh. As well as Dia, Rosaria, and Sara. Alright, nice. Thank you, Claire. Alright, Dia. Well, we'll look at Traveler first. Electro Traveler. Nice. I gotta mess around with Electro Traveler, but soon. Well, by soon, I mean maybe never. But too many characters in this game. They released, the problem with them releasing, problem with me, you know, building all the new characters It's like, I'm not having the resources that I want to level up previous characters. So I'm just like, never able to like freely spend the resources right now. That's why I originally was going to skip Chasca, but then I ended up getting her anyways, because, you know, whatever. Anyways. Someday I'll be able to level up characters again that aren't new ones. Anyways, I'm going to spend the rest of this patch. I think I'm doing a little bit more artifact farming this week, and then I'm going to spend most of this patch farming ley lines and more again. Anyways, MH build on Electro Traveler. I wish there was an Electro Infuser in the game. Like, Mihoyo really doesn't seem to want to give us an external Dendro Infuser. Could be so cool to mess with in many ways. And an external Electro Infuser would be also really cool. Yeah, they're using 4-piece MH. I didn't get ganked by it this time. They're using 4-piece MH for Physical Traveler, looks like, which is fair. A Sitlolly for this situation. C1 Sitlolly, that is. C1 Sitlolly for Physical Traveler? Physical Electro Traveler would be interesting, kind of. Not insane, I don't think, but, you know, Farina, Sitlolly, Electro Traveler. I don't know what you do with the last slot, but it'd be a flex slot. It'd be interesting. Almost a week. I'm so bored of ley lines at 7 million more. Yeah. Anyways, nice travel build. I like it. Anyways, I don't know. I don't know what teams you're using, Claire. You can feel free to clarify in chat. Clarify. That wasn't on purpose, but it is a good pun. Dia. My Dia. This, what is this? Oh, it's a tenacity build. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Building any particular stats in tenacity doesn't really matter crazily much. She's just kind of there to do the interruption resistance. Having some HP on her is some amount of HP is nice for tanking, right? It seems like you've kind of split the difference and decided to spec her into a little bit of damage for her off-field damage, which is fair. Her off-field damage isn't nothing, but it also isn't crazy. So, you know, this is probably the optimal thing, near-ish the optimal thing to do is, you know, HP, Pyro, crit as far as damage balance goes. But you can also kind of just force 4-piece tenacity and it'll be fine in most of the teams where you'd consider doing this. So, yeah, completely fair way to use Dia. Okay. I don't know, Dia has a bunch of different ways to use it. I'm not going to critique it. But look at the bio. Hybrid Mawika win? What do you mean by hybrid? There's no weapon that really would enable doing that. It's also a problem of, like, Pyro doesn't have the same transformative reaction relevance, I'd say, that Electro does, compared to, like, I don't know. I'm not saying it's not going to be a thing I'll do, but I have one video idea in mind for a silly use case for Mawika, and it's not hybrid right now. I think she'll be fine for, like, Burgeon things, to be clear. But I think Pyro Traveler's going to be better. So, so my answer to hybrid Mawika win is hybrid Pyro Traveler is more likely. That's my answer. There's a great sword that scales EM to an attack. Yeah, I know it's the Sumeru 4-star line. They're pretty garbage. They're if you like if you do the math for like how much attack you get from that, even with refines, it's absolutely nothing compared to like what Staff of Scarlet Sands gives. So, it's a thing. It's not technically useless, but I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna gun to doing it because I'd rather save my resources. Like Mawika might stay at level 70 or 80 for quite a while, quite frankly. I'm just not that interested in her motorcycle gameplay. And I don't think I will care about her reaction utility when Pyro Traveler does her reaction, like, triggering things better in some ways. So, you know, that might change, to be clear, if they end up making her skill duration last longer than it currently lasts, but we'll see. Rosaria. I just finished leveling, well, not finished. I mean, I got her to level 80. For the Kave video. I leveled Oron to 90, Rosaria to 80, and Kave to 90 for the Kave video. that was a big resource drain. To be clear, Rosaria wanted leveled anyways, not just for Kave, but and she's gonna stay at level 80 probably for quite some time. My build actually looks kind of similar to yours, except for my Rosaria's on a 4-piece emblem build. Yeah, and also on Fab actually. So, anyways, the Rosaria is like you want to bias towards crit rate for Rosaria because she has her crit buffing passive. So you have 93 or 94% crit rate about after you use her skill. But you have to backstab on it. But then when you cast your burst, you'll get about like 13-14% crit rate buff for the duration, which is good. Her being a crit buffer is one of her cooler aspects, of course. So biasing towards crit rate makes sense. It's the same thing I did, just with a Fab build. Yeah, which greatsword? I forgot what it's called. It's like aquamarine something. Yeah, anyways, nice Rosaria. I like it. I will probably mess around more with Rosaria in the future on my main account with different builds. I have the potential to do, melt Rosaria builds like I do on Poems only, but on my main account with a little bit lower invested Rosaria. So, might mess around with that. Sara. If you wanted to improve your Rosaria build, right? I'd say this is just a more supportive focus build, and it's not as important to have her deal a lot of damage. Particularly when it comes to like how compelling Rosaria and Sitlali will be as a combo in the future. I think this is a good approach, but there will be there's options to make her do more damage in like melt context or whatever, and they may be even more relevant with like Wika in the future or whatever. If you're making Rosaria herself melt, but I don't think it's of utmost importance to hyper optimize Rosaria's damage. And that's kind of why I left her on a similar crit ratio as yours has, but on an emblem build. What about mailed flower? I mean, the thing with hybrid is it's the stat conversion that makes hybrid riding work, right? Anything that isn't stat conversion, I think, is more just in territory of okay, you're just sacrificing a bunch to do some other things, and you can do that. But it's not the same as converting one stat to another to give guaranteed value from EM, which the one Sumeru 4-star greatsword does do that. It just isn't a very good conversion, but it is something. So it is doable to do a hybrid-ish thing with that 4-star weapon, and it might be something I make a video on. But if I don't have the spare resources to justify it, I'm very well might lean towards just not bothering for a while. So yeah. As far as Sara goes, you don't have C6 Sara. I don't know exactly what you're doing with Sara. Quite frankly, Sara is like I just don't think Sara is a relevant unit at all without C6. Let alone getting into my personal dislikes of her even with C6. This is a perfectly fine approach that is relatively typical for Sara, to be clear. For giving her a high base attack weapon, giving her enough ER to burst consistently, she'll do a little bit of damage on her burst. And this is a normal Sara build approach, and seems perfectly fine. As far as things to do with Sara that aren't using her for her like buffing intended utility, I have seen people get not insignificant damage from building her for like a charge attack DPS build. Her ability to buff herself a little bit, for like 2 charge attacks makes her potentially get in some decent damage, so you can do that. But yeah, it's got beef. I do have beef with Sara. I just think she feels shy to play. You're one of 3 Sara enjoyers, so yeah. So unfortunately, I'm a bit biased, Claire. Sorry, but I don't know. Like, be it Dendro shenanigans with on-fielding her. I don't think she's that impossible to make use of for like on-field fun things. Just for her generic supportive utility, pre-C6 is a bit hard to find. I'm assuming your approach was maybe a middle of the ground approach. Not sure. If you're like Amber's set on Sara for charge that playstyle, yeah, you could do that. Because you could do 4-piece Wanderer's Troop with like Dendro, right? Just try to maximize her aggravate damage. It's not going to be particularly amazing or anything, but it's a way to do things on fielding her, and I don't know, like Oberon on field is almost surely going to be better than like that. My plan, by the way, for like Oberon on field is going to be, because he like does his jump up in the air thing. He's got like weird defensive utility in that I can just jump up in the air and just shoot enemies, right, while I'm in air. So yeah. Sara is basically just a worse version of Oberon as far as charge attack DPS, with the main difference being she at least gives a buff to herself for a short duration. But Oberon also can give a buff to him. Oberon could also give a buff to himself. But anyways, yeah, I don't know. Farina, Bennett, Sara, Nahida probably works pretty fine, is what I would say. Yeah. And she might be able to trigger some Hyper Blooms with her charge attacks too. Because I think she does a little bit of... Does her... Because when you do her charge attacks, she puts down the little thing. Does that do Electro? I don't know if that does any Electro. If it does Electro and it can actually trigger Hyper Blooms, that might make her a little bit better in that scenario that I just suggested. Nahida, Bennett, Farina, Sara. So, yeah. She's better because she's a hot woman. I'm pretty sure if Oberon tried, he could be a pretty hot woman too. Let's be real. Yes, her enhanced charge attack and trigger Hyper Bloom. Yeah. So there you go. That I would say is her on-field niche then, because Oberon wouldn't do that. That's why I run 260 EM Sara. So yeah. I don't know. I would try that out. Yeah. Try Yoinkin your Amber build for Sara. Do on-field Sara, Farina, Bennett, Nahida, Sara, and it'd probably work pretty well. That's my bet. And if you need a little bit more comfort because of Bennett, Farina healing situation being a little bit awkward sometimes. I mean, Farina's only level 6. Burst talent. Then you could put Prototype Amber on Nahida for a little bit of team-wide healing. So, in conjunction with Bennett's heals, right? Anyways, there you go. Try it out. I'm curious how it'll work. Anyone can be a hot woman if they try enough. Exactly. Alright. Oh, Lost Penguin, you didn't give me your UID. Everyone's not giving me the UID. You still here, Penguin? Yeah, they wanted me to look at Arlecchino, Cloran, Farina. Oh my god, everyone. Cloran, Farina, Kirara, Raiden, Yelan, and if time, Navia, and Nahida. Alright, try to get your UID in chat, Penguin. Also, IMAD, who did you want me to review? Maybe I can do theirs quick if they don't want me to look at everything. I won't accept Ningguang slander. Ningguang DPS with... Hey, you got R5 Amber, nice. Ningguang with Chiori is something I want to do. Because Chiori's, like, uptime with her burst in particular is kind of interesting in conjunction with, like, kind of quick swappy focused Ningguang. It's something I want to do eventually. But, we'll see. Anyways, you'll be back with the spicy move week in the future. Very nice, very nice. Okay, Lost Penguin, thank you. Alright, IMAD just wants 3 characters looked at. I might do theirs real quick, just so I don't forget. Raiden, Nahida, Kazuo. It should be easy. Alright. I mean, look, your Raiden's not gonna miss a crit. I think you should use a crit damage circlet though. Other than that, you're a little bit suffering for ER. I suspect you're probably gonna want an ER timepiece, although I don't know. Yeah, using Jadewing Spear and not running an ER timepiece on an Emblem Raiden is kind of hard, right? Like you'd have to, if you got a crit damage circle that had like 30 ER or something, I think now you're in the territory of being fine. Maybe. But I'd probably just use an ER timepiece on her. And you have an offset anyways, so... Yeah, and you're running an attack timepiece anyways, so it's not like your attack stat's going to be low, particularly with Bennett. So, I would use a... Obviously crit damage circlet with crit rate, ideally. Duh. But then, yeah, switch to an ER timepiece, crit damage circlet, and then this Raiden build is actually pretty good, I would say. And then from there, it's just investment on other units on the team that's going to determine how good or bad Raiden teams feel to play. He fumbled a crit damage circlet. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. Nahida and Kazuo. This is a pretty healthy Woods of Nahida. Yep, this is... Yep. This Nahida hits for a lot of damage. So with her passive, that's what functionally like 60-ish% crit rate, I think. So yeah, very healthy Nahida. Yep. Very healthy amount of EM substats to balance out the crit circlet. Nice. And Widsith is probably worth leveling up to level 90, I would say. Not of utmost importance on Nahida, since she doesn't gain as much from the base attack increase, but, you know, the crit is still worth it, so I would do that. But, and obviously Refines would be nice too, because that significantly changes the value of Widsith buff, but anyways. Very nice Nahida. Or at least to start. If we factor in the weapon not being leveled, yeah, you could, by the way, like how you use Nahida changes how you want to build her slightly. Obviously, my use of Nahida on Prototype Amber and full EM is a little bit different because it's more focused on buffing and healing utility than Nahida's own personal damage. This is another healthy Fav Kazuha. Not quite as good as I think as that one we saw earlier that somehow had like 200 ER with 40 crit rate and almost 800 EM. That was nonsense. That was a nonsensically good Fav Kazuha. This is just a normal good Fav Kazuha. That's what I would describe this as. Fav is also not leveled up very fully, but you know, you can get more ER from that for free. You won't necessarily need it, but yeah. Run-of-the-mill ER Kazuha indeed, but hey, you know what a run-of-the-mill Kazuha is? Still a very good Kazuha. Oh, I see why you have less EM. You have a 4-star timepiece. Or circlet. That's relatable. That's fair. Could get a 5-star one and have 187 EM, of course. And then it's actually very, very similar to the other build. Just with a little bit different stat distribution, less crit rate, so more inconsistent fab triggers. Other than that, yeah, pretty good. I wouldn't farm VV for that, but it's more like, is it worth throwing some pieces into VV Strongbox until you get an EM timepiece or EM circlet? I would say yes, in my opinion. So it's a 5-star not leveled. It has a 4-star right on there. Is Enka just wrong because it thought it was? I don't know. Okay, I mean, I guess I believe you, but it's your account, so I'm assuming you might know better. But either Enka's wrong or you're wrong. So I don't know. I think a 4-star EM piece has slightly less EM at level 16. Let me check. I have a piece on sucrose. I don't have my mouse. There we go. No, it's the same. Okay, so it's possible Enka got confused, but I think a 4-star EM piece that's 5-star has slightly more EM than that level 16. I think because the base is higher. Anyways, you have a 5-star goblet on set? What? If you have a 5-star goblet on set, then yeah, just use an off piece and switch to that. I mean, well, you lose the crit rate for Fav. I guess that might be why you don't use the onset piece, but I don't know. Anyways, it's not of utmost importance. Like, it's not like your overall experience of using Kazuha is going to be that different from having the 5-star piece or not. Your account wasn't refreshed. Ah, I see. Yep, there you go. I see. Yeah, you just swap. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Cool. Nice. You actually have more crit right now. Nice. Yeah. Healthy Kazuha. I think your EM is actually about the same as the other build, though. Even after this is leveled up. Unless you get another EM roll here. Because you swapped the flower feather, I think, right? So yeah, very nice. Alright. Let's do... This was... Lost Penguins, right? I think. I hope so. You're welcome. Arlecchino. All the characters here. It's Arlecchino. Oh, it's attack goblet. Nice. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, with that good of an attack goblet, I feel like the main circumstance for attack goblet on Arlecchino is primarily when it is an on-set piece that enables a really good off piece. So I don't know. If you're actually, I mean, if you're not playing Arlecchino with Bennett, like I play Arlecchino, Chevreuse, Fischl, Yai a lot, right? I play a non-Bennett Arlecchino team fairly often, and that is a team wherein I think attack versus Pyro Goblet is extremely similar on her. So it just depends. Is my point. And I like non-Bennett teams with Arlecchino. I also don't hate Bennett teams with Arlecchino, but it just depends. If you have a Pyro Goblet though, check what Pyro Goblet performs like, even with worse substats compared to your attack goblet, particularly when you're using Bennett, because my intuition is that like a 20 CV Pyro Goblet is probably going to be similar, if not better, than your attack goblet in Bennett teams. That's what I would guess. But this is also a really, really good attack goblet, and trying to factor in the difference in the crit rate is a little weird too, of course. But anyways, again, this comes back to like the fact that I did like a no crit Arlecchino build, and does it actually matter with how strong the character is? Is it going to prevent you from clearing content if you have an attack goblet versus a pyro goblet? Probably not. So I think it's good. And it has some benefits of freeing you from Bennett reliance a little bit, and that's nice. By the way, only 2 donations after this. We have Pandora and Rinhara Saki left. Okay. Chlorand? So yeah, I don't know. That's all I have for your Arlecchino. Is a good Arlecchino. Could it be optimized? Yes. Is it worth it? That's the question, right? Maybe one that has on Hu Tao. Okay, yeah. I mean, particularly if you're doing like vaporize or melt Arlecchino things, maybe in the future, there is a good chance this one is better. Yeah, but losing that much crit rate is also a bit rough. I don't know. Throw it into it. Throw whatever teams you're using with their, because like this is what these kind of damage calculators can be nice for. Instead of having to freaking get a vibe for it in game, and the vibe for it in game matters too. But throw your Arlecchino build in here with the different pyro goblets that you actually have, and then you can also like throw Bennett in here, and you can just like turn Bennett buff on and turn Bennett buff off, and see how that changes the relative value of pyro versus attack goblets for your average damage contribution. Because something like this will calculate the average damage and like the difference that that the different crit rate will give you in particular. But I suspect that this EM in particular in melt and vaporize situations it's probably going to make it better. Not insanely so, but better is my guess. What site is that? That's just, if you Google Genshin damage calculator pop up, it's gi-calculator.webtile. It's in the description. So anyway, yeah. Let's go. Who's next? Chlorand. Yep. I mean, Absolution Chlorand. That is I think a very, very healthy Chlorand. Yep. Farina. Chlorand is a nice and easy character to build. I don't know if I've seen a single like bad Chlorand build yet. Everyone who got Chlorand seems to have built her pretty well. She's like pretty hard to build wrong, it seems like. Fav, 92 crit rate, nice. Might be worth considering switching to a crit damage circlet. Particularly if that crit damage circlet has some more ER. I personally definitely like more ER than this on Fav. But it's also not dysfunctional in some circumstances. That's my overall vibe. You do have C2, so the Hydro Goblet makes more sense. Yeah. That's my vibe. Consider crit damage circlet. That's it. Particularly if it has some ER substats. But if it doesn't, it's not like this build is dysfunctional. So yep. You have ER piece and HP to switch around on a solo Hydra. Yeah, that's fair. That's an approach I've talked about too as well before. I just wasn't leaning towards it because this HP piece is so good, and it's definitely very possible to stick with an HP time piece on Fav builds on Farina in solo Hydro situations, right? Kiwawa, cat. What's the cat build? It is a shieldy build. Nice. Keep cautious suit. and a heckin' lot of HP. So she's gonna buff like probably a good. How much is that actually? It's probably like 200-ish EM, I think, with Caution Suit. Might be a little bit less than that, but either way, a meaningful team EM buff on top of the other buffs. I think she gives, what is it? Her C6, I think, gives a little. I don't remember. I think her C6 gives a little bit of a buff too, but anyways. Yeah. Nice cat build. I like it. Kira's a fun character to use. She's certainly not insanely strong, but I enjoy using her in different ways. Yelan, Nahida, Navia. You have C1, so that is a factor here. But also you could switch to an ER timepiece, even if it isn't enough ER, so I think your Yelan is an extremely healthy spot. A little bit sad to have to switch to an ER timepiece if it's not as good as this one, because obviously it's an extremely good HP timepiece, but that's a very, very good Yelan. What a DPS Kirara build look like? It depends what you do. You can check out the different... I've made like at least 2 videos, I think, doing DPS Kirara. One was like a skill DPS. One was a more burst-focused DPS. Quite frankly, I think the burst-focused DPS is the most fun way, which means you build her more an attack scaler for maximizing her burst damage. That means even things like you can do... And that lets you do like a more quick swappy. Like you don't have to spend much field time on her. You can do like a 4-piece emblem DPS Kirara build, right? So, yeah. I made 3 Kirara videos. Yeah, there you go. It shows you how much I like DPS Kirara. So, there's you got actually to see my progress of up to C6 from low constellation Kirara that I got over time. So, yep. Nahida and Navia. Yeah, there's different paths you can take and different kinds of teams you can do for DPS Kirara. But something as simple as like an emblem build with her big burst multiplier paired with Bennett's attack buff, like doing Farina, Bennett, Kirara, and then, you know, do some Electro if you wanted to get some spreads or whatever from her bombs and whatnot, is not meaningless. Is pretty good actually. Like that's kind of all it is. And you can still get some shielding utility for her in conjunction with satisfying damage, but it's not certainly not something you have to do. It's just a fun use case for her. And I enjoyed the balance they made with her kit. This is a very healthy Navia. R5 Serpent Spine is obviously good. And you got some ER. And you got a healthy crit ratio. Yup. Healthy Navia. Not the most exciting looking Navia, but a very, very healthy Navia. Well balanced. Yup. Who was the last one? Nahida. Nerders. Not that. Nerders? My brain is failing. This is what always happens when I get this late in these dang streams. My brain fails. I don't know why I called Nahida Nerders. Whatever. Didn't I do like 300k burst with C6? I believe so, yes. I don't remember if that was using C2 Nahida or not, though. It might have been like Farina, C2 Nahida, Bennett situation. Getting 300k. So, you know, I don't remember the exact context I got that. It also might not have been 300k. I don't remember. I remember it being higher than I expected. So, yeah. It was with spread. I mean, spread is not going to give that. Spread does not give that much value to really high damage multiplier hits because it's an additive bonus. So, like, the spread addition is going to be what based on the character's base level and their EM is a flat bonus, and then that flat bonus gets multiplied by like their crit and damage bonus going on. But it's going to give that same exact flat bonus is going to be applied to a Dendro hit that does a 20% multiplier as a Dendro hit that has 1,000% multiplier to like Kirara's burst. So it's going to add like an extra 10, 20,000 damage, for example, to 100k burst. So it's only like a 20,000 damage upgrade to a 100k hit, whereas like for a low multiplier hit, it might be a tripling of the damage if I trigger spread or not, right? So in any individual instance of a hit, it's always the same additive bonus, which means the higher scaling it is, the less relevant the spread reaction is. It doesn't do nothing though. Particularly the fact that Kirara's bombs, particularly on enemies that have big fat hitboxes, can do like a meaningful amount of spread damage. Is one thing I noticed. Like it functionally doubles the damage output in a DPS build for her burst. which is pretty significant. So anyways, this is another Winds Alhaitham, and it's like a slightly better version of the one we just saw. That's basically it. And it's also not a fully leveled Widzith again for some reason. Why are you copying each other? Why does everyone have a level 70 Widzith on Alhaitham? It's just funny. That's exactly the same. An extremely similar build, just slightly better. Just barely beat IMAD. Alright. For your Lisa nukes, aggravate is only an extra 2k damage. Yeah, exactly. So, that I'm assuming is probably a side effect of not having much EM, maybe. Anyways. Is that everything? I think so. Anything else you want me to look at that I missed, Penguin? I don't know if I gave you that meaningful of insights. I kind of got distracted slightly, but hopefully it was. We can come back if you feel like. My god. I'm getting so many messages from YouTube, like, of the chat disconnecting and reconnecting immediately. I don't understand why. Anyways. And it's like filling up one of my windows. Raiden. Oh, I didn't look up Raiden? Oops. C2 Raiden. Yep, he's a good Raiden. Indeed. Engulfing Raiden with a very healthy crit balance. Yep. Yep. Can I check your Raiden again, Soul? Depends. Nope, I cannot. Well, not without your UID, because I closed the tab. So you can try to put your UID again, maybe. Alright, Pandora, sorry for the wait. Oh wait, Pandora, are you still here? Pandora was one of my donations that they didn't include their UI, or they didn't include their characters they wanted. We can look at the characters, but I'm not going to look at anything in depth to be able to have any meaningful specific thoughts if they don't have anything specific information. Is there any... Oh wait, there you are, nice. Is there particular characters you want me to look at, Pandora, or whatever things you wanted? There we are, 56. National Challenge account, what does that mean? What does a National Challenge mean? The Luke Lynette Ningguang. Ah, nice. I was just curious, sorry. Rain Slasher Diluc. Well, this seems like... Is this Burgeon Diluc? Is that the goal? Burgeon Hybridy Diluc, I guess? With a mix of EM and, hey, he'll get some crits too? Is that the idea? Hybrid Diluc? Burgeon Hybrid? Nice. I like it. Honestly, for a low investment way to get utility out of Diluc, yeah, very compelling. Take advantage of him getting an infusion and whatever. I think is worthwhile. I like it. I have no idea how much this build crits for because EM can cause some weird scaling for things. But I suspect it works pretty decently. Is it going to easily carry you through Abyss? Probably not. The more optimal thing to do would be just, you know, full on buff him to the win, Farina, Bennett, Cloud Retainer, whatever the frick, right? Obviously that's probably a better strategy, but it also doesn't mean this has its own value and fun in getting big Burgeon hits and whatever, especially in conjunction with the right balance of crit that you got going on. Not that this is the perfect balance, but, you know, I imagine it's pretty fun to play. If you're looking for a way to improve it, I don't know. It's really hard to build this kind of thing because it's not a matter of like, oh, get rid of this artifact and improve this artifact is what I'm seeing. Is more just keep an eye out for those artifacts that have that weird mix of EM, crit, ER substats that you need. And in particular, of course, getting those really rare EM main stat pieces and goblets that have a bunch of crit. Or weirder pieces like a Pyro Goblet maybe, but that has 80 EM and substats, like it's double crit with EM and it rolled 3 times into EM. Oh, well there you go. That can be kind of a similar situation, right? So, yeah. All the showcase characters here are the characters you're allowed to use. Oh, interesting. Is it like one character from each region or well, no, that's more than one character from each region. I don't know. Anyways, I have no idea what the rules of your challenge are, but interesting. I think... Oh boy, what do you even do? I don't even know. Like, you could do a Tignari... Ugh, I don't even know. Oh boy. I mean, I think he got pretty impressive progress thus far, honestly. I don't know what exactly the rules are, but... Like, Tignari, you obviously do you and you together, and that'll help you through 80% of content. You do Baiju with Tignari for Deepwood, maybe. I don't know. Interesting. What was supposed to look at? Lynette and Ningguang. What are you doing for I assume he's doing like Dendro, or no, you have Electric Traveler. So like, what, Baiju Tignari Diluc or something? You're doing some like weird quick swappy thing, maybe? I don't know. That could work. Could be interesting. Like Baiju Tignari Farina Diluc. Wait, no, you wouldn't do Tignari without Electro, probably. I don't know. Interesting. It's a weird. I would kind of like to think about this more, but I also feel like I need to end at some point because I'm a little bit tired and I got to do other things today. I got to do editing for a video for you guys tomorrow, so I'm gonna get the Kave video. But all I can say is I like what you got going on. We're supposed to look at the net and Ningguang though. Stop getting distracted. Bad brain. Tupies. DPS oriented build for Ningguang. Nothing insane. Ningguang obviously is going to feel a little bit different depending on what supports you have. Most notably probably Farina. Bennett. You have Farina, which is nice. So without Bennett, I know you do Farina Shilonen. It's probably pretty compelling, I imagine, with Ningguang. Could you get a better build in this? Yeah. That's going to be a bit difficult. I mean, obviously, I'm guessing you're probably maybe, if you're doing Farina Bennett Shilonen, or Farina Bennett, Farina Ningguang Shilonen, you probably want to farm more MH for her, because then you can get probably a crit damage circlet on her. Very respectable damage, I'm guessing. We have C1 Shilonen, interesting. Gotta get that exploration. You might have also been going for C2, I don't know. Yeah. What about Lynette? VV? Makes sense. ER? Makes sense. Yeah, this is a healthy Lynette build. Lynette, I mean, you can have some crit on her and it will make her do some damage, right? There's not much to spec into other than just having enough ER to burst consistently on her and then ER. And then it's just a matter of like what you're pairing her with as far as like getting extra application from her burst potentially. Like I know some people are using her with Kanich, I believe, to do like a pyro infusion, to have her be an off-field pyro unit, which is kind of cool. I think I saw some people doing like Emily, Kanich, Bennett, Lynette, for her ability to infuse pyro and then spit pyro at a distance at similar range from Emily's skill. But yeah, as far as this account goes, this is completely functional, I think. I don't think it's like worth hyper optimizing her damage or anything, right? Just having her burst up more consistently is probably more important than anything. So yeah, very interesting. You gotten to really like Lynette with this challenge? Just for just because VV good or why? Alright, Rena next. And I'll try to remember to go look back at IMAD. They're riding. Alright. Yeah, I got it, IMAD. Thank you. Alright. Infusion mainly. EMC is your only Electro. And Tignari. Oh, yeah. That makes sense why you're using EMC. Duh. And Tignari Aggravate was your only viable team for a while? Yeah, I get that. Okay. Interesting. That makes sense. Get some off-field Electro going for Tignari. Yeah, nice. Okay. Rinahara. Saki. If you can't get to it today, I'll come back. Your Hydros unfortunately require Fab teammate and Hydro Resonance for ER. Damage is through the roof. Nice. I mean, hey, Fab is... Oh, whoa. Hello, C6 game on. Nice. Okay. GameSpot.com. Top 1% Yelan. Why do you have game... I'm assuming this is some kind of meme. Top 1% Yelan, Wander, Kazuha, Arlecchino. You can skip me if you're too tired. No, you're good. Oh, you can look at your writing again. But, as you said, you adjusted something. Did you want me to look at any particular character, Rin? Obviously, her Yelan is, I think, pretty healthy, I would say. It seems like a decent Yelan. By the way, 2-piece does actually kind of make sense if you're trying to focus on Yelan, like a balance of Yelan's charge attack damage from her C6. It can output kind of a stupid amount of damage, particularly on a build like this one. And you gain meaningful value from potentially doing a 2-piece combo, and that's what they're talking about with the ER situation here, of course, is just getting her burst back through other methods rather than focusing her onto ER in favor of doing big damage with her. Fair approach. First 4 plus Farina? Sure. Oh, you work for GameSpot. Oh. Nice. Nice. Terrible publication, honestly. I'm joking. I read GameSpot random things from time to time. It's definitely not a website I regularly go to, but I have nothing against them. I think they're perfectly fine, a perfectly fine website. And when I have read them recently, they haven't given me the vibe of being AI-generated garbage, which is probably this is probably the best compliment I can give an article publication company today. But the GameSpot hate was a joke because they work for GameSpot. But you know, I have no particular strong feelings on one way or the other on GameSpot, other than I read their articles randomly when Google's like, "Hey, article with headline that is relevant to your interests, and it's from GameSpot." And I'm like, sure, I'll go read it. That's my vibe on GameSpot. Perfectly cromulent website. Thank you, thank you, iMad. You didn't have to do that, but I appreciate it. What we did first 4 Wander. Good lord, VV Wander. Let's go. You could transplant. Oh my god, can you transplant these artifacts to a Chasca build? Holy, imagine this on. I see. I want to be able to do VV Chasca on my main account, because I could do some things with it. But it's just like, I don't find Chasca's gameplay interesting enough to justify dumping a bunch of resources into the VV. But anyways, very good Wander build on VV. I like that you're doing VV, it's funny. Oh yeah, is it top 1% Wander with VV, by the way? Top 1%... Top 1% Wander with a VV build is such a freaking brag. I freaking love it. I mean, yeah, they're low on attack percent subs, but you do realize they have a non-crit weapon with 82 crit rate, 200 crit damage. Like, I did notice that.
Oh.
Taser Wander? Ah, I didn't realize there was a Taser Wander leaderboard. Interesting. It's kind of cool. This Dubia Kazuha. Yeah. Jesus. Alright, I mean, not enough ER probably to burst consistently most teams, but you could probably switch to an ER timepiece if you need. And it's kind of fine. Or Fab, honestly. Yeah, just switch to Fab. And that would be the... If you need to burst on this Kazuha, just switch to Fab. You have enough crit rate already. Then you don't have to change anything other than Fab, right? You just lose the EM from Iron Sting. So yeah, regardless of with the ability to switch to Fab for bursting, this is an incredibly good Kazuha, right? Because like if we subtract the 160 EM, what is this? This is a 870 EM Kazuha with Fab. That's insane, right? 870 EM with 210 ER and enough crit to like consistently trigger Fab. Bonkers. Yeah, actually bonkers Kazuha. This is exactly why I got Iron Sting, by the way. Or Iron Sting. Why I wanted Xiphos. And, like, Xiphos with Refines, by the way. Xiphos R1 is just extremely meh. But, like, Xiphos R5 is basically the cheat code weapon if it lets you have this build without needing to care about farming the annoying artifacts. So, it's the I hate artifact farming weapon, quite frankly, but it is possible. This is one of those builds that shows that, like, it's possible to get a Xiphos quality build without getting Xiphos. It's just, you know, Xiphos. Yeah, Xiphos would make the build even better, of course, but not, like, super necessary. Yeah, and the true value of Xiphos is, of course, the ER is of course the ER for Kazuha a little bit, because instead of like Fab on him, you get more EM that way. But it's more importantly the ER for the other teammates is where it makes the biggest difference. So when will they rerun Xiphos? I don't know what to tell you. It's basically a vaporware weapon. It's basically leaks, honestly. Anyways, yeah, it's a limited 4-star because Mihoyo is annoying. Most cringe thing they did is just not like. Why don't you just run this with Kazuha's banner? Why don't you run Zyphos with Kazuha? You made Zyphos Moonlight for Kazuha. Let's be real, Mihoyo. You made it for Kazuha. And then they just don't run it with Kazuha. They're just like, no, we're gonna run it with Nilou. We're gonna pretend we made it for Nilou. I think they've only run it with Nilou's weapon, if I recall. Like, what? Not that it's like a useless weapon for Nilou, but like, what? Like, put the stupid HP sword with Nilou. I swear, like, Mihoyo doesn't understand their own freaking character design sometimes. Whatever. Arlecchino. Gonna finish this freaking stream. This is a very strong Arlecchino. I have a similar crit ratio rate on my Arlecchino on Gladiator on Homa, except for the extra crit rate that you have is extra crit damage on my build. So like we have very similar overall CV. I think very similar total attack, except you have more crit rate and I have more crit damage. And I would definitely prefer your build because she be inconsistent sometimes. But also if I end up playing Melt Arlecchino all the time with crit buffing from Rosaria and Sitlali Cryo Resonance, and I guess it won't matter. So, yep. Anyways, very nice Arlecchino. I think, did you say anyone else you want to look at? I think you said, oh, you said Furina. Oh boy. If we reverse these two stats right here, right? Pretend this is energy recharge. And then, is Rio on Kagura's? Nice. Look. The man has cake, and now he has the cake holder. It's perfect. A little imbalanced ratio, but you know what? If I was playing Rio, I could understand the want to just see really big number on him and care about and not mind the inconsistency. Wait, is R2? It is R2, that's funny. Anyways, double Hydra, I swear. No, I understand. I understand you're doing double Hydra with Yelan and like Yelan C1, you could funnel, and I understand. I understand Yelan is a very good battery for Furina. I know. It's almost surely fine with double Hydra with Yelan. I'm just poking because, you know. Yeah, swap these two stats and it's a perfect build, basically. I mean, a little bit, swap those two stats and it's a little bit overcapped on ER to say the least, but it's also what I ran for a long time. Only recently did I actually decide, okay, I'll actually try to run a smart balance of stats on Furina instead of running 280 ER. Anyways, part of my decision to do that, by the way, is just because, like, I've realized I think nobody actually cares that I have C2 Furina in my videos for some reason. I feel like they should, but almost nobody does. So, like, I've just been like, yeah. But instead of caring about powering down Furina, I have since transitioned to, you know, if I really do think it matters, I'll power her down. But, I'll just try to, like, show teams that don't use Furina at all compared to using my Furina. So, yeah, anyways. Yeah, also nice razor. Second physical razor routine. Anyways, alright, we'll look at, end the stream. No more donations. Not allowed. I will smite you from the heavens beyond if you donate, okay? Anyways, you need more Furina team ideas, though? I don't know that I was talking about Furina team. There's a million different ways to use Furina. But, like, anyways. I'm not saying I'm not using Furina. Like, I'm using Furina in the Kave video, by the way. And, like, it was my preferred version of the Kave team was Furina. It was fragile. You'll see what I do. But, like, it was weird because, like, we're not getting much value from Furina's damage bonus in the Kave team that I was using. But Furina was still, like, the most... The way she applies Hydra was, in my opinion, the best for it. So, I talk about it in the video. Anyways, yeah, this is a lot better. This is a lot better. I'm Ed. You switch to a crit damage circlet. You have ER timepiece now, so you have a very healthy amount of ER. Healthy crit ratio. Yep. This is a very healthy ride now. Definitely better than you had before. There you go. Yep. And that's where we're at. And you know what we'll end the stream with? We'll end the stream with reviving Chasca. No, we'll end the stream with here. We'll end the stream with me giving you a preview of Shatter Kave video tomorrow. For all of you who have stuck with me through this 5-hour stream, or joined recently. let's give you a Shatter Bloom Cave preview.
Want me to join?
And then you. Give me a second. Gotta reconfigure Farina. And I'll leave it like that. I think. Yeah, it's just 44,000 HP. That'll be fine. All right. All right. 10 pull on the Wells banner. What? 10 pull on standard? No. No. Absolutely not. Alright. I think just making sure I wasn't sure I had resin actually. Do you recommend Linny or Arlecchino if you don't have a Pyro DPS? Arlecchino. Linny is a speedrun character, and Arlecchino can also speedrun. So, like, Arlecchino basically invalidates everything that Linny is, so it's just like, is there something about Linny's playstyle that you think would be more attractive to you? But if you need a pyro, if you need a pyro DPS, potentially Camilling. Yes. If this went a little bit better, I think I could have cleared in one rotation, but I think they weren't grouped quite well enough. Schmack. What? That didn't trigger Shatter. Okay, there's goofiness like that happens sometimes. I definitely noticed that. I didn't mention it much in the video, but anyways. It looked kind of bad. It actually works. It's weird. It is weird. As you might expect, Shatter Bloom Cave is indeed quite weird. But it does work. And I'm happy it works as well as it does. Is it consistent enough? It is consistent enough. Like, this team, by the way, when I use it in Abyss, I think I reset... Oh, stop killing me! This team is fragile, by the way. Although, think about a future cryo unit coming out that might make the team a little bit more less fragile. Not more fragile. Like, Kave himself is not fragile, because he can heal. But we're getting 40k shatter there, by the way. Yeah. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, Sitlali instead of Rosaria. Sitlali is doing, or Rosaria is doing cryo application that is similar to what Sitlali will do, but Rosaria is buffing crit rate a little bit, which does help for like fab triggering on Kave. So it's not objectively better Sitlali here, but Sitlali will be much more survivable, right? Much less issue with all the units at half HP here and almost dead. That is what took some retries with this team. It was mostly just not dying by accident. And, oh yeah, well that's 1k EM with the buff going, to be clear. I think he's at 900 EM without at a baseline without any buff going. Yeah, 913. But I do have Farina key buff going and Elegy, and then he also is on Gilded Dreams, so that's buffing EM as well. But an interesting thing here is like Farina, I didn't even try to like min-max Farina here. Because you don't really... I noticed that like I didn't really need... Oh god. Kave. I didn't need Farina to burst consistently, right? You can just let Farina be doing Hydra application. And that was kind of it. It wasn't really that important to have the oh, yep, see, okay. The fragility of this team is the problem. Let's just go and heal them. So, like, but yeah, this team was Sitlali. Sitlali on a Maiden's build, right? Because Auroron's already on the damage bonus set for, like, buffing Farina. And Auroron, by the way, the idea is the energy refunding in conjunction with Superconduct. Oh yeah, and Sitlali instead of Rosaria, we'd also lose the 20% physical red shred, but the survivability and the extra damage bonus and like Farina buffing that you gain from Sitlali in this team, with and this would be like without C2 Farina. It was Sitlali doing extra reaction damage herself, because remember, like, Superconducts do a lot more damage now. So Sitlali's own personal damage contribution, plus making the team more survivable, less interrupted, and being able to use Prototype Amber to be able to turn into a healer to actually get damage bonus on Farina would make the team pretty compelling, I think, actually. How about Xingqiu instead of Farina? I use Xingqiu in the video. It's a lot worse for me, particularly because I don't have a very invested Xingqiu. But I did show it, and I showed it like being a lot more comfortable. Like, it's very comfortable to play that team against enemies that can be frozen, at least, compared to the Farina variant. But it was meaningfully weaker, and I suspect it's still meaningfully weaker even with an invested Xingqiu, of course. But of course, let's just do this, I guess. Yep.
Watch and learn.
Yeah, Farina was kind of desirable, in particular for being an option, because something you might notice here is, if you're paying attention to the aura on the enemies, Farina is the one that triggers a lot of the blooms still, despite, you know, Kaveh being the only Dendro unit. Like, the Dendro, when Hydro triggers Bloom versus Dendro triggering Bloom, Hydro consumes less aura, so that means the Hydro unit is way more likely to be the one triggering Dendro, even with only Kaveh's Dendro application in the team. So that means, like, Farina wants some EM, and that's why I ended up putting Key of Caution Suit on her. So that was another problem my Xingqiu build had. I could potentially have reconfigured Xingqiu into a much heavier EM build, but like I was doing meaningfully less bloom damage with Xingqiu than I was with Kaveh, or than I was with Farina, and that was, you know, obviously a problem. You know, let's do this to heal up a little bit.
Go! You're free now!
Feast your eyes. Right clear. Come at me.
See, that was like 10k blooms, I think. And I'm pretty sure those were triggered by Farina. So, yeah, it works. And with Sitlali, it should be meaningfully better, because you could actually, well, okay. You could actually use, crazily enough, you could actually use, the characters, or you could actually use Farina and start getting meaningful damage bonus from her, and it'd be much more survivable. And you could even do a Maiden's build. It would work. It should work more than competently with a Maiden's build R5 Prototype Amber on Sitlali. Good. You wouldn't get full damage bonus value from Farina, but still enough. Like I think it's the most fun way to play Kaveh, quite frankly. But it is reliant on freezing enemies, which means it has the same problem of, like, freeze is not relevant against bosses, so it's not like it's going to be super universal. If you want to play Kaveh in a 100% universal team, that, like, Farina, Nahida, Shan Yun, and then Kaveh configured for Plunge, and then Farina on an EM build is probably still a better team because of the boss situation. But this is the most fun I've had with Kaveh, quite frankly. Yeah, and it definitely worked in this Abyss pretty well. And it's very satisfying, honestly. It's very satisfying fighting the Consecrated Beast with Shatter Bloom Kaveh. I do have to say that. I don't know if I've had more fun fighting the Consecrated Beast than with Kaveh Shatter Bloom, and just, like, constantly freezing them and then trigger Shatter, get 40k damage, and then, oh man, it was really fun. What did I come here for? I don't know what I came here for. Actually, no. What we're gonna do, we're gonna get, part of the reason I'm even farming artifacts right now, I'm trying to be free from tenacity. God freaking dang it. Okay, well, screw you two game. I want a tenacity crit rate circlet with crit damage, and ideally attack percent ER would be nice, but, you know, I don't want to have to use freaking elixirs for a tenacity crit rate circlet. Like, bruh. Anyways. You trigger melt on an enemy with burning aura? Yeah. Yeah. Sitlali work well on a combo with Shenhe? I think Shenhe will be a very interesting way to make Sitlali herself do meaningful damage. We'll see, though. Particularly, we'll see eventually. Someday I'll get Shenhe. 3 years in the future. I don't know. But yeah, so I don't know. I'm probably gonna leave Kaveh on this build because like he's now a character like the plunge thing was something that was fun to use Kaveh, but I didn't really go back to it. This now makes me actually want to return to using Kaveh on occasion, at least if the Abyss situation is favorable to it. And that's like I think my number one takeaway. So anyways, watch the video tomorrow. It'll actually show you in Abyss and how it works and whatnot, and it's quite fun. So yeah. What was there was the pieces I got, right? But what was it? It was this. Yeah. I don't actually have good flowers in this set with a bunch of crit damage and attack yet, and I don't really want to level that up right now, I think, but maybe. Maybe. It's a compelling artifact, I guess, as an option. I would actually really appreciate this more than anything. Roll ER. Yeah, or that. The same difference. And the reason was I want to replace this piece on Lonin. But anyways, it's fine. Artifacts, yay. Alright, I'm a little bit worn out. I gotta go edit the Kaveh video. Look forward to that tomorrow, and hopefully the Chasca short tomorrow as well, although that is my second priority. So, we see my Mulan build. I mean, sure, I guess. Where is she? Did I pass her? I did. I'm using Sacrificial Jade, so she is over capped on crit rate a little bit, although I actually kind of like that because it gives me flexibility to use her burst without having to be in Night Soul if I think it's relevant to. But yeah, mine is actually in my ideal balance. Where like this is not properly represented on any like Akasha leaderboard because there's no ER categories, but my Mualani can burst consistently. This is one of those things where like the reason I like this build and why I kind of like this weapon on her is one, I don't have to optimize around crit RNG on her, and then two, I can burst consistently. Like this weapon giving me more flexibility for substats lets me over prioritize ER in a way that you normally wouldn't want to do if you don't have a crit weapon on her, a crit rate weapon on her. So, anyways, as long as it all hits the target, I mean, yeah, it's just in Abyss. That's just literally a matter of not having the enemy be stuck on the wall, and you're usually fine. So, anyways, yeah, Mualani is weird to optimize, right? Because of all kinds of Mualani weirdness, and having to not optimize around her crit RNG, even though I had a 92 crit rate build before, was annoying. That build basically does the same damage as my 2-piece combo did, to be clear. But I can burst consistently now, versus I wasn't bursting consistently before. And that's cool. Like, it's better. It's a better build, so I'm glad I have the ability to do it now. But anyways, as a stream, thanks for watching. Might stream tomorrow, might not, because Thanksgiving in the United States. But I also might be streaming because it is Thanksgiving in the United States, depending on if I go visit my parents or not. I don't know. Bye-bye.